Okay. Sweet. Looks like we have sound and video. Thank you so much for being patient with me, everyone. We will hopefully get through this stream one way or another. We will get through it. All right, what are we doing today, guys? Welcome in. My name is Michael, Dead Aussie Gamer, and we are going to be doing a review of the marathon games that we ran. Now, this isn't a review on my friends and how well they did or how you know, I think the games went phenomenally. What we're going to be looking at is we're going to be breaking down some of the techniques that they used in the game. Both good and bad, and we're going to be showing you guys how to use these techniques for your games back at home. I'm going to be then releasing all of the notes that I'm going to be taking to you guys so that you guys can use it to improve your own skills if you would like. So there you go. Yay! All right, so first and foremost, let us throw there in. There, look, there's everyone. Woo! Hey, what's up, Eric? Nice to see you. Thank you for hanging out. All right, so without any further ado, let's just jump straight into this so we can get started.
And suddenly appearing in the wilderness.
Oh, there we go. Let's go back a little bit.
Oh, see, like people were just mental around. Like that's just. Damn.
Wow.
All right. Time, years,
wow.
years of my
Okay,
life.
so hopefully that's not too loud. If the volume's a problem, do let me know. Now, as you can see, we have Robert, AJ, Ellen, myself, and Adam for the first part, and our dear friend Dredd running our first campaign in Okenash, his homebrew world. So the first thing which we noticed here is Dredd's intro. We love Dredd's intro because he is very descriptive, but I want to point out something that he uses here, which is to establish the world. All right, hold on. Let me go back a little bit. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna break this down, but have a listen.
Let us begin. On a beautiful day in Okenash, where the radiant sun bakes the busy streets of Grethen, in the realm of Loxodus, the sound of laughter and merriment sets the scene of safety and hospitality. But it hasn't always been this way. After the demonic invasion, the world knew peace for a while. But it wasn't long before chaos began changing the fabric of reality, warping it and causing it to flux, causing chaos events like the city of Zenith, and all its people suddenly being transmutated into gold. A monolithic cube of adamantine suddenly appearing in the wilderness and crushing all nature beneath it. World-changing chaos events continued to devastate the world of Okenash for a long time. It was discovered by the headmasters of Hammersong that it was magic that was causing this. The Order was formed, and a worldwide organization whose goal was to moderate magic in all forms across the lands. Over the past 32 years, they have established stability, and the chaos events are few and far between. It has been several years since a major chaos event has occurred. A fine day indeed, in Grethen. A mother and father play with their children, while cattle merchants haggle over prices. Mantis knights patrol the streets on their giant praying mantis steeds, their carapace armor cast in dark browns and greens. All seems well, until suddenly the sound of ripping can be heard. A portal rips into existence high above Okenash.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Petiola. Thank you. Look, it's been a day. All right, so don't worry. We are going to be playing that back again. But let's break down a little bit about what Dredd is doing here at the start of his game. What he is doing here is he is establishing the baseline foundation of the campaign by setting up the world and the descriptions that the players are about to jump into. The great thing about this is it really does help get a lot of information about the world without necessarily having to sit there and break down every single tiny little thing. this is the big scope descriptor. So things like the wild magic and all of these examples of things that happen in the world. This is what we call big scope descriptor. The one mistake I think Dredd made, and I call it a mistake only because and you'll see what I talk about in a minute, is he actually starts with a small scope description, then goes into the big scope description, ends that big scope description, then starts another small scope description. So by the time you've gotten to the third one, he's kind of repeated himself a little bit, and you kind of lose a little bit of that lore by the time you get to the end of what he's describing. So we're gonna listen to it again real quick, and this time I'll point these out as they come through. So it's about 25:30, so it's around about here.
Just
An
riffing
hour
and chatting
banter.
and shooting the
Okay.
shit.
Yeah.
Okay. All
All right.
I'm gonna have to do it without the music. That's fine.
Yo.
Here we go. Let us begin.
All right. So
On a beautiful
small
day in Okenash,
Beautiful
where
day.
the radiant sun bakes the busy streets
sun,
of Grethen,
busy streets,
in the realm of Loxodus.
tiny
The
place.
sound of laughter and merriment sets the
Sound.
scene of
You're
safety.
building a
and
small area
hospitality.
here.
But it hasn't always been this way. After the demonic invasion,
Now he's taken
the
us
world
away
knew
to the
peace
history.
for a
Great.
while.
Building world
But
history,
it wasn't
building
long
world
before
lore.
chaos began changing
You know,
the
we're sort of
fabric
getting more of an idea of the world.
warping it and causing it to flux, causing chaos events like the city of Zenith, and all its people suddenly being transmutated into gold.
Now we're
A
talking about the
monolithic
chaos
cube
events.
of adamantine suddenly
scope.
appearing in the wilderness and crushing all nature beneath it. World-changing chaos events continued to devastate the world of Okenash for a long time. It was discovered by the headmasters of Hammersong that it was magic that was causing this. The order
Creating
was
history,
formed
creating
and
depth.
a worldwide
This is wonderful
organization
stuff.
whose goal was to moderate magic in all forms across the lands. Over the past 32 years, they have established stability, and the chaos events are few and far between. It has been several years since a major chaos event has occurred.
You know, we're going into
A
time.
fine day indeed.
A fine day indeed. Full stop.
Grethen.
So
A mother
this,
and father.
so this point here, this is that tie-off. This is that he is now done with the big scope thing. So we've had the little scope thing where we've built the city and the streets. We've now had the big world lore. Now he's talking again about a mother and father in the streets. So he's kind of bringing us back to that first part. I wouldn't call it a mistake, but I would say that first one wasn't necessary for the big scope thing. And what it potentially does is it means we're now throwing our minds back and forth among that little thing, among that little section here, and it's very easy to lose what we built with those scopes. So not necessarily a mistake, but if you do follow this path and want to describe stuff, go with your big world lore first, and then hone in on a location. The second part, again, beautiful. Here we go.
Other play with their children while cattle merchants haggle over prices. Mantis knights patrol the streets on their giant praying mantis steeds.
So there. Now we're
their
in that
carapace armor
setting in that
cast
world.
dark browns and greens. All seems well until suddenly the sound of ripping can be heard. A portal rips into existence high above Okenash.
Great use of the sound of
Streaking
ripping,
across the
the
skies,
noises,
a red meteor
different senses.
screams amongst the boundless blue, a trail of mist following it, red mist following it. The people look at it in astonishment. They have never seen anything like it. Suddenly, a wet piece of flesh crashes into the street of Grethen.
So it's wet, you know, more of that kind of description.
Another screams of yelling erupts. Another. It begins to rain blood. The people begin to investigate what has fallen into their town. Chunks of meat steam and run red with blood. Their expressions of fear are soon replaced with that of hunger. One by one, they begin to clamber towards it, feasting upon it with bare hands. Greedily, they fight amongst each other over the meat. biting and clawing, having no sense of community. They become feral. The meteor continues to travel across the skies of Okenash and crashes into the oceans of the northeast in a realm known as Ranhakrella.
Beautiful. Okay, so here, brilliant, wonderful descriptions, and that is key, right? If you really want to focus on building up a scene and playing out that cinematic, it's all about the senses. Notice how you feel as though you're there in that moment, witnessing this sky, this meat chunk fly across the sky, witnessing the rain of blood coming down, witnessing the breaking down of the community as people give way to their hunger. You know, these things are really great. He's got a firm grasp of language, and you can probably tell from the way and the cadence that he's written a small script for himself. That's brilliant. Highly recommend it. If you have a chance to, and this is your establishing scene or a really important scene for your D&D games, 100% write a script. Write a little thing that you can just read from. There is no reason, and there is nothing in the world that says that you are any less of a wonderful storyteller if you have stuff written down. So yeah, that was absolutely awesome. I love that bit. Love that bit to bits. Let me just take notes here. Written script is good. Also the music, beautifully chosen music. Dredd actually came up to me and asked me about my choice for the music that I used for the Sirens and Silver prelude to this, and he tied it in together that way. It was actually really, really good, I think, the way that he described its crashing into his world. It felt like a foreign object, and it felt like the point of view from the players at the moment is the point of view of the people of his world, which is where you want people in to begin with. Because one of the things is you need to cause or create a sense of empathy for this world, because your players may not have ever been there before. And if they don't have empathy for the people, why are they trying to save them? Why are they looking out for them? So I think Dredd absolutely nailed it when it came to that, when it came to trying to make us love that. Overdoing script can be a problem, so everything in moderation, including moderation. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I would definitely not just read from a book, absolutely not. But I would definitely say that these choice kind of scenes, definitely take the time to know what you want to say. That way you're not tripping up, you're not kind of like finding your feet, you're kind of, confident about where you want to be for your descriptors. Yeah. All right, let's keep moving.
All right. We're going to throw it to Dag and Rob to introduce their characters outside of Okenash. Let's start with Dag.
Deep, deep, deep below the surface of a different world is what appears to be this rather impressive monolithic structure buried below the ground. A ziggurat filled to the brim with monsters, death, traps, and the folly of many adventurers who had wandered too deep into its burrows. Beholders, multi-eyed monsters, things that squirm and writhe between the cracks, exist within this dark place. And at its deepest point, a large library where you see, standing, reading, a large tome floating in the air in the palm of a skeletal hand. This tall and impressive skeletal figure, the lich known as Selak Frayne, the Thrice Damned. As he stands poring through the books and moving between the dusty tomes, all of a sudden, brushing past his leg is a tiny goblin.
Oh, pardon me, sir. Just need a sweep up here. Must you do that right now? Oh, yes, no, we have to get all the cleaning done. Would you mind lifting up that set of drawers?
A surge of blue magic suddenly washes over the skeletal lich. With a deep and heavy sigh, he raises a hand and causes the shelf to move with a gesture as he says,
Oh, thank you very much.
As he starts to sweep behind it.
I forgot my cleaning supplies. Would you mind holding this?
But I just, He quickly takes hold of this this broom as the tiny goblin rushes off.
All right. So here, a couple of things. First of all, as far as passing on the control of the seat to me in order to run a scene, that can sometimes be quite useful as a tool as a GM, especially if you need time to kind of plan and prep your next encounter. If you can, if you see here, there's plenty of time for Dredd to say be working on what he wants to do for Rob, or how he wants to plan his next sort of introduction. There are lots of benefits to giving the scene to another player in order to describe. For this particular thing, I talked to Dredd previously about like, you know, how I ended up in Okanash and what I was doing, and so the goblin was also part of it. I did have two voices for them. They weren't that distinct, which is probably a regret of mine. Like, I mean, look, I didn't really think of the goblin, and I'd been practicing Selak's like kind of Murray-esque voice, so I was a little bit, you know, kind of like on the spot with that one, but I think it was quite clear who was who, and part of that came down to physical performances as well. For example, the goblin would always slouch and be talking, whereas Selak always kind of had this confused expression. So I'm hoping that kind of came through a little bit. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't, but you know, but yeah, you know, that as far as scenes go, I think that was all right. Not my best, not my worst.
At the sound of a second goblin, more like a motherly figure, like almost like perhaps a manager of some kind, calls out, "Are you done sweeping yet?" The Lich looks left and right, uncertain of how to respond. All of a sudden, behind the bookshelf, this tear appears, ripping, almost like a fabric being torn apart. The spiraling cosmos of the arcane energies flowing directly into this tear, almost drawing and pulling the atmosphere with it. "Oh, could you see what that is? If the master finds out, he's going to be really annoyed." The Lich looks for the goblin who had just left. He looks around. There's no one else in the room. "I must remember to fire these goblins." He, with a deep sigh, once again, the blue energy of his curse flows through him as he must fulfill the request made of him. He steps into the portal, broom in hand, and disappears.
So, with characters like Selak Frayne, when I made him, I decided that in order to make him accessible to other people, I needed to create a flaw. I had to create something that was an element of him that was not perfect and powerful. I think these elements to characters really make them stand out. In his case, he could not refuse anyone's request. He was magically compelled to always fulfill a request to the best of his abilities. So take this broom. That didn't seem like anything initially. You know, he took the broom and he kind of looked annoyed about it. But then the manager came in and said, "Go check that out." And then you saw that blue wave, that blue energy, and then I explained, like, this is what had happened. The reason why I did it in those stages is because I think it's better if you reveal something in parts. Like, show, don't tell, right? I wanted to show he couldn't turn down the broom, and I wanted to show that he had to go behind the door before I then explained, hey, this is what's happening here. Show, don't tell doesn't necessarily mean never tell, right? But it does mean that if the sooner that people buy into your quirks, as it were, as a character, the better that those quirks will be. And remember, those quirks don't have to be for any benefit other than to make your character feel more lived in and more real. All right. Let me just take these notes here. All right.
As the portal vanishes from behind the bookshelf, the goblin, returning to the room with now a little bucket of water, he goes, "Oh, he stole my broom."
Amazing. So great.
I love that to this goblin. This guy has gone through a life of like becoming a lich and like doing everything he needs to do in order to set up this long con of leaving it, getting left alone with his broom.
Yes, that was it. This is why I gave up my life and damned my soul.
Finally finished his heist and got that damn broom. Also,
it's a very nice broom.
Is your primary weapon this campaign going to be a broom?
Can I say this is one of the things I think I love about the dynamic between me, Rob, and Dredd, is Rob sees the absolute funniest elements of like any scene. Like, he is a natural performer and he's just naturally funny. So even in that scene, we could have easily just gone straight from there and continued. But that little bit with Rob, for me is always like that's why I play with Rob. Like, it's just so funny for us to just stop and go, whoa, hang on a second, absurdity, and then we go, yes, absurdity, and then we just end up like parroting off each other, and it's a very enjoyable element to all of our games.
Currently, because I certainly didn't add anything to my character sheet.
Found a magic
It would be
broom.
like a quarterstaff in a way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if we fight, because if we're fighting giants, I feel like just a giant toothbrush might be what they need. Like the whole like lion and the mouse thing.
Yeah.
Watch, this broom is going to become like a rare artifact by the end of this game, right? Like,
Amazing. I really wanted to. Like,
I
some of the
can't
best
wait.
items in the game are storied like that. It's like Train's like broom. Okay. Moving on to Rob. Where do we find Duncan?
In another plane of existence entirely. In fact, in another universe of existence, another system of planes of existence. On a planet called Rin, in a country called Kayanua, in a small, relatively damp and dank stone cellar. You see that there's mold creeping into the corners. There's rising damp on the floor, and in the center of this relatively large stone cellar, on the floor is a painted circle, about 10 foot in diameter. And standing in the middle of that circle, or kneeling rather, in the middle of that circle, currently with a chest open beside him, and the chest seemingly filled with rare chalks and incenses, and herbs and all sorts of salves and things. A sort of somewhat let himself go, let's say, someone who was once athletic humanoid, with a slight point to the ears, a relatively attractive face that betrays some elven blood. Thank you, AJ. It's relatively. I can play whatever I want. I can make my characters attractive. I can play up my fantasies of being an attractive person. A relatively attractive person that betrays his elven lineage, or his half-elven lineage in this case. He's let himself go in his later years, though. He's probably in his late middle-aged life. Dark blonde hair with some grey seeping into it. And
So we can see here, obviously, you can tell the people who are GMs because the game masters tend to be very, very descriptive with the world around them. What I love is that for Selak Frayne, I don't describe so much the his physical appearance. Like, I don't mention he's wearing a crown or his robes and stuff like that, but I show the personality and stuff like that, which is one way to describe and flesh out and fill a character. Robert's using a different tactic where he's got a very strong visage of this person and how he feels. Like, for example, even just words like attractive. He doesn't go into saying like, oh yes, he's got a thin jawbone, he's kind of got like very, very lean and muscular physique, kind of semi-Adonis, he doesn't sort of make labels for things that are attractive. He simply gives you that moniker that in his mind, hey, this dude is attractive, this dude has kind of this mystique about them, and it's really cool because these are two very, very different but very, very unique but very, very good ways to describe your character when you're in a scene. If you can marry both of them, you're set, because not only are you describing a lot of the physical elements, but you are then also playing those elements out, in the role play as well.
He is currently using these very rare chalks with small gem dust embedded into it to trace out the painting on the floor that's telling him exactly where to put the teleportation circle that he is currently in the process of creating. As he finishes this teleportation circle, as he's done for the last 200 or so days now, in the process of making it permanent, he expects the usual sort of renting of space to open a small portal in the center of the circle to last for a few seconds and then disappear. But this time it doesn't go away. After a few seconds, this sort of fizzling blue circle in the center of this chalk doesn't disappear. In fact, it gets larger and a darker shade of blue. And he sort of takes a step back and dismisses the chest, which disappears into another plane of existence. And then he calls out, "Oh, Trellis!" And you hear a voice from the other room. "Yes, Duncan? We got a problem in here." And coming down the stairs, a humanoid with sort of lightly glowing eyes, denoting their ancestral angelic blood of an Asima, enters the room and says, "I'm sorry to hear that. I've just had a vision." "Oh, yeah?" And she says, "Yes, it's..."
So here's a good connector, and this is definitely something I would recommend for folks. The connector is he describes this person as part of the sentence to then have them engage with the conversation. So a tall figure, big, brawn, and with large calluses on their knuckles, cracks their fingers a couple of times before approaching, saying to you directly, "Listen, buddy, I'm going to break your teeth in," right? Having that descriptor lead directly into that engagement is a really great way to start a scene with NPCs. Having them being able to engage and communicate with one another, I think, is one of the best ways that you can really get these people, get an audience or even get your players to move and merge the ideas behind what they're physically seeing and the personality you want to build. Otherwise, if you just describe them and it says, in the room as well is this person who is blah, 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 and that person who is blah, 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 and this person who is blah, blah, blah. Instead of doing that, just say you see three people. The first, a tall and beautiful woman, reaches her hand out in order to greet you. Describing them one by one like that and having their engagement part of that descriptor is very smooth and a very fluid way to introduce a character to a scene. Hey, didn't mean to press that so quick, but hey, tag. Hey, what's up? Hi, welcome in. Nice to see you guys from Split the Party TV. My name's Michael, the Dead Aussie Gamer. This is my place, this is my face, and we are currently sitting down and making notes and reviewing part one of our D&D marathon that we had. This is the three-parter that we did with the dreaded GM, Robert Hartley, and myself. And we're looking at part one. Right now we're talking about Robert's scene description and how he has very, very nicely done a fluid exchange between multiple characters by describing the character and then having them engage as part of that description. It's a great technique and much better than simply describing a bunch of people in a room, is saying that how many people there are in the room and describing them as they're engaging with your players or with the audience. Yeah, there you go. Also, if you guys have any questions or if you guys have any things you want to discuss in more detail, point them out and we'll talk about it.
I think it's related. And then she sort of, her eyes dart to the corner and Duncan follows her eyes to where she's glancing to. And he realizes that some of the rising damp is red. He bends down and touches it and comes away with blood on his fingers.
Nice throwback back to Dredd's description of the red rain and stuff.
Red. And he says, "Well, I guess this is what we do."
Jesus.
He goes to the wall, takes off a whip.
Pink Deadlies.
Picks up a shield. The shield just has a symbol on it of a rising sun. He looks at Trellis and says, "Well, you know the drill. Wish me luck." And
I love that
and
because
as,
no one else knows the drill. It's like,
as Trellis
you know what's up.
closes her eyes in prayer, he steps into this blood red portal to work out what it is that's happening between the worlds, as is his job.
All right.
Cool.
As
So you can see
both
here,
of
Dredd's been
these
working in the background on the next scene, which is perfect.
characters step through their various portals. Suddenly, they stand in bloody streets. People have been torn apart. Buildings are drenched in blood.
Great juxtaposition to his original description of the
There are no
small world
survivors.
here.
Suddenly, flying in on giant dragonflies, you see armed guard. They wear the regalia of the Order. Interlocked rings in a circle. They look down in suspicion. One of the guards flies down in front of the both of you and lands, dismounts, wearing heavy armor behind a full helmed helmet. You hear, "Who are you?"
Can you understand me when I speak?
"Yes."
Good. It's not always a given that the common tongue on my planet is the same as the one I go to.
Okay, so here is a really great opportunity to talk about introducing NPCs. NPCs always have three modus operandi. You either want to draw your players in, you want to push your players away, or you want to have your players get a sense of, you want to give your players that sense of like desire. What is the nature of the scene? He starts off with, like, who are you? Like you guys are out of place here. What's your deal? Now, there are so many different ways that could go down. It could be instead of like, who are you? It could be on behalf of the so and so guard. I demand you state your business. You build up that tension. You could have it as like, oh my god, this is a scene of a horrible battle. Are you okay? Were you injured? And you're suddenly building that sense of concern. So there are a number of different ways that one can really engage with this, but the important element is you're not there to spout just NPC jargon at your players. You are there to invite them to the role play, and that first line is often very, very important. Here, Dredd offers for us to role play first, and Duncan, who is a Horizon Walker and is familiar with planar travel, is the first to engage, which makes sense. I wouldn't have engaged first here because my character actually hasn't planar traveled like this before, so I am a little bit less wary of sort of knowledgeable of what's going on. But Duncan happily jumped into that role, and as important as it is to know when to speak, it's equally as important to know when to just let someone else take the scene. So that was actually a really, really perfect exchange here.
I'm a traveler from another dimension. I'm investigating a disturbance, a weakness in the veil. Where am I?
You are in Okenash.
I'm just going to, if it's okay, I'm going to roll to see if Duncan would have heard of this particular this plane, this
History
universe.
check. Or Arcana.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, cool.
I think like it's rung a bell. I don't know too much about it, but I've heard of its existence. Maybe.
Yeah, so it's usually it's hidden in like a lot of texts or other sort of research that you might have.
Yeah,
it's something that you might have like read a few times. It's very much like the Gandalf scene where Gandalf had to go through all the tomes and find things. It's very much like that. You can see the helmed individual is studying your expression, then flicks towards Selec Fane. And then
so as Selak emerges from the portal,
Thank you, Grizz. Thank you, Petiola. Yeah. Okay, let's try that again, shall we? This scene here, we saw something very, very cool happen. Duncan had this engagement, we do have a mute emote. It's the Silence Wizard. It's the Silence Wizard Petiola used. There it is. All right. So, as we were saying, or you could just say muted. It's also true. Now, what was I saying? Yes. So here, when the NPC shows up and engages with Duncan, who are you? What is this? Do you understand me? Yes, blah, 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 blah. There is a bit of an exchange here, which is great. It establishes some base relationship issues and stuff. And the next thing that was going to be happening was this NPC is now throwing the ball over to my character. But notice how the NPC doesn't just address my character, doesn't turn around and go like, hey, you buddy, what's up with your face? He doesn't need to do that. What he does is he does a very, very gentle gesture. He just simply looks over at my character. I want to show you this scene again, just so we can see it. But watch how he throws the ball over to me as well.
So it's usually it's hidden in like a lot of text or other sort of research that you might have.
Yeah.
It's something that you might have like read a few times. It's very much like the Gandalf scene where Gandalf had to go through all the
Right.
times.
And now he's telling
and
Duncan
it's
what you
very
know
much like
about
that.
Okanash and stuff.
You can see the Helm's individual is studying your expression, then flicks towards Select Fane.
And that's it. That's
and
all it
then
is a gesture.
So as
He looks
Selak,
towards
emerges from
my
the
character,
portal,
invites me
broom
to
in
play.
hand.
I respond.
He looks around and he looks up, and for the first time in probably a couple of decades, he sees the sky of Okanash. He looks at the helm. He looks at the figure standing next to him. He looks out at the vast countryside, and he goes.
And if I may, just here, as your vision searches the horizon, you see several monolithic great trees that stand higher than any mountain. They are points of power in Okanash, and they're very different when you look upon them. Each tree different. Each tree gives a sort of different sort of feel about them as well.
The Lich doesn't have eyebrows, so he can't look as angry
as he wants to.
As he wants to.
Does he do
Does he
this?
have-
He
yeah.
just does this.
He picks up, he gets 2 slugs and just puts them on his forehead.
One of them starts to just migrate, and he looks more confused.
That was great. I love that bit.
He looks
Then he
very
starts
confused.
to look
Yeah, he look-
flirtatious.
Yeah, he's basically throughout this entire story, just pretend he's got resting Lich face,
Slug,
okay?
slug
So,
That's right. Resting
you're
Lich face.
searching it, you can see
Forgot about that.
instinctively this individual reaches for their sheathed weapon at their side, holding the
Intentions now being
thumb
communicated.
in
There's
the
no need.
pommel.
No need for that, I say.
Oh, also, I will point out, Dredd did an amazing thing here. Now, we are currently at about 40 minutes in. In the first, 10 minutes was when he described Okanash, his world, and stuff like that. Right now, he has gone through and he has seen, we've described my world of Olestria and Duncan's world of Rin in part when we did our introductions. Now that we're back here, he wants to reestablish that. Now, whether or not that's a good idea or a bad idea is up in the air, right? And here's why. It's a good idea because enough time has passed that a reminder is very important. It is a bad idea because what you really want to be doing is, again, showing, not telling. So saying that you see, the big oaks and stuff like that is great, But the question is what else do you see? How big do you want to make this world? How different is it from the realm that you have come from? The thing is you don't just have to describe things in a visual medium as well. And while he did that with the scripted stuff at the very, very start, here it was more just so you know, this is how alien it feels. But you could also describe things like the air here seems thinner, or the magic seems to be clumped in ways that just seem to make you feel uncomfortable and send chills down your spine bone. Lots of little elements that again go into the world description, because this is a great opportunity to revisit it, because from this point on we are now permanently in Dredd's world, So yeah, but I think it was perfectly timed, timing and pacing wise, beautiful. I would have just maybe dug in a little there.
I'm not here to hurt you.
The Lich turns and says, "Oh no, I know where this is going." I turn around and try to walk back through the portal that I'd just come out of, and literally, as he reaches for it, it
And that's
turns to
Michael.
like it just vaporizes, and he's just like, "Nope, nope, 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 nope." He waves his hand in front of his in front of his palm, and as he pulls forth from literally nothing, this ethereal tome opens up. It is this huge, heavy-set book with nearly countless pages.
Okay, so first of all, welcome in Manapot Studios. Nice to see you. We are just sitting here and reviewing our 12-hour marathon videos. We're reviewing part 1. Hope you guys are doing well. Mark likes music. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome in. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Michael, Dead Aussie Gamer. Yeah, we're making notes about our marathon game, and just watching and learning from what we can. What we have here is an establishment scene. So Duncan's had his establishment scene where he seems very confident, he knows what's going on. So in order to juxtapose that as the character of Selak, my thought process here was I need to be something different. Duncan's definitely taking the more reliable, serious approach, so I need to have a more humorous approach. And that's what I looked at. So instead of being like this, yes, I am an evil lich, behold how wicked I am, it was like, no, I need to play around with this. So having that moment of, oh, nope, I know where this is going on an adventure, and adventures are dangerous, and I've died once already. Thank you for the invite, but no thank you. But I need to fail this, because obviously I need to continue, and that's where the humor lies, is that missing of the portal. And then in the case of like, oh, now I get to use my power and describe it, so that I don't need to sit there and play this whole, hi, my name is Dead Aussie Gamer, and I am playing a wizard. My wizard has magic, and I can cast fireball. You know, that's such a boring way to introduce your character. In this case, what I can now do is I can introduce my character and what I can do in a very physical, show, don't tell kind of way. If you can do that with your games, you'll have a lot more fun. You know, like, does that mean your barbarian needs to go hit things? No, of course not. But what it does mean is that you could find a scene, like a small dark alleyway where a little kid is getting mugged by a couple of big thugs, and you go stand up beside the thugs, and do something like you pick up a tin can and crush it in one hand. Very easy to show that you are, that you're a barbarian, than for you to go, you better, you know, get out of here before I get angry because I'm a barbarian. You know, you don't need to tell everyone things. Let's go back and watch that scene real quick, because I think it was quite humorous.
Through the portal that I'd just come out of, and
Go back a little bit.
as angry as at the figure standing next to him.
All right, here we go. Yep.
Dirty 20. Okay, cool.
I think like it's rung a bell. I don't know too much about it, but I've heard of its existence maybe.
Yeah, so it's usually it's hidden in like a lot of text or other sort of research that you might have.
Yeah.
It's something that you might have like read a few times. It's very much like the Gandalf scene where Gandalf had to go through all the
Right,
tomes and find things.
yeah.
It's very much like that. You can see the helmed individual is studying your expression, then flicks towards
Glance changes,
select thing.
invites me to play.
And then
So as Selak emerges from the portal, broom in hand, he looks around and he looks up, and for the first time in probably a couple of decades, he sees the sky of Okanash. He looks at the helm. He looks at the figure standing next to him. He looks out at the vast countryside, and he goes,
and if I may, just here, as your vision searches the horizon, you see several monolithic great trees. That stand
This was
higher than
great
any
because
mountain.
he knows more about his
They
setting than I
are
do.
Points of power in Okanash, and they're very
Great
different
time to
when you look
interject,
upon them.
throw in a bit of description, build
Each
what I
tree
see.
different. Each tree
Sign of a good
gives
GM.
a sort of
Sign of a great
different
GM.
sort of feel about them as well.
Sign of a dreaded GM.
the Lich doesn't have eyebrows, so he can't look as angry
As he wants to.
as he wants.
Does he do
Does he
this?
have-
He
yeah.
just literally does
He,
this.
he picks up, he gets 2 slugs and just puts them on his forehead.
Amazing.
One of them starts to just migrate and he looks more confused. Just starts to walk. looks
Then
very
he's
I love how much
Looks
fun
very
Adam's having
gracious.
throughout all of
Yeah,
this.
he's basically throughout this entire story, just pretend he's got resting lich face.
Slug,
Okay.
Yeah.
slug
So
You can, as you're searching it, you can see instinctively this individual reaches for their sheathed weapon at their side, holding the hilt. Thumb
Okay,
in
the
the
knight
palm.
is now
No
hostile.
need for that, I say. I'm not here to hurt you.
the lich turns and says, "Oh no, I know where this is going." I turn around and try to walk back through the portal that I'd just come out of, and literally, as he reaches for it, it
And that's
turns to
Michael.
like it just vaporizes, and he's just like, "Nope, nope, 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 nope." He waves his hand in front of his in front of his palm, and as he pulls forth from literally nothing, this ethereal tome opens up. It is this huge, heavy-set book with nearly countless pages as they flick almost in an infinite cycle. They stop on a page.
Color of magic,
and he,
very important in
begins to
any
to
kind of
cast the
spellcaster's
spell.
repertoire.
As the
What
letters
does your
rise
magic
from
look
the
like?
magic book, there's this huge glowing magic aura, and then nothing. Sorry, this doesn't happen to me often.
Hey, whoa,
As you,
Teleport!
Whoa,
you
stop
do
that.
that, you start to see the order member draw their weapon. Stop casting magic now.
I say, I say it at the same time. Stop that.
Well, it's not working.
What?
Why?
Let's get some bearings here, okay? Who are you?
I am Selak Frayne, master of the 7th dungeon.
Means nothing to these people
well,
because I'm in a different
it's
world.
a pleasure to meet you, Frayne. I'm Duncan. And you are? And I point to the order
High
guy.
Inquisitor Avric.
Oh, an Inquisitor. Oh, this will be great.
Well, I don't think there's any need for weapons right now, and I'll grab my whip and just sort of coil it up, hang it off the hook at the side of me.
Would anyone care to explain why magic doesn't work here? Is this an anti-magic aura? Because I can still summon my book, but my teleport spell doesn't seem to be working. Maybe I've got the wrong area code.
Are you from Okanash?
Okawati?
Look. No, I take that as a no. What plane of existence are you from?
I am from Olestria, as the more modern people call it.
I've not heard of it. How you came through a portal? You were whisked here.
Is this some sort of dead plane? Am I dead again? Because I feel like I should have a body if that's the case. This feels like a rip to die and then still be.
And then still have a
Yes.
skeletal form. No, I don't think we're dead because I didn't die. I came here willingly.
Oh, that's
although
right, that bloody goblin.
Dead planes are just extra planes of existence. We won't get into it.
Poor Dredd, just sitting there watching me and Rob going up at each other.
We're not
What?
sure. That is why we are here to investigate.
This
As
is
to end
this is
to-
not
Okay.
the usual state of things.
At this point in time,
Okanash.
we're at about
No.
45 minutes. This is
No.
probably
Alright.
the
The usual
furthest
state of
length of
things
where I
has
would
not
go
been the case
without
for such a
introducing the other
while.
characters.
Our world is
Let's take a quick pause here. When introducing a group to each other, it is very important to have characters kind of connected and tied together. So just for future references, Mary, Dottie, and Warrior, they're all together. So when we go to the next scene, we're introducing them all simultaneously. Unlike Selak and Duncan, who were separate, they got introduced individually. Now this has strengths and weaknesses. The one of the strengths here is that obviously with me and Rob, we are going to be taking the GM seats later on in the marathon, so it made sense for us to have a little bit of an extra moment because we will not be there for the full length of time in the player seat, not like the others would. So it made sense for us to have a very clear idea of these characters while we did. That said, I would always hazard, or I'd always make it clear that you are able to change scenes without bringing everyone along. So you don't necessarily need to have Selak and Duncan go to the next scene where the players are waiting. You can also have Duncan and Robert on the way to that next scene and then cut to the other scene where the other players are doing something while they're waiting for Duncan and Selak. That's a really, really cool filming technique. It's something that's used in a lot of cinema. It's basically builds the sense of time and travel by doing this, you know, because any period of time could have happened before you've changed that scene. And it's actually a pretty useful technique if you want to like get through like say a few days of like walking, for example. Like let me give you an example. You leave Baldur's Gate heading out on the wagon, laden with supplies and the like. Meanwhile, in a small roadhouse nearby, you hear inside the sounds of revelry and celebration are happening as Dottie is there talking about her kids to the bartender. The bartender strikes up a chat and talks and stuff like that. All of a sudden, this huge glass bottle flies across and shatters against the wall. Dottie springs into action and prepares to go into a fight scene. As she does so, all of a sudden, a large glass smashes on top of the big guy's head. Duncan is there along with Selak, and Duncan says, you know, did you have to wait long? See, by switching that scene, we create an indescribed and an unfocused amount of time between where Selak and Duncan left the city and where they've arrived here. It's very easy to do and very cool if you want to look at introducing these characters that are separated or split apart. Also, good night, Nix. Sleep well. Have an awesome night, and we will hopefully see you sometime very soon. Okay, let's continue.
Cursed, some say, with that of chaos. You are not the first extraplanar beings to be brought from other worlds here. So I am to believe that you are unaware of your situation currently. I ask that you come with me to our holy city known as Duum to speak with the avatars. There, they will fill you in with what's happened. There has been a great calamity. And if you are here, then perhaps you are connected to it.
I'll come with you happily. Will you come with us? I said to Selak.
There's a glow as he says, you know, can you come with us? And he's like, no, I refuse. And then I walk in the same direction. I walk in the same.
Several of the dragonfly mounts get ready. They start to mount up, and they're on the roofs right now as well. You hear the heavy beats of their buzzing wings as well.
Oh yeah.
What was this guy's name? High Inquisitor Aspen or something?
Avrak.
Avrak.
Yeah, High Inquisitor Avrak.
Yeah, and Selak will try to. I mean, I presume I don't know how to fly a dragonfly, so I'm gonna try to mount behind the Inquisitor. And you can see that Selak just looks so angry as that blue energy once again comes back over, and he can't refuse the request. He never thought he'd be riding Lich on a dragonfly, but here we are.
What's great about dragonflies is they have that massive
Buns.
space with several
Resting
saddles.
Lich
You can
face.
see them mount them up and hook
Riding
them up
Lich.
as well.
Nice.
And as they do this, they start to get ready to move out. You see Avrak turn back to you all and say, "If you haven't experienced this before, it can be uncomfortable." And then he looks back to Selak, though it might not be a problem.
Can I also
for
say
you.
that Ellen is just such a delight? I love how
As
just
the
into the game
drag-
she
drag-
is at every single time.
Yeah. You find yourself able
I can definitely
to,
see Ellen being a regular player around the table
get
with
a
us.
pretty good sort of handle on the saddle as well. The dragonfly takes to the skies, and as you look at the devastation that is wrought below, it is like nothing you may have never seen. As you take
Nothing
to the
you may
skies,
have
see
never
the other
seen.
dragonflies do so as
Dredd.
well. There are these magical apparatuses on the side of these dragonflies as well, and they start to whir and buzz. Arcane sigils start to alight as well. For people
Very
that
beautiful
are
description.
aware of the technology in Urkinet.
So here, what Dredd is trying to establish is more world building. These are great. This is another great example of show, don't tell. Don't tell me what the technology level is. Show me. It's like, yes, cool. These are the saddles. These are the little side engines. They ride around on these giant dragonflies. This is awesome. This is great. This is wonderful. Bit of advice, just make sure that if you do it for your campaigns, don't get too caught up on the technical side of things. I feel like I've done that a few times where I've described technology like a flying boat or something, and I've just sat there and I've said it's the engine room and there are these solar sails and energy is absorbed from the sky into the sails themselves, which then fuel these two wind elementals who then create a high level of concentrated oxygen in order to launch out the sides where these vents then catch a light thanks to the solar sails and create these rocket-propelled engines that push the ship forward, while at the same time vents that fuel that exhaust fill the sails in the center mast. You know, again, all these tiny details, not important, even though I just went over them. But more importantly is the sense that there are flying ships that are magically controlled and that there are solar sails for the description of it, but you don't need to go to over detail. I think Dredd does just the right amount here with the dragonflies.
They begin using their spell repeaters. As they do this, the spell kicks in and suddenly they warp off in a direction.
Ooh, nice.
Suddenly, you find yourself in above a city known as Doom. It's the holy city of Urkanash. It's a place of access. Many of the other civilizations have border cities around Doom. You can see that there are several points or almost like sectors where the architecture is different within the inner city, and that would be for the different domains of religion and the gods here. So you've got a war domain, you've got a knowledge domain, you've got all the other domains as well. They start heading towards a very militaristic and utilitarian sector known as the war domain. As they fly the dragonflies down, they come to land in front of what looks like a very well-built fortress of black stone. As they dismount, they nod towards you and they start leading you inside of this place. They lead you into a small receiving room which has chairs lining the walls.
This is what we call a travel railroad. Travel railroads are fine.
Avaraxis,
especially when you're on a limited thing for one shot.
Take a seat, and then they will bring you in. As your vision sort of like shifts over towards the other side of the wall, you can see three characters sitting there, and I'll have everyone describe their characters as you sit down.
Okay, so here we've now brought in the other characters at 50 minutes. Yeah, 50 minutes is fine. I mean, given that, like, roughly, I think it wasn't until half an hour in that we started, so really only 20-ish minutes have passed. That's perfectly fine. If you break it down, that's 10 minutes for me, 10 minutes for Rob, and, you know, we can now look at introducing the other characters. As mentioned, there's a connection between all the other three characters, so we're not going to be necessarily doing each character individually on their own big quest type thing, being united. This is the gathering place. You guys have just been the one who gathered first. It also is going to now buy Dredd time to plan the next encounter. So here, this is where you want to be utilizing your time really, really well. The character introductions or points where the players are going to be speaking for the most part are a GM's best friend when it comes to running games. So there you go.
As they're describing, can I say that when he says to take a seat, Salak sighs as blue energy washes over his head, and he starts slowly dismantling one of the chairs and starts putting it in his bag? It's just,
Hey, what are you doing? Hey, leave that alone.
I can't. Just it's easier this way.
Hey, leave it alone, I say.
I can't. Oh wait, no. Yes, you did. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it the most recent one that he has to get? How does that work?
No, it's as long as it's not the conflict and it's to the best of my ability. So if the best of my ability is by request I can't, then I don't have to.
There you go.
Oh.
Thank you.
I mean, it's just a chair. Is it that much of a big thing? I don't mind if we miss a chair.
Sorry, I don't. Who are you guys? You work here, or
We're part of the Order.
is that the name of? And I'll point up to, like, I assume there's like an order symbol on the wall or something.
Interestingly enough, no, there's no order symbols here right now. But you can see that they're all wearing a very similar symbol that
So a question here. So the point here. This I don't overly agree with, but I think I know where Dredd came from. Dredd kind of has a very strong visual in his head. I don't know if this headquarters was the actual headquarters of the Order. He kind of took what Rob said and went, no but, which is okay. But I don't know what that established, right? Like, because I know he wanted to establish that the looped symbols, which you can kind of see just on the edge of the map there, where there's the chat box there, wanted to indicate that these people were part of that order. But it could have easily been sufficed by a flag that was in the room. It's like, yes, pointing over at what looks to be a flag in the corner of the room, the heraldry seems to be a blue tabard with the symbols of a 9-looped circlet emblazoned on it. The same circlet that appears on their armor as well. Even if this wasn't their home base, it would still make sense that they would have some way to identify or some way to mark themselves. That, again, I don't know what Dredd's world entails, but that for me there was like a moment of like, well, why couldn't there have been? Like, what did it serve for there not to be something? Which sometimes you just got to ask yourself. Sometimes that's even with players as well. When players request or ask something in the manner that Duncan did, sometimes it's better to go with the flow. Sometimes it's better to be like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe there is a thing there.
Varek was wearing, which is the interlock.
That's what this is it? The Order?
You got it.
Okay, and you're
I'm
you're all
Dottie.
from...
Nice to meet you. She'll hold out a hand.
A pleasure. Oh, you do handshaking here.
Yeah. I mean, unless you don't want to do handshake,
No,
I always tell my kids,
fine with me.
Touching, it's up to the person. Some people don't like handshakes. I'm a bit of a hugger, but I have to rein it in. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, Dottie. My name's Duncan. I'm from a different universe. It's a pleasure.
Hello, Duncan. My title for the moment is Warrior. And he stands up, and like he's a whole kid, like one of the tallest elves you've ever seen.
That's a fitting name.
What do they feed the elves here?
He reaches out a hand that is like, imagine the most gnarled farmer's hand you've ever seen. And he just goes out to clap, fully calloused, and he goes out to hold yours.
Hey, it's a pleasure. I'm not strong, but compared to you, I'll be a tiny little weakling, I guess. You guys all native to wherever we are?
I believe so.
I love how Adam's only description was like, I want to play something big and strong.
Years ago.
And Dredd was like,
okay.
okay.
I meant like more on a wider scale. Like.
We're from this plane of existence.
Plane, yeah.
Am I from here, Dottie?
We don't really know, sweetheart, but that's
this was amazing.
It's a journey.
So notice here how Adam's thrown the ball over to Dottie. Wonderful technique here. Reacting to things. Duncan, are you all from here? Dottie makes a joking pass. Like, right here? No, we weren't born in this room. No. This world. Oh, yeah, no, we were from this world. Adam, am I from this world, Dottie? This is now, you know what I mean? Like, it's a dynamic conversation. If you get a chance to, definitely have those moments. Like, a good example of where the conversation wasn't dynamic was when I said, what do they feed the elves in this world? Because that wasn't to anyone, that was about someone, which is why nothing came of it. It was a cool throwaway one-liner, but what happened here with Robert, had been engaging, throwing questions, inviting the other players in and stuff like that, whereas I didn't in that scene. Mostly because that was a throwaway line. But I'm really glad that they were right next to each other, because now you can actually see what the response was from those two different scenarios. Let's watch it again real quick, and then we'll show you exactly what I mean. Also, hey, Crimson Rockstar and Lightning Invoker, nice to see you. It's been a while. I hope you are well. I love the little zombie dude. Hello. All right, so super quick. What we're looking at is we're going to be looking at Adam's intro, and how both me and Rob engaged with what happened. I engaged with how Adam responded physically. Duncan then moved the conversation along and invited the other players to join him. So let's have a look at that real quick. So that is...
Wherever we are?
I believe so.
Okay, so this would be over here, I believe.
I mean, unless you don't want to do handshakes,
No,
I always tell my
that's fine.
kids.
Here we go. So this
you
is
know,
Adam's intro.
touching, it's up to the person. Some people don't like handshakes. I'm a bit of a hugger, but I have to rein it in. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, Dottie. My name's Duncan. I'm from a different universe. It's a pleasure.
Hello, Duncan. My title for the moment is Warrior. And he stands up and like he's a whole kid, like one of the tallest elves you've ever seen.
That's a fitting name.
What do they feed the elves here?
He reaches out a hand that is like, imagine the most gnarled farmer's hand you've ever seen. And he
It's
just
full of
goes out to
calluses,
clap,
broken fingers.
fully calloused, and he goes out to hold yours.
Hey, it's a pleasure. I'm not strong, but compared to you, I'll be a tiny little weakling, I guess. You guys all native to wherever we are?
I believe so.
Yeah. I moved to the suburbs, a few years ago.
No, I meant like more on a wider scale, like.
Oh yeah. We're from this plane of
planet,
existence.
plane, yeah.
Am I from here, Dottie?
We don't really know, sweetheart, but that's okay. It's a journey.
Oh.
Warrior means well.
See, absolutely perfect.
I don't know. We're
Two
still
very different
figuring
ways
it
to
out.
engage.
All right.
I'm guessing I am based on the fact that I'm wearing
And you
the
can
same
see how
symbol
much
as you.
more engaged
Must
with
be.
Robert's conversation that they ended
sorry, I
up
didn't
with,
catch yours.
which is great.
Mary May. Unlike my compatriots, I don't give over information as easily.
Understand.
Edgy.
I like that one.
Well, we just arrived. I'm not with him. I am now, but I don't know him.
No,
I don't
we're
know
not
anyone
together.
Here. No, not.
Yes.
I mean, not yet.
Are you together though?
No.
No.
You came in together.
We did. Yeah, we arrived
did, and-
at the same time.
It was a very uncomfortable ride, and I'm very glad that that most of this is just bones and no longer the appendages that would otherwise be jostled by such a journey.
Those
Jostle
creatures,
jokes.
they fly around on. They look like an insect we got back home, but they're only like this big, called dragonflies.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah,
It must have been a big trip for you guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How are you
Do you know
holding
what's?
up?
I'm fine. I mean, it's usual for me. I jump between planes quite a lot. It's something I've had from being young.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Now,
it's kind
you
of my
guys
job.
keep speaking of planes, like the esoteric planes, the dream plane, the nightmare plane. Yep. And this is a plane. It doesn't seem to have a gimmick. I don't see fire or.
I mean, from what I can feel, this feels like the few times that I've been beyond the planes and to a different. I mean, me and my order tend to call them like universes and multiverses. This feels like a different universe to me.
What order is that?
I'll show you my shield. And I say I'm from Horizon Shine. It's one that I founded myself. There's only a few of us. There's
love
very
that
few
name,
people
by
on
the
my
way.
plane with
Horizon
my
Shine.
abilities. So
Beautiful.
it's me and a couple
Lucky
others.
you.
Well, I love the name. Very cute. Very
Oh,
funny.
thank you. Yeah, it's kind of a play on words back where I come from. I'm not sure if it translates. You,
No, it reads. It reads.
yeah, cool.
What exactly are you doing here?
It's kind of my job back home to protect the weirdness between planes and things that happen that's a bit odd to investigate and protect and defend against threats from other planes of existence, keep the order, funnily enough. So I followed a portal that opened. There was blood coming through it, and that's not normal, so I came here.
Sure
I understand.
isn't.
I always follow portals with blood coming out of them.
It's a hard job. Someone's got to do it. When the heroes are the ones that run towards the things that everybody else run away from, right?
That's what I'm told.
Duncan,
That
at this
or
point,
the adrenaline junkies. And
Yeah,
I've been
yeah.
both in my.
so very quickly, without any context, the group has started to take on dynamic roles, and this is because everyone here is a storyteller, and you could tell exactly what the story needs. Duncan, definitely taking on the leadership role. I'm experienced. I've done travel before. I founded my own order. Here are the elements that make me a suitable person in charge. We have Mary, the suspicious one. I don't give information readily. I am, being very suspicious of these people because I do not know who they are and they could be dangerous. A very common trait for a lot of rogues and stuff like that, but I think she does so quite elegantly. Dottie, the super friendly individual, the person who wants to, sort of get to know people and want to take a relationship more than a, we are work associates. No, this is family. This is an element to it, which suits her character, which we'll find out later when we find out she's actually playing a character who's a mom. And that's kind of a major part of her identity, is being this mom-like character. Salak is the unwilling character. Now, the unwilling character is a very unique character because it is someone who is on the adventure but does not wish to be. This could be because they are forced there by the hands of fate, the hands of one of the PCs. There are so many different ways you can do it. If my character was trying to go home, but the cart that I was going to take got blown up, and in order to afford another cart, I have to accompany this group on this quest. So I'm going to accompany the group on the quest so I can get a cart so I can go home. But on the quest, I find out that that the person who was going to sell me the cart just happened to be an evil lich. You know what I mean? And as things get worse and worse for this individual, he gets dragged in deeper. So Selak plays this kind of character. He is what we call the comic foil. He is someone who is going to be fun and entertaining the more that he fails to achieve his own goals, however simple or dumb they might be. Adam is playing warrior as a big person who relies on other people. Because, and here's the important thing, any good D&D group resolves around the idea that the players need to rely on each other in some way, whether it's physically or whether it's mentally, whether it's spiritually or whether it's just through simple game mechanics. That establishment of needing each other is what makes a team good. If you play one character who can do everything, it's going to be a very short game because people aren't going to get behind you. But people need Duncan's knowledge. People need Mary's ability to cut through and see the angles. We need Dottie's ability to feel free and feel happy. We need Warrior's strength and prowess. And of course, we need Selak's, we need Selak for laughs, but we also ideally need Selak as one of these individuals who is so obsessed with their own survival that they are willing to, do what it takes to live and survive. And there are plenty of roles for all of these people in a D&D game. It's just important to remember that needing people and having some archetype that isn't everything, you're not an everything hero, is it works even better when you can bounce that off with your fellow players. Some archetypes don't necessarily work, like a leader and a person who is, kind of very, very suspicious might have some difficulties. A motherly individual and a coward could get on well, but it might be a very toxic relationship as the mother is constantly trying to protect the cowardly character. The big dumb guy, the big naive person might not get on with the smart rogue because the smart rogue might just get frustrated that they keep getting tricked into different scenarios. There are lots of different positive and negative dynamics that are there. If you want my advice, always look at the dream team, the Fantastic Four. The Fantastic Four for me represent the best of all the relationships you can have in a group. A brother-sister combo, a husband-wife combo, a college friends combo, a kind of childish rivalry kind of combo, a mother-daughter / elder sister, younger brother dynamic. You have, all of these characters with all of the ways that they work together. Oh, and a teacher-student dynamic as well. You have all these different methods of building a relationship. Remember that you can also choose your relationships before a game starts. It doesn't have to be organic. You could turn to one of the players and say, I'd really like to get on with you kind of like as a motherly kind of I'm looking after you kind of thing versus you getting to the scene and sort of going, I don't know what kind of relationship I want with these guys. I don't know what would work. I don't know what wouldn't work. So yeah, take your time with that. All right, let's continue.
Time.
Yeah.
Well.
So, can you tell us anything about what's been going on? This whole place seems a little deserted. I imagine from how it's built up, there's usually a little more life here.
You'd be right. Things haven't gone quite as planned. It's been a bit of devastation lately, and we appreciate your help.
I'm happy to.
Yeah, magic has really taken a whole. Well, have you ever put like paint in a tumble dryer?
I don't know what a tumble dryer is, but
it's
from
something
sounds
that my mother mocked up. She's great with artificing, but basically it swings your clothes.
Swing past the metal right there.
Magic's been a lot like that, just leaving a big old nasty smear across our world. So if you're here to keep all the wiggly magic in check, Duncan, well then you're in good company.
It's the plan.
Great.
I just out of interest rolled a perception check for myself and got a 25. So I was just going to basically check out each of you and see what you're carrying, it's just getting a feel for like whether you're magic users, whether you're arcane, martial, all of that.
Now, just before we do this as well, the three of you, Mary May, Dottie, and Warrior, you guys have what's known as a Vortex Medallion. You can see that on the overlay right now in the bottom right-hand corner. If you guys don't see it, I can send you an image soon. But essentially, it's a medallion made out of interlocking circles. What the Vortex Medallion does is it actually dampens the effects of chaos that is brought into the world when casting magic. They're very handy to have on you, and you can put them anywhere you like. As long as they're on your person, they'll dampen the effects of chaos in the world.
Cool. Well, you see that? Sorry.
No, sorry.
We're just looking around.
I thought there was going to be more elaborations. It's your dang voice. We just keep getting entranced.
Lost it.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining there was, a Tannoy, one of the loudspeakers in the corner of the waiting room, and it just said that, and we're like, oh, great, okay.
You have
I mean, you'll definitely, from her personality, you'll get that she is not being deceitful, but you might get the sense that her overenthusiasm and brightness might be a little bit put on, whether or not that's to get something out of a conversation or just because she does that. She just kind of puts on a bit of a more high energy to do her job kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, like your customer service voice versus your normal voice. It's a bit of like that.
Yeah.
But you definitely would sense that Dottie is a magic user. She does have some armor on her because she's a very kind of not slight woman. Like she had 2 kids, you know what I'm saying? But like she's like not super tall. She's about like 5'4", 5'5".
Hey, what's up, Careful Cantrip team? Welcome in. How are y'all doing? I hope you had an amazing game, guys. Welcome. My name's Michael. I'm the Dredd Aussie Gamer. How's it going? Hey, Guild Superior. Oh my God, all the raiders have come in. Let me do some shout outs real quick. Look at all that Careful Cantrip love, guys, welcome. I hope you guys are doing well. Let me share you some shout outs here. What were you guys up to? Playing some D&D? Playing them D&Ds, yo. What's up? And welcome in Guild Superior. Now, guys, let me tell you a little bit about what's going on. First of all, for those of you who don't know who I am, my name's Michael. I'm Dredd Aussie Gamer. This is my place. This is my face. And we play D&D here a bunch of times during the week. I'm an Australian performer. I've featured on a bunch of different shows on a whole bunch of different channels. What am I on next? I'm on my channel right now, so what am I saying next? And today we are going through part 1 of the 12-hour marathon that we ran for Jasper's Game Day. What I'm actually doing is we're breaking down some iconic moments, we're watching the whole video, and we're just kind of making notes on just some elements. So this is kind of almost like an advice stream, as it were. We're also just kind of like just enjoying it as well. Just doing all the things. What were you guys up to today? Let me know. I see that you're back in your D&D stuff. Dave, how was your game? And Guild Superior, you were also doing some D&D stuff. Let me know how it went. Dag is somewhere. Dag is somewhat a big deal. What do you mean by somewhat? No, it's fine. I can't wait to play a game with him one day. Oh, you big softy, you. It will happen one day. It'll happen one day. You know, you say look. It's one of those cases. Try to stop me from gaming is the trick bit. You know, it's like you say my name 3 times and all of a sudden I show up in your cupboard. Anyway, I digress. So yeah, today we're looking at the marathon game. We've covered up on a bunch of different stuff already. We've talked about like character introductions, how people run them, what we're going to be doing. We're doing art today. Bobby drew the bruise. The bruise. What's the bruise? Is the bruise a Scottish thing? It's a boozy oozy. I like that. I like that. I feel as though my dwarven heritage definitely has come across a few bruisey oozes. I feel like it's also a game you play with your wee lambs. You know, you just spend your time. You go, all right, who's up for a round of boozy ooze? What do? Well, first of all, we get a jelly cube. All right, you put it in the center. You drink till you're about to be sick, and you get sick in the ooze. All right. Then what you got to do is you tie a blindfold around yourself, and you give yourself a wee spin. Then you got to stab the ooze, and if you hit it, it splits into 2, and then you got your boozy oozy. If you miss, however, then it goes to the next person. If you stab a bloke, that's when it goes to that bloke. Makes perfect sense. Don't worry. Don't think about it. Don't worry your head about it. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. Once I get the Kobold project rolling, I'll message me. Well, you know how to find me. Don't pretend. Pathfinder. Poof. It's like, here's Dak. Yes. And you know what? I am going to be playing Pathfinder at some point with the boys. I will definitely do it. Don't think about it too much. Okay, I won't. All right. So, where we are in the marathon is Duncan, a traveler from Rob's world of Rin, and Salak Frayne, a lich from my world of Olestria, have found themselves in Okanash, the home world of Dredded GM's character. We have been taken to an order, as it were, a secretive order of people who caretake for the magic and multiverse that happens here in Okanash, with Mary, the elven rogue, Dottie, the human sorcerer, and Warrior, the human barbarian, all having met our characters for the first time and discussing what recent events, including, of course, this giant hunk of meat that went through the sky, was all about, and why Salak and Duncan were brought here. So this is kind of still in the intro phase. We're about an hour into the adventure and still going into the intro, which checks out for time. Once we get to about an hour 20 minute, we're going to kind of review where we are in the adventure, because that should be the end of Act 1, where we should have already been established with a lot of the story and the lore, and we should be starting to make some actual progress into achieving stuff. I'm hoping that we get there, but let's see what happens. All right, let's continue, shall we? Also, again, any questions in chat, or if you want me to focus on something that was said or a topic, leave it in chat, because that's what this stream's all about. It's all about, like, breaking stuff down. All right, here we go. Also, thank you in advance for anyone who subs, anyone who follows. You guys are awesome. Okay, here we go.
And a human, so nothing kind of supernatural to her physique, but you do get the sense of, like, if you stared into her eyes a little bit too long, there's just like a bit of an unnatural kind of darkness.
There's something else going on there. Yeah.
So Duncan's trying to find out more about, like, what everyone can do.
You look over to Mary May, and you don't really see anything warrior-esque or magic-esque about this woman at all. She is wearing a lovely blouse and a skirt and an apron. She's quite well done up. Naturally, very English rose type, dark hair, rosy cheeks. If she wasn't as cold, she would seem incredibly innocent. But you don't see any weapons.
I make the assumption that she's an enchantress, like she can manipulate minds.
As you look over to Warrior, everything about him screams martial. He's wearing enormous plate armor, has a great sword sitting across his lap. There is no mistake.
Yeah.
You could have got that with a wand.
That guy's a wizard.
I'm just fascinated at how
Amazing.
big this elf is.
Guys,
That's the tallest elf you've ever seen.
Now-
Definitely, and I mean, because in Olestria, the elves
And not tall, just like wide as well.
Oh,
They're not, he's,
yeah,
he's not a slender elf. He is built like a brick shit house.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Do you remember the Do you remember the Sovereign from like Guardians of the Galaxy? Like
Yeah.
that's the elves from Olestria. So looking at you is like,
In
This was
compa-
definitely
in comparison
distraction.
As well, Mary May is also full elven, but like a petite 5'2" woman, like incredibly small and like very pointed ears.
Well, I
Nothing
would
like
say
Warrior.
average. I would say average height, but that's, you know.
It's not the size of the elf,
You know,
It's
okay?
tall for an elf for me. Elves are
Yeah.
usually 4 foot something, but
Yeah.
I'm
You know the
5'2".
cauliflower ears that rugby players get from being in too many scrums? Warrior's basically lost his pointed elven ears, and he
I
just
was going to
has
say, is it cauliflower point?
no, I think it's turnip ears at that point, right?
It's a cauliflower point.
Parsnip.
now,
Parsnip,
guys,
yeah,
we're up to $320 raised so far, and we've got some rewards for you guys. That's $320 towards mental health and suicide prevention and.
So yeah, this is
also
a
awareness. So thank you
great
so
point.
much.
While we're checking that out, moments like that are super important, I think, in a lot of RPGs, right? Because I mean, we live in a space where there are professional streamers and professional role players, and we can sometimes forget that this is a game that's about fun. That whole exchange about like how large Adam was, how small AJ was, how you know the cauliflower ears are on Warrior's head, you know, stuff like that is just so entertaining and so much fun. And you definitely want to embrace those elements at your game, because you know why play this if you're not gonna have fun with friends, you know?
Also, Dredd, I'm gonna just quickly send you a Nat 20 token. It's on Discord.
Oh yeah, that's right. So we were getting donated
he's actually
rewards
giving me the
from the
things
audience
we can
while
all
we were
do.
playing, and I sent him like my assets that I have for my Nat 20 and
This
stuff.
is so nice. On one of my other streams, some people pay for -2s to our rolls.
Amazing.
Come on, guys.
Look at this awesome natural 20 token. So we've got one for
Delicious.
Okay, let's
we've got one for Warrior, and we've
skip
also got another natural.
ahead a little bit, see where we can get to.
Sorry, what are we re-rolling?
Just
Another D20.
you and I both got a 12. I think we're rolling off for this magic.
Yeah, magic
item.
item. Yep.
Okay, so we got given a magic item. Can't even remember what it was.
Counterspell, you can.
And now $100 you don't get your animation.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Counterspell, you can.
And now $100 you don't get your animation.
I remember this one. This was actually pretty funny. So a bit of this.
you
AJ
choose
played
one for me
Demure
and,
Violent Killer.
the
Yes,
others
yes,
I
it
want
was.
to give
Yeah,
you
okay.
an animated shield.
Animated shield.
Cool.
That's
Do you like that?
I've got a shield.
Yeah.
But could I
I'm pretty.
animate? Could somebody like enchant this quickly to make it an animated shield?
Yeah, let's do that.
Because that, yeah.
Let's
do
just
that.
say suddenly the shield starts to shudder and shake, and then it begins to sort of like move and
Counterspell.
shudder. I'm gonna minus.
Counterspell, you can.
And now $100 you don't get your animation.
That was just me being a
There's your
jerk.
100. There's your $100.
Chaos event just
Yeah, no,
felt very
AJ played a
small.
great.
As this happens, the
Actually, you know what?
shield starts
Let's
to
take a moment here.
sway.
Let's take a moment here. So AJ played a wonderful Demure Violent Killer. I wouldn't say necessarily violent, but definitely someone with the more of the slasher archetype of the rogue, and I think she did really well. Notice as she plays, like just the level of body language that she has. This is very common of a lot of actresses and actors who use a lot of their physical performance to help generate their personas. For me, I'm very thoughtful, so you'll often find me doing like little what's the word? Like little ticks, right? Like I'll be stroking my chin, or I'll even pluck my freaking beard every now and then, or I'll like scratch my head, or I'll like rub my chin. Sometimes I even bite my hand, like, you know, when I'm like thinking. And that's because I'm a very deliberate, I guess, person when it comes to role playing and stuff. I mean, I can get into a mode, but you know, I don't know how much I enjoy that over being able to like, you know, sort of see the world and like really focus on that. But I love how AJ embodies just that sense of Mary in her own body language and stuff like that. If you can do that, absolutely. But I always recommend, remember, it's still a role-playing game and you still got to have at least a little bit of meta in there so that you remember that you're at a table playing with friends. Yeah, you know, like that's an important element too. Fancy was so amazing, keeping track of all those. Yeah, Fancy and Wraith nailed the support team on that event. So if you're watching, you know, guys, freaking Bonza. All right.
From you and float in front of you.
This is weird. She rips off of my arm. Whoa, what's okay. I mean, my shield is a magic item, so maybe that's the chaos
also
thing
super glad that I
normal?
added the shield into Hero Forge.
Is this the chaos event you've been telling me about? Yeah.
It looks pretty chaotic. Anybody know what to... I'm gonna reach up for my shield, like as it's floating there.
Yeah, as you're doing that,
definitely chaotic.
You feel this very strange sensation, Duncan, that your mind is almost tethered to the shield. As you reach out towards it, it sort of like moves instinctively towards you. Curiosity makes you just move the shield off in this direction, and it does so. And you realize that you're able to move the shield with your mind.
Huh. Oh, that's cool. I spin it around.
Does so.
Drop it down.
Whoa, okay, that's all fun and games until someone loses an eye, but be careful, okay?
Yeah.
Personal space.
Yeah, sorry, Daddy.
Okay, that's okay.
Bring it back towards me and just like hover it in front of my arm where I would have been holding it before.
Yeah.
Oh, this frees up another hand. That's useful.
Amazing. Now, as you guys are in this scene, the door suddenly opens and Averick is there. You can see that he's still wearing his full visor. He's not showing his face at all. He says, "You are to be welcomed into the chamber now before the 8 avatars of Okanash. They are the avatars of the gods. Please treat them with respect."
Okay.
Thank you.
I get myself ready to meet some gods because it's been a while. And in answer to AJ's first question, I'm wearing a sort of like a clay orange is the majority of my outfit color, but it's got trimmed with like a light purple.
Very nice.
Highlights and things. I'm wearing a cloak that seems enchanted from the way that it moves. It seems like it's sort of moving around me to kind of protect me as much as possible. It's kind of not flowing as a normal cloak would. You can kind of glimpse. I think you said you got a 31 perception or something. You can glimpse that under like here where you can see my t-shirt. In that sort of thing, you can see that there's chainmail. So I am wearing chainmail underneath, but it's not sounding like chainmail as I move. So you realise that it must be also enchanted. And then just regular boots and like working boots and stuff.
Very nice.
And a very clearly enchanted whip by my hip as well.
Hells yeah.
Mary May takes note of that, not changing facial expression at all.
and now a floating shield.
And that's actually
Mary
okay.
May did not even react. She was just sitting there with the
To
cup
actually
in hand,
describe your reaction without having a reaction is perfectly fine.
Sort of
Sometimes it's actually preferable. If you're enraged, don't shout.
Into the chambers.
Just
but
say
before
that
we enter, I just want to
with
make
anger
a quick
in your
mention.
voice.
Guys, we actually have several prizes to give away for this stream. I forgot to mention it at the start, and I just wanted to let you know, everyone at home, if you donate,
I love you, Dredd, but we're over that
you'll go
one.
into the
So
draw
I'm
to
just
win.
gonna skip
Action
ahead.
warrior frantically into this book. What am I sketching?
Oh, okay. This was
Well,
actually a really good scene here.
You're sketching
No, come back.
an enormous elf, almost as wide as he is tall. Like a
Tether, and then I pull it, and then
Okay, so here was really good.
I have
Now,
pulled out the
now,
same,
unfortunately, Dredd at this point brought up the charity stuff and the marathon stuff, which unfortunately interrupted the pacing here between where Mary had asked Duncan for their appearance, but Warrior and Selak hadn't had a chance to. So what I did here was I moved I moved that scene and recreated it. So it's important to be able to also do that, but to do it naturally. So have a watch here. This is kind of how I did it.
Okay, guys.
Without warning, in the middle of the stream, just be
Sorry,
like,
I was
"Oh."
not expecting that. I'm so sorry.
Okay, we are gonna move off into the chamber. We will talk.
I had a thing.
You do a thing. Do a thing. Do a thing.
I want to do a thing.
100 do a thing.
I have pulled out the same like kind of like magic book that I used from earlier on. This isn't technically a spell, but I don't know how it works in this world because I'm not from here. And I do the same thing with a quill. As you watch, like sort of, I grab hold of something like a tether, and then I pull it, and then draw a black quill. And I'm gonna actually.
This is my Wizard of the Scribe as
warrior
well, in case people want to know.
Into this book, like I'm sketching warrior frantically into this book. What am I sketching?
So there, by saying I'm drawing a picture of your character, I've invited Adam to describe his character.
Enormous elf, almost as wide as he is tall. Like imagine the dimensions of a dwarf, but
I like do the nudie mag thing where I have to write it on like two.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say I don't know about. I do some sketching and I always start like way too big.
Way too big, and then
like,
run out of space.
So it runs off the page, and I'm like, no.
But with an enchanted book, the page just keeps growing as you need.
Yeah, that's it.
Magnifique.
With glistening plate armor and a great sword over his shoulder.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Beautiful.
All right. Yeah. So Selak is like I said. This is actually the first time any record of other worlds has ever been made in his world. So as he's drawn this, he's making annotations like elves don't have to have magic. Very strange. Appears that strength directly relates to size, with one elf being this big and the other elf being this big.
And Warrior walks over to you. Doesn't even know your name, so he just walks over.
I haven't said it.
Yeah, you might have said your name. Excuse me, bony man. Do you know me?
I know you from now, but I haven't known you from prior.
Why are you drawing me?
Well, you are quite a fascinating creature. In fact, I've never seen something like you. In all the many years I've spent poring over books on different races, species, creatures, and magics, you are singularly unique, and I collect that which is unique.
Can you make a copy for me?
You watch as he takes a page, and as he pulls it from the
Adam.
book,
just to
goes
pause
from
here real
being
quick.
This magic page to a physical.
So Adam here has a great instinct. Right now, I've GM'd for Adam once before we actually were in this game. So Adam and I haven't role played together. We were not familiar with each other's styles, but I think Adam has a very keen instinct, and this is something you can't teach. This is something you just practice when you're doing role playing games, and that is he understands the players in a scene. Because I used the opportunity to give him a platform to describe his character, he is now reciprocating that by coming and engaging in that direct conversation with mine, giving me the opportunity to be able to do something which I hadn't yet, which is, hey, what's your character's name? We haven't even taken time to figure out what that is because, we were busy with these other guys. And that's fine, because it can't really be on one person to act like, the kid in high school, which is like, all right, everyone, we need your names, give us your favorite fruit. And, it's not like playing an icebreaker game, So this was really cool and very naturally done, which just is a great testament to how good Adam is as a role player as well. What are you doing? Well, you're weird, so... Yeah, I'm making a book of freaks, and page 1, who knew? No, it's just awful. All right.
Parchment that has an exact replica of the thing he has just drawn.
Huh. That's a lot easier than a mechanical sheep, Duncan says to himself.
A what?
No,
he opens up a new page and starts drawing
I'm
a
aware
metal
of. It has a different method of replicating things.
That sounds like a horrible way of replicating things.
Oh yeah, yeah. It is. Talk about chaos magic. Oh boy, those people in that plane. All right, Avarak is still just standing at the open door waiting for us.
No,
we're
it's
keeping
fine.
gods waiting.
Look, introductions are important. So.
Oh yeah, the last thing I'll say.
Oh no,
sorry. I was gonna say the last thing he'll say to Warrior is, "Well, Warrior, it seems as though I might die again. I would like very much to prevent this. If you aid me, I will do everything within my power to help you know more about your current condition. I am a scholar of sorts, and you may call me Salak."
I appreciate that, Salak. And he gives you a enormous clap on the back. And I hear a snap.
Immediately falls to pieces on the floor.
Dottie will lean down to like pick him up, but as well, still smiling. Just so you know, Silak, we don't really accept bribes here. You can help us out of the goodness of your heart or whatever, but don't try and bribe one of my coworkers with memories that you probably don't have, okay?
Well, look, I never promised that, but I think I'm picking up what you're laying down, and I guess I will help you. But I'm pretty much in it for my own survival at this point because I'm somewhere I'm not. And clearly, you have someone who has the ability to disassemble me at will.
Oh, that's not just the warrior, hun. We can all do that. And like her pupils just kind of like enlarge and take over her arms.
I'm kind of imagining you're just holding his skull at this point.
Yeah.
and he's like,
and just like this again. So again, this goes back into really great instincts. Remember at the very start where I said that everyone was falling into archetypes? Now we're actually getting to see these archetypes in play. Duncan, the leadership role. Mary, the kind of very, very critical, very skeptical kind of role. Dottie, the protective mother bear kind of role. Salak, the unwilling participant. And then Warrior, the big naive warrior character. So Salak doesn't want to be there. Salak doesn't want to be there. He wants to go home. He wants to do this thing. And he's like, I'll convince this guy to help me. And now Dottie's like, no. You're gonna help us out of the goodness of your heart, or else. And just been terrified. And he's like, yes, ma'am. You know, that's really cool. That is freaking awesome because it means that without actually communicating with each other, like behind the scenes and sort of scripting and writing out how we're going to interact with each other, everyone has such a good sense of each other's characters, which is a testament to everyone's ability to make it very clear through their actions, the way they're talking, what these archetypes are. So this is at 1 minute 15, so I'm going to just write this in as well. Okay, so at about 1 minute 8 was when when Dredd tried to start sending us off to see the avatars. We're about 10 minutes after this point. This is an important factor because when we're talking about checkpoints and keeping pacing and stuff like that, 10 minutes is not that long. It's perfectly fine to let your players kind of go on a bit of a leash. But you can see, even in this scene here, you can see that Dredd is now already, his head is in the next scene. He knows where he is. I would not be surprised if he didn't follow this scene entirely, but that's okay. That's perfectly fine as a GM. Because sometimes you need to let your players go so that your mind can focus on that next step, which is great. And you can see it happening here. Poor Salak, not what he signed up for. No, he didn't sign up for anything. He was just supposed to clean up under some bookshelves and got teleported against his will. So there you go. All right.
Alas. Are the four of you coming?
Yes. Sorry, Mary.
I apologize.
Oh. Did you also say that Averick was wearing a whole face shield?
Yeah,
I finally have an opportunity to use
Oh my
that.
gosh, that's sick.
Damn, that's cool.
Hells yeah.
Finally.
The natural. Can we get a photo? Can we get a screenshot of that? So the natural 20 tokens are flowing, guys. Rob's got 2.
Two?
Yep. We also got 1 for AJ, 1 for Ellie as well.
Oh, nice.
Yep, we've also got another $120 donation, and I think that might be another magic item. So we'll get to that in a second.
Use 'em.
But I think we're gonna move. We're
definitely gonna get a
move
skull
the scene
mask
on,
at some point or another.
into the
Skull
chambers
mask
here.
and an Akubra.
As you guys pass through the doors, you can see Avarak nod at each and every one of you as you pass, and you walk into a amphitheater. You can see there are these like tiered seats carved out of like black marble. In the middle of this room, you can see there's this pit of what looks like crystal sand, and sitting above
Great
it or
establishment.
presiding are
Great foreshadowing for the sand.
8 individuals sitting at a sort of like a bench, almost like when you go to a convention and you go to one of those rooms where they do interviews and stuff. I forget the
panel
word.
room.
Thank you, panel. It looks
Like
like
a
a panel.
conference,
Yeah, it
yeah.
looks like a panel. Yeah, conference. As they sit there, you can see that each and every one of them is sort of like watching over you and considering you as you walk in. Several of you already know these individuals. In attendance is not all avatars. There's only several avatars here. So there's 4 avatars in attendance. The first one, you can see this small child that seems to be sitting on a chair, holding their knees up to their chest as well. They seem to be wearing a baggy shirt, a white linen shirt, and you can also see they have this messy sort of platinum colored hair. They look at each and every one of you playfully. There's also what looks like a giant centaur that's sort of standing there with a big buff chest, and you can also see that have long hair, brown hair as well. And then there's also a tiefling who sits with a pursed look, hand over hand like this. And there's also, actually there's 5. There's a draft.
Okay, so here's a great point to analyze here. What we're looking at here is the introduction of multiple NPCs into the same scene. Do you remember before when we talked about introducing an NPC by describing as they interact? This is an example of what happens when we don't do that. He's trying at this stage to describe each and every one of the NPCs as they are before they've even done anything. And he's trying to give them each a gimmick so he can keep them straight. For me, I think off the top of my head, and I mean this politely, I mean this could be completely wrong for me, I would say that he improvised who these avatars were. I would say that he hasn't got them prepared. I believe he might have like some small details, but it would be very surprising if he didn't know that. Okay, so this is Jolinar, this is Samara, this is Billowak, and this is Myri and Vaideen. These are each members of the Avatar Council. The first that speaks to you is Mayreen, a tall Genasi who cracks her knuckles as she leans in forward. She says, "Are these the people that you've spoken to us about?" And then have somebody respond back. Then next, a tall tiefling, Samara, tosses back this silver hair that sort of flows like a veil behind these 2 ebony horns. Says, blah 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 blah. So as you're describing these characters, they're engaging with the scene, and you kind of get a bit of an inkling bit by bit. That's kind of what we were talking about before. This time he's gone a different way. So let's watch this again super quick, just to kind of hit that up again, and just see how this scene goes. So.
In attendance is not all avatars. There's only several avatars here. So there's 4 avatars in attendance. The first one, you can see this small child that seems to be sitting on a chair, holding their knees up to their chest as well. They seem to be wearing a baggy shirt, a white linen shirt, and you can also see they have this messy sort of platinum colored hair. They look at each and every one of you playfully. There's also what looks like a giant centaur that's sort of standing there with a big buff chest, and you can also see that have long hair, brown hair as well. And then there's also a tiefling who sits with a pursed look, hand over hand like this. And there's also, actually there's 5. There's a drow
And there's
hero,
also
who has
and
these
there's 5
silver tattoos sort of worked into their skin of astral trajectories and bodies as well. And there's also a turtle here
and
as
there's
well
also
with red skins, an obsidian shell that's quite heavy, and their skin is more scaly than you would expect a turtle to be. These are the avatars.
I missed the one. I missed the one before the centaur. Sorry.
Yeah. So there you go. So first of all, real quick. Mini Terrain Domain, what's up? How are you doing? Welcome in, my friends. Welcome in, Jake. I hope you are well rested and hope you are having an amazing day. Man, Jasper's was amazing. Thank you so much for joining me for my table, and thank you for bringing your community here. Guys, if you don't know who I am, my name's Michael. I'm the Dead as a Gamer. This is my place. This is my face. And I run D&D here, as well as Pathfinder and other TTRPGs. I'm a content creator from Perth, Western Australia. I go onto other people's channels and do a bunch of really cool game-related stuff. And we hang out, we talk all things RPGs. Today we are doing an analysis of our 12-hour marathon that we ran for Jasper's Game Day. We are breaking down, basically we're watching it as well as breaking down some iconic moments, some really good DMing techniques as well as playing techniques as we watch. Right now we're talking about the introduction of multiple NPCs into a scene. Now, the GM for this series, the Dredded GM, dear friend of mine, wonderful human being, has shown us in his run 2 styles of introducing multiple NPCs. And it's very interesting because one has worked super well, but as we can see in this one hasn't quite landed. And for a multitude of reasons, and we're going to discuss why. First of all, however, I hope that you guys had a enjoyable stream. Let's give a quick shout out here to my audience. Guys, if you haven't checked out Mini Terrain Dungeon, these guys are awesome and are a American-based group of role players over in their corner of the world. They, as the name implies, do a lot of stuff, making terrains, painting and the like, as well as running tabletop role-playing games. They play with one of my dear friends, Ted from Nerdocky, who is a regular on their channel and on their shows. I try to catch them wherever I can, but yeah, if you get a chance to, go check out the Mini Terrain Dungeon domain, and yeah, go hang out with MTD Jake. Now, let's talk about the NPC tactics. So the first tactic that we saw in the earlier part of this adventure was describe the character, then engage. So as long as your NPC is described and then engaged, the players then have a point of reference for the character beyond just their appearance. If you get the chance to only describe the number of people in a scene, like there are 3 people here, 2 girls and a man. The man seems to be dressed in leather armor and carries a sword on his hip. He turns and stops and says, "Halt! You cannot pass through here. By order of the Lady Isabella." Turning to his side, you can see that one of the women is equally dressed as a guard, but the third is dressed in noble finery. She tries to avoid eye contact with you. You could probably recognize that this is Lady Isabella. So this is using engagement points in order to describe and build the scene. I didn't need to build it at the very start by saying there is a person dressed in armor, he's got a sword on his hip, there's a woman, she's got a bow on her back and a sword on her hip as well, dressed in a very similar guard kind of fashion. And then there's a woman there with red hair, and she's got like long white robes, and she doesn't seem to have any weapons. She looks like she's maybe a noble or something like that. And then go back and say, all right, the male guard then turns to you and says, yeah. Because that's a lot of telling people what's going on without showing them. And then, by the time you get to the point where you're actually engaging, the players have sometimes lost what was first said, because it's basically just info dump. Here, in that scene there that we just watched, there was the info dump of the 4, then what became 5, avatars. So I can tell you now, having watched it a few times, there's a child, there's a centaur, there's a tiefling, there's a tattooed person, and then there's the turtle. So these are the 5 people. Now, you don't need to start by saying that, because by the time I then say the turtle turns to you, give my dialogue and come back to it, I guarantee you about 2 or 3 of these identities are gone. So there was no point in revealing them at the very, very start if your players then aren't primed enough to remember what they are later on. What I would do instead, which we kind of go through here, is have them start being engaged by the first of them. You see 5 unique figures standing here. The first speaks to you, a centaur with brown hair trailing over the back of his head like a mane. Are you the travelers from this distant land? At this point, interjecting is the small child, crouched over with his knees in his hands. Of course they are. We saw them come in. They're in the company of the Inquisitor. Who else would they be? The centaur replies, of course, I knew that they were going to be that. I was just saying it to begin the introductions. The turtle says, no, I think that the young lad is right. We should have known exactly who they are. You know what I mean? And then suddenly you've got these descriptions that are coming out as they're doing stuff. And now these identities are being matched in with a feeling, a sensation, a vibe, a personality. And that's way stronger than just listing out physical features. 100%. But, you know, I don't view it as a mistake. I just view it as that I think would have been a stronger way to have us remember it. Because as you can see here, Rob is frantically taking notes and has missed that first half, because by the time we've gotten to the end, he hasn't remembered what's gone on. And that's not Rob's fault. That's just how our minds work. A good point is to actually always remember that your mind can only ever hold 7 buckets of water at any given time. And it seems like a lot of water that you can hold when you think of 7 buckets. But anytime new information gets poured into these buckets, you have to empty one out to put something else in. So if you've got too much stuff going on, inevitably you're going to miss stuff. Yeah. I must say I really enjoyed getting to see Adam play D&D outside of NPC D&D. Seeing him play different characters is really cool. Yeah, no, man, Adam is great. I actually had the pleasure of a private game with Adam on playing the Avatar role-playing game. He has chops. He really does. I mean, if I had the choice to, and he wasn't already like crazy busy with all the VLDL stuff, I would definitely have him around like just a regular table. But maybe in the future. All right, let us continue. Also, guys, if you have any questions or if you want me to focus on an element of what's happened, type it in chat. Let me know. Also, if you feel like donating to the stream, we're not doing any rewards, but I'm saving up for a new computer because, as some of you have noticed, it is getting harder for me to stream because tech issues. How is the Avatar role-playing game? I'm not going to talk about it in great detail, but I will say it is enjoyable. I am only disappointed in how much it cost and how little original artwork seems to be in it at the moment. That is the only thing that disappoints me about it at the moment. But other than that, it's a fun game. So there you go. All right. Adam always struck me as being the most into D&D, and he's most adept out of the VLDL crew. Yeah, I'd say that. I think Alan is supposed to have chops as well, according to what Rob said. Rowan is definitely a lot of fun, but word on the grapevine is that he, while he enjoys playing with Rob's table and stuff like that, he might be a bit more selective with other people. Ben also enjoys it, but similar vibe, I think. I definitely would love to play with Hamish at some point as well. Hamish is a barrel of fun. I loved his appearances. All right, so let's continue.
The centaur is a drow.
Look,
so we've got
Dag is dying.
a centaur, a tiefling,
because that's when Dag didn't realize he had
A
COVID.
child. There's a child here as well. Yeah.
Child.
Looks
Because
like
I had COVID. Apparently,
now
no one wanted to tell me.
the
Jerks.
So the people that do know them here, the drow, who's bald and has the silver tattoos, is the avatar of light, the avatar of the sun god Hosen. You've also got the turtle, who is a dragon turtle. He is one of very few dragon turtles still in existence within the world as well. And he's the avatar of the war domain. You've also got the tiefling, who is the avatar of the knowledge domain. And you've also got the centaur, who's the avatar of the nature domain. Okay, cool. The first one to speak to you all is the dragon turtle. He leans forward and sort of like regards you all, mostly looking towards Duncan and Selleck. He then looks back to the order members as well. And he will start off by saying, as you probably already know, there has been a major chaos event. A red comet or meteor has crashed into the oceans of Van Helgrella. In its trail, it left a red blood mist. Part of it broke off, dropping flesh into our many realms.
The sites that have been littered with this abomination have turned feral. We believe it is connected to the being known as Senso.
Now, for the people here that are Okonesh natives, there has been word of Sensor traveling around and doing this sort of conquest campaign where he's trying to find warriors of great renown or stature and ending them. However, it's very much a Moriarty sort of situation. Sensor seems to always be 2 moves ahead, and they haven't been able to catch him. It has set Kaludar, who's the dragon turtle, down a sort of like white whale sort of like arc. He's been trying to find Sensor because the blade that Sensor wields is a holy relic that belongs to the war domain, and so it's almost driven him to do some very dangerous things. He looks.
All right, so here was a good opportunity, and I would say, yeah, Dredd's got an amazing narrative voice. I would say this is a good point. He started off super well, describing Senzo like this is what you know as the natives and stuff like that. But then going into the stuff about the avatar, the Dragon Turtle avatar, and how it like kind of sent him down a dark road, I would have loved to have seen that as something you found out from the Dragon Turtle as well, or even from one of the other avatars who turn around and tell you that one of us was driven near to madness at like yada yada. You know what I mean? Like just creating that sense of space and creating that sense of connection. That being said, Dredd was trying to keep well within time, and so I'm very happy with the fact that, you know, I think in a way what he did shortened how long it was going to be, but at the same time, again, it's never a bad idea to engage with those elements that would build up these characters as well. Even if these characters are bit characters, it's a really important element. So yeah.
Towards Duncan and Selleck and says,
This being Senso is a born god, born of madness.
He did a very good job.
He was birthed with the worship of the Kuatoa. This god has been leading a campaign of conquest. And we believe, that whatever this meteor is, he intends to claim its powers. If Senso does this, it could lead to devastating effect. May I ask, which realms you come from? Which worlds you come from? We are not new to extraplanar travelers. Not too long ago, one like you,
and he almost spits venom towards you, Selleck,
brought a creature of unfathomable danger to Phaetun and tried to destroy the stars. A lich known as a Sirirek.
Well, to answer your question, I am Salak, and I have come from the realms of Olestria. And as far as I'm aware, knowledge of other realms doesn't exist there. And from the sounds of your lich, it sounds as though someone was a bit ambitious. Honestly, I'm here against my will, and if I could get back home, it would be absolutely lovely.
Roll a persuasion check for me. Is anyone else want to interact with the scene as well? So you just want, that was the end of the sentence, or I just want to go back home?
Yeah. Does Warrior recognize sorry, what was the turtle's name?
Kaludar.
Does he recognize him at all?
I would like to think that the two of them have trained together. He might have taken special interest in Warrior and has kind of been like a mentor or guardian to sort of like help him get back to where he currently is. Yeah.
Because the total was the war domain.
That's what I'm thinking. It's war domain, so very likely would have met.
So super quick, right here. And this was a good move for Dredd. Super awesome move for Dredd. Also, really quickly, Mod, I hope you also have an amazing day, my friend. Please enjoy your trip. Enjoy talking to cool people and doing all the stuff. Yeah, go safely, my friend. So here Dredd did this was a great idea. Dredd at this point, I feel, understood that there was a little level of discomfort with having so many avatars. So he honed in on the dragon turtle. Brilliant move. That for me shows how experienced he is as a GM, because he knows when to cut what he needs to in order to get what he needs across. I think once he started getting into the Senzo story, once he got that tie to the dragon turtle, which, I mean, again, I don't know if this is the case, but if I were to guess, I would say that he kind of made that connection up as he was telling the story, that this was the avatar that had the Moby Dick kind of thing to him. Maybe he didn't. I mean, who knows? I mean, I'm not privy to his background stuff. But the cool thing is that then became the focus. This guy became the main point of contact, and the group then had something to really latch onto. We're going to keep watching, but we're going to see how many times the others get mentioned. And I'm going to write this down as well. So we had the turtle. We had the turtle, which has been mentioned a few times. We have the centaur. We have the drow. We have the child. And we had the... I don't remember what the other thing was. See, that's the whole thing. I'm gonna go with it was the tattooed person, whoever that was. It was the tattooed individual, I believe. So there we go. All right. So we'll have a look and we'll see how many times the others get mentioned. Right now, the turtle's been mentioned and everyone's kind of got a brief description. But let's see how further into the conversation they get.
He has that sort of
tiefling. That's it. Thank you.
Mentality over much of his domain, and runs martial practices, and sort of looks after his troops best he can. But he doesn't take it easy on them. But he definitely loves his domain.
Sorry, did you say that we could also roll perception or insight to
you guys can interact
suss out Selak?
You guys can definitely interact with seeing how it like. With player versus player roles, generally I get the player for charisma, insight stuff like that to set the DC, and then they can describe what you would read. Selak, what was your persuasion, bro?
12.
12. Okay, cool. All right.
So would I roll an insight or a perception, do you think?
Insight.
Cool. I just want to suss him out. I just want to,
It was really funny because there was nothing 24. To suss out.
Selak looks tired. That's probably the best way to describe it. He looks as though he has understood now, after a long period of time, what immortality actually feels like. He has dealt with all the bullshit in his life. And he wants more or less, more than anything, to be left to his own devices. However, fate, people, questing, whatever happens to be, thrusts him into situations he is capable of dealing with, but finds tiresome. Mm-hmm. His desire to just go back home is a very genuine one, probably closely followed by his desire not to die while on a different plane to his phylactery, because he doesn't know what'll happen if that happens.
Hano, the tiefling, the avatar of knowledge, looks over to Kaladar, who's currently glaring towards Selak, and Hano will say, I believe him.
Tiefling not mentioned?
We are still yet to know more on Lichdom.
And, if it's
inspiration,
use
that's
to,
what the glowing
and I
green
feel as though
dots
this
are.
might be my ticket to having heroes trusting one such as myself. My full nomenclature is Selak Frame the Thrice Damned. Long ago, heroes cursed me with 3 unbreakable curses. I can never tell a lie. I must always fulfill a request made of me to the best of my abilities, and I may not refuse any request made of me. In and amongst the requests that have been made over the years is the fact that I may no longer bring harm to the innocent, and I may also not wear the color purple.
I'm sorry, and Aren't two of those 3 dams the same thing? If you can't refuse one and you must complete it.
Well, no. Completing it to the best of my ability presumes that if the request is made of me, that I accept it. The first one ensures that I accept it. The person who dealt with me had in their possession also dealt with a genie lamp and was very
very clever about the wording.
Oh, you deal with a genie lamp once and you're always on edge ever since.
I know. What's with that? What's with genies? Why are they all jerkwads? Why can't you just give me a turkey sandwich without making the turkey a living sandwich?
Tell me about it. The number of times that I have
across the multiverse,
What's
genies
your
are just
language? We're in front of avatars.
I love that. I love that moment. Obviously, Salak's a bit of a, like I said, the comic relief kind of character. That's the nature of how he was built. That's how, kind of he was built to become fundamentally a toothless lich. So in my world, Salak is a harmless lich, which is kind of hilarious, right? Dottie is also a very comic character, very lighthearted, and brings up stuff. Rob is awesome. Rob tends to be very fluid with what's happening in a scene. If the scene calls for humor, Rob is humorous. If the scene calls for seriousness, Rob is serious. So in that scene, explaining that, hey, this is what I do. Effectively, I grant wishes. Dottie kind of lent into it. I lent into it. Rob lent into it. But now we've got AJ bringing us back, because that's what the character would do, because that's the one who is skeptical, the one who is suspicious, the one who is trying to fulfill the mission, as it were, which I think plays very, very nicely here. Notice how everyone's contributing something a little bit different, which I cannot stress enough is important. Even if it's not the same, if we're all playing silly buggers, right, we don't get anything done. So that was really, really cool, how that kind of interjected in there.
Warrior has been standing behind this commotion, kind of looking around with a confused look on his face, and he steps forward to the turtle, whose name I've forgotten again.
It's fine.
Very appropriate.
Well, yeah, to be honest,
Appropriate for a guy with amnesia.
I actually don't even know if he's introduced himself. Anyway, he steps forward and he steps in front of the group and says, "Why have you brought me here?"
Well, Warrior, we intend to ask you to travel to the sites of this blood meteor. We would send our own forces there. However, we are currently dealing with the feral who now ravage the lands in the wake of the blood meteor.
You have feral here?
We believe that the meteor brought it here with it. The only thing that resembles anything like the feral is the Scourge. Though the Scourge have been slumbering of late. Quiet. Their ravages. Still.
Well, there's only one thing I remember about myself, and he brings his sword out. So you have my sword. Does anyone have a bow?
And my whip. I'd say.
Oh yeah, I love it.
And my exasperated sigh.
Well, you have me until 6, because then I got to do pickup.
I love it.
That was a great line.
Yeah.
So, listen, I think I may have possibly figured out how I ended up.
Okay, so we're about an hour and a half in. So, as we were talking about before, right? At about maybe a third of the way in, that's when you want to start moving the progress towards the main quest here. So we're a little bit over time here in terms of like where we are in terms of our positioning, but that is fine. All it means is that you need to kind of be mindful of, like, if you were running your own campaign, if you give the quest out, your quest should really come in just before that 1/3 of the way through your adventure. So if you're running a 3-hour game, just before the 1 hour mark, that's where you should be giving the quest, so that once that's done, you are now on your way into Act 2. So I think Dredd's still good for time here, actually. And now that we have the quest, go to this place, get the thing, and yada, yada, yada. Now, at this point, we're gathering what we need to set out on the quest. This is just kind of the last leg we have before stepping into Act 2. This is usually the last chance that most players in a game of D&D will get to resupply, rest, recuperate, and all of that sort of stuff. If you are a player in your table, look for these moments. These are going to be very, very important. If someone has just given you a quest, likely that is also them telling you this is your last chance to shop, get prepared, get anything you think you'll need for the task at hand. Keep that in mind. And then, yeah, if you could capitalize on those moments, even better for yourself as well.
Up here. Long story short, he tells the story about the goblin, the broom, and the portal. By the way, he does still have
I
a
did
broom.
wonder why you were holding a broom, to be honest.
I am not allowed to put it down until I clean under the bookshelf. Don't ask.
I want this lich in my house, huh?
Yeah, it seems like it'd be useful.
Salak unveils a story, and I'm going to cast Major Image because I am not still aware of how chaos works in this.
So you're casting Major Image?
I'm going to cast Major Image.
What level's that?
Sorry,
I know it, but yeah, 3. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna roll a chaos check. Usually the players would roll it, but I'm gonna roll it just to
Nice.
As your major image kicks off, however, and you start to tap into the magic, what's very interesting is the pit in the middle of this room starts to sort of shift and change to your magical will.
Super quick, there is actually a phrase used in writing called the gun on the mantelpiece. It refers to seeing something, such as a gun on the mantelpiece, and then making sure that later on in the story or in the adventure, that gun gets used for something. In this case, when we entered, if you remember, Dredd described a pit in the center of the room filled with glass-like fibers of sand. That's one of those things that I think is super important, is the gun on the mantelpiece moment. So I really loved the fact that he took that moment, because I think we could have very easily shifted and just gone straight into the quest. That I used the major image to kind of create that imagery, and then he kind of tied it back to the gun on the mantelpiece was so good. I loved that moment. Hey Rob, how you doing? I have not said nice things about you. You don't need to watch this VOD later on to figure that out. Also, if you want to, you are welcome to join me. Just saying. Just let me know in Discord if you would like to. I am just watching the Dredd's thing and just taking notes as a GM and as a player. We're analyzing some of the techniques used, and Chekhov's gun. Yeah, that's another name for the gun on the mantelpiece. Yeah, Chekhov's gun. Yeah. It's another thing. I was taught gun on the mantelpiece, right? It is Chekhov's gun. But yes, callbacks are super important, absolutely. Because without them, it's just added details that make the place look nice, but ultimately take away. Here we now get to see it in action, and I think that's a super strong choice here. And it made the visual just so beautiful as well. Like, just wait till you hear the descriptions. He nails it, absolutely nails it here.
Causing the image to sort of like appear inside that crystal pit.
Oh, that's cool. So, what happens in the middle of the pit? Almost like sand rising up, it creates this image of a world. Selak says, and I'm not going to do the voice the whole time because that's going to bug me, he says that in the world of Alestria, a god of destruction landed on the actual world itself, transforming itself into a hungering and endless devouring monstrosity. It took the old races of Alestria many years to tear apart the body, and when it did so, even the bits, the chunks, the flesh, the bones, all of those things would drive creatures mad, creating what was known as the feral. The feral then spread across the lands like a plague. Not only did they feed off other creatures, but the hunger that surrounded them would infect others. It actually took many mages and many people to eventually seal away all of the pieces of the flesh of the god of destruction in order to eventually quell the feral. But even then, many had to be put down permanently. Selak says that in his dungeon, deep below it, he is one of the guardians or the safekeepers of one of these pieces in his world. The fact that a portal appeared, the only thing that happened was I went through.
But if what you describe has happened, it is what happened in my world and started an age of monsters, which is quite devastating.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good thing. We got to find this Senso, you say? We got to stop him before he gets this power, because Age of Monsters doesn't sound like an age you're going to want to get plunged into.
Yes. Senso wields a blade, a godly blade. What this blade does is it drinks in power, infusing it and giving the wielder godly powers. If Senso, this god blade wielded by a manifested god, drinks in this power you speak of, Zelik, I fear what is to happen to our realms.
Ooh, chills right there. So this is okay. So we have the quest. We had to go and investigate the fleshy meteorite that came through. In passing, they mentioned the ferals, which got Select to unveil a part of my story, which is one of the origins of what the threat was here. With this new information, we now have a good idea of what the stakes are. Because otherwise, why go and investigate this thing? Like, it's a passing curiosity. Go send someone from the town to go deal with it. Go find a paladin. Why are we finding these interdimensional travelers to go and deal with this? Well, it now becomes clear. This danger is something that is not familiar to this world. Going to some other person, damn it, Rob. Yuck. Ick. Just ick, Rob. But, in telling people from Okanash to go and deal with this problem is not going to be appropriate. Selak, the most unwilling participant in this group, is the only person who can really come through here. Mary, Dottie, and Warrior being representations of the Order going as well, and Duncan's knowledge, skill, and prowess make this the perfect team for dealing with this. If they don't succeed, the fate of the world rests in your hands. You know, Dredd's got a perfect narrative voice for that, and that for me was just like one of those really glorious moments, because now we have established this. It is an hour and a half in to the show. We have the quest, we have our consequences, we have our direction. We are now primed and ready to kick off where we are going in this adventure. Which, if we take, say, 20, 30 minutes for the start of the game, is exactly on the hour point, which is perfect. Dredd has hit the checkpoint. So there you go. There you go.
So I ask you all, please travel to this site. End this danger.
And Teledar stands up and starts to descend the podium towards Warrior. And Warrior stands taller than the Dragon Turtle, way taller.
As a sign of respect, he drops to his knee.
Yeah. He's gonna have his hands just in front of him, and he's gonna say,
"Bring the Holy Blade back to us, Warrior."
Of course.
I have the utmost faith in you. And I hope that you discover what you need to.
When I return, I would love to train with you more and hear more of my history.
He nods. There's an expression of pride, and as his face sort of like pulls into the expression of pride, the very deep cracks in his face from scowling all the time start to reveal this sense of relief.
Take this.
He hands you what looks like a small, tiny, little metal green wizard hat.
If you need it, call on the Green Wizard. He may not appear. We haven't seen him in some time.
Another use of Chekhov's gun there to get Dredd's
Warren
character
just
in
takes
later
it
on.
and puts it inside his plate armor.
All right.
Mary May's gonna watch on complete blank expression and then politely curtsy to the avatars.
They know back. You can see the little girl sort of chuckle from her perch.
Look, we don't talk about how often Dredd repeats certain words.
Don't you go.
We appreciate the
Duncan
adjectives,
is
each and every one of them.
accustomed to getting somewhere new and having to watch what the local customs are. So he's watched He's watched Warrior go down to one knee and Mary May start to curtsy.
I
He
love
kind of
this
looks over
scene.
to Dottie
This was
to
such a
see
good
how
scene.
she's responding.
Oh, so I think Dottie is gonna go to her big. She's got like a big kind of like knitting bag, almost like a big duffel, that kind of thing. And she's like, "Oh my goodness, I almost forgot." And then she's gonna bring out a Tupperware of like some cookies that she baked.
For the gods.
And she's gonna go to like, I think probably the turtle avatar and be like. I know you couldn't have the last batch. This is gluten-free, I swear.
Gluten-free turtle.
As we know, gods are often gluten-free.
Yeah, it didn't have to be
And
gluten-free.
it's also got some.
but it was.
Basically, what I did is I ground some mincemeat in there for your specific taste. So there you go. I felt bad because you missed out last time. There you go.
He takes it and he says,
Thank you, Dottie.
he puts the Tupperware.
And you know what? Good on Dredd for actually embracing that. You know what I mean? Okay, so once again, because Rob wasn't here, I'll actually break this down as well. We each played very unique and independent hero archetypes for this particular battle, for this particular series. So Rob played the role of the reliable, experienced veteran who also has the potential to become the leadership character here. Mary played the skeptic, the person who questions everything and who makes sure that we stay safe by being suspicious of a bunch of different stuff. Dottie, the motherly character, the kind of person who cares about the people in the group as well as making sure that, morale stays high as well. Selak is the unwilling hero, the one who doesn't want to be a hero but is, through fate, act, or whatever, has to step up and rise to the challenge. And then we have Warrior, who is the bulwark, the person who shields the group and protects them, as well as has a drive that drives himself forward that isn't necessarily one of violence, like the whole amnesia thing. So with this and all the different ways together, it's really cool because we see how now Dottie has adapted the scene here, and Rob actually did something very, very unique and very cool at the start. He didn't immediately react to how to respond to the council. Mary did a curtsy, Warrior took a knee. He then asked what Dottie did before he interjected. Now this is important because it sets a tone, it sets a pace. Now Rob has a choice here once Dottie hands the cookies. Do I accept what Mary said or what Warrior said, or do I accept what Dottie says? So let's see what he decides.
And then back on, he looks very chuffed with himself. And then he goes over and he just gives one of these these sort of side hug things. He's just like,
yeah. And don't forget, Margarita Mondays still stands. I don't want to be the only no friends Nigel at the bar like last time. Okay, it's a standing offer.
Amazing.
All right, standing.
I love it.
And then she's gonna get her little duffel and get ready to swan on
Hells
out.
yeah.
Duncan immediately feels a lot safer in any way that he could. Like he was like, he's been around gods before, not often, but a couple times, and he's like, if you say the wrong thing, you might really offend them. If you don't bow when you should, if you turn your back on them or whatever, and so he's like, oh no, I'm good. I'm good with these guys.
Your gods in your world sound boring.
That's it. Adam just calls him straight out. But yeah, so there you go. Right there, Duncan acknowledges and reacts and responds to what Dottie has done. That is such an important skill to have when you're a role player, right? Because there are lots of people who just outrightly ignore what your other cast members or what your other players are doing. I say cast members, but you don't have to be on a stream to do this. If a player does something at your table, take your time to acknowledge what they do. Take your time to just accept and add that to your role play and what he does. So the fact that Duncan was put at ease by how Dottie reacted is just, it's very telling. Again, and I will say this again repeatedly, Rob has great and phenomenal instincts when it comes to roleplay. And he actually roleplayed this morning in a improv game, very, very improv game. And I've got to say this, is Rob has definitely got some major skills when it comes to his abilities to improv due to how sharp his instincts are as a role player. And that is a great example, literally in action, of how he didn't react immediately. He passed the ball to one of his fellow players. He then reacted and responded to that player once he knew what all of the important and relevant people in that scene did. He made his choices. So, very well set up and very awesomely done. Hey, welcome into Phoenix Iwaki. Hi guys, welcome. Welcome in. My name's Michael. I'm the Dead Aussie Gamer. I hope you guys had a wonderful stream. Let's give you a good old, big old shout out here. Phoenix Iwaki is a near and dear friend to the Dead Aussie Gamer channel. We play lots of games together in the past, and we will be playing one tomorrow. Straight after Sirens and Silver, we're gonna be doing something fun. I haven't built my character yet. I will build it tonight, and I will send it to you, Phoenix. Don't worry. But yeah, welcome in, guys. My name is Michael. I'm the Dead Aussie Gamer. I run tabletop role-playing games here on the Twitch channel. I'm also all over the internet, so you can Google me. You can find me all over the place. I'm part of a stream team with the indomitable Robert Hartley GM, who actually, you know what? Let's do some shout-outs here. This is Robert Hartley GM. So go check out his channel. And then we also have the Dredded GM. We are part of a Australian, New Zealand based stream team, and we are currently today reviewing reviewing our 12-hour marathon. This is part one, because I'm definitely not doing a 12-hour marathon of a review, where we're reviewing Dredd's first part of the Jasper's Game Day. We are breaking down some of the great moments of roleplay, talking about them, analyzing them, as well as GMing, and sharing the information with you. As I'm making notes, I will be releasing these notes on my Patreon later on. So if you want to know what I learned and what I've gathered from this experience, you can find it over there. Also, if you have any questions regarding, or if you want me to focus on any of the moments you're watching as we're watching, let me know and we'll do that. So excited for tomorrow. Don't miss everyone. Dag, Dredd, and AJ and Kendall from One for All are going to be playing. Yes, we are. And AJ's there and Dredd's there and I'm there. There you go. Yeah, we are definitely an awesome stream team trio. We play off each other's very unique styles very well. And honestly, I'm gonna gush here. The marathon game is to date the best game I've ever run. It has also been the best games I've ever played in. I've never been so happy at a game table to from start to finish of any kind of thing that length. So these were just amazing, and I cannot wait to get these edited and put into your hands so that you guys can enjoy every single second of it. So yeah, Rob Dredd did an amazing job on their stream. This is just literally me taking a moment to acknowledge everything that was awesome about it. So there you go. Yay. Okay, here we go. Let's continue, shall we? So right now we are at an hour and 40 minutes in. The group has finally said farewell to the avatars who have given us our quest. We are now into Act 2, where we are now addressing and dealing with the majority of the problem, which, for those of you who have just joined us, a giant meteorite has shown up. It has come from a different world to the world of Okanash, which is where Dredd's from. It has come from my world of Olestria, which is where Selak is from, and breeds cannibalistic monsters, basically. The group has been tasked to go and deal with that before a sword that is able to eat flesh and suck up souls goes and takes its power. So there you go. 491 Phantom, gotta go folks, 11 p.m. here, and alarm goes off at 5 a.m. Oof, that is an early start. I don't know what that's like, right, Rob? But still, have a good night, enjoy yourself, and have a good day, whatever the day brings you, Phantom. Okay, let us continue, shall we? And again, if you guys have any questions, or if you have anything you want me to focus on, let me know. Okay, here we go.
Okay, so standing up, you can see the tiefling stand up and start moving towards you. She's going to say, I'm going to take you to the teleportation circles now. They haven't been active for some time. There is a chance that there might be a mishap or chaos event, but with what's happening, we can't risk the travel that is required to get to where this site is. Now, well, we don't know if you're going to appear exactly where you need to appear, but we can only hope.
Do we have anything of this this Senzo or this creature that has fallen from the sky? This thing. I have tracking abilities pretty well. If we've got anything of them, it makes it easier.
Right.
So that
okay.
there's Rob.
So as you say that,
so there's Rob exercising what we were talking about before. At the end of Act 1, just after where the quest comes in, that's where the players will now have the opportunity to supply, to gain any information, to get whatever they can before they set out. So this is again, Rob instincts on 100% here.
Holding the Tupperware container, who was now we're heading back up to the podium. Their shoulders drop. They look back towards you, the dragon turtle, and they start to move towards you.
My hand sort of instinctively just goes to closer towards my hip, just where my
I immediately stop your hand moving any further towards your blade.
Put my hand back down again.
Okay. He then reaches into a small satchel at his side, and you hear the sound of the clasp unfastening, and he takes out several shards of ruby.
The blade was damaged. This belongs to it.
These appear very similar to the ion stones that are examined by wizards and arcanists alike. May I?
Of course.
I'm gonna mage hand them over to me, mostly because I don't touch people.
They start coming over towards you.
As I sort of clasp them, I'd like to do an Arcana check to try and ascertain the properties of the gems individually.
All right. An Arcana check.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Roll.
Okay. I think we can skip over this next bit. I think
21.
pretty much we find out that we find out that these are stat
If you don't want to do
boosts.
that, Adam, it's because your HP is currently 109.
I've got a skeleton hand.
No, it's funny because I made you do something.
I don't even know what that was.
As these shards are presented and the Selak is sort of observing them, you do understand that these prismatic stones that were once rubies start to sort of alter themselves to help the rest of you on your quest. It's almost like the blade is like calling for your help.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Would you like to give them to the other players? I'm assuming you will. Dag?
Selak?
No, for me.
Why don't you hand those out to people?
If you don't, I might mage hand it over.
Why don't you hand those out to people?
I was actually this close to just embedding them all in my head and becoming a demi-lich.
No, it's funny because
I didn't tell anyone. I was actually messaging Dredd like, what would happen if I stuck these in my eyes?
As he tries to grab at them, but he can't.
Oh my God.
He does manage to catch one. And he's like,
Amazing.
Isn't that just gonna fall out from your
Fall
wrist?
immediately out of the bottom of his
Yeah.
I see that, and I don't know what this is, so I assume I have to do that too, and I eat mine. I have no context.
Dude,
Yeah.
monkey do, monkey do.
Yeah.
I love it.
As you go to throw it in your mouth, it stops mid crunch, and then starts to float around your head, like an astral belt. So
Oh,
it's floating
thank
there in front
God.
of you.
Otherwise, I was gonna have to get some Metamucil.
You know, it's really funny when Rob did that. I was like, that literally inspired me to actually make ion stone lozenges that you put in your mouth, and the longer you suck them, the more that you actually have the ion stone's ability, but it's just in your mouth, and once you either swallow it or chew on it, that expends it straight away. Yeah, because I loved that. I love that visual of like putting the lolly-sized ion stone in your mouth. So now there are magic lozenges in my world. So there you go. Thanks, Rob.
I have a very weak
Fiber.
esophageal passage, so would have been fine.
Amazing,
Right.
and it does so for the rest of you that sort of take up these special stones of power. Okay.
I said to Selak, so you have Ioun in your world?
Yes, we have
Goddess
the
knowledge.
So a long time ago, the dwarves basically dug all of it out.
Amazing. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Now, as you are saying this, as you're walking towards the teleportation circle, you can continue this conversation.
Selak is answering like everything about the history of the Ion, because he can't not.
Yeah, he's trying. I'm keeping because I just eventually say like, yeah, Ioun was one of our old gods. We don't worship her anymore, but she kind of goes by a new name now, or she's been split into new gods, or however those things work. But fascinating that the gods are kind of multi-planar as well.
Hunter, the avatar of knowledge, says, well, Ioun here is a word, so perhaps in its lineage it did belong to Arkham or another god, but we don't know.
Fascinating. Well, it was a pleasure to meet all of you.
I might, before we leave, specifically the avatar of knowledge, be like, how does it work compensation-wise for these guys? Because, you know, they're not even from our plane, so do they just invoice us, or...
Well,
I just want to make sure that everyone's getting, you know, like a fair share hourly.
We will most probably owe them one, so to speak. So.
Okay. Well, are you guys okay with that?
I mean, I'm fine with multiplanar beings owing me one. That's how I get by.
Yep. Okay.
Well, as long as they can get me home, I can agree to this.
I think even I could get you home, theoretically.
Well, I just want to make sure that we're all being treated fairly. If not, and she might like reach into her shirt, like her pocket, and
Can I take a moment to acknowledge the fact that Selak Frane's only goal is to go home? Duncan throws in, I could take you home, and it's never brought up again.
Fine. The orders union, like, you know, make sure you're getting treated fairly. It's important.
Thank you.
But you have to pay your union fees.
Well, yeah.
I'm good. I'm already a member of the Horizon Shine. It's taking up all of my money to make that.
And poor AJ.
I'm currently in the process of making a teleportation circle as well, so that's a very expensitive process on my world. Anyway.
She looks so done with everything.
Oh boy.
Do you use gold in your world?
Oh, gold, yeah, gold, rare chalks, emeralds, all kinds of minerals, materials.
Well, if we are able to, we'll compensate you before you leave.
Oh, thank you.
And if you do leave, hopefully you can find your way back here, and we can compensate you.
Now that I've been here, it will be relatively easy.
Excellent. Well, that's all I had to say. I'll see you guys later.
All right.
To the avatars.
All right.
Obviously, I'll see you guys.
So you guys start passing the various through the various domains. Before leaving the war domain, you pass through a past a temple, and I'm sorry, I forgot to grab this. Give me a sec. Hold.
No problem.
Listen to the angelic music.
Just stand.
Oh, good. I thought that was me. Because I had Sirens up earlier on, and I thought that my computer was glitching, and I was like, where is this music coming from?
No, it's coming from Foundry.
Singing.
Yeah.
Laura was in his head. He's just hearing angelic music in his head.
Always.
I'm just like, this is how I die.
As you pass this temple, you see a statue that looks very much like this. You can see that its acolytes have shaved their heads in sort of like a respect to this individual. They seem to be clasping what looks like a gem or a stone in their hand. And you can see them all sort of like reverently like talking amongst each other. One of them walks up to you all and says, "Good day. Good things are coming." And then they move on as well. This is the Temple of Corbel, one of our heroes of this world. As you passed it, you go through the life domain, and you can see this monolithic, huge construct or building that has fire wreathed through its form in the life domain. This is known as the Life Giver's Loom. You eventually come to the knowledge domain, a very Romanesque style domain where a lot of people are sort of like debating and talking amongst one another, and you start to head towards the centerpiece of this place, where there are stairs that lead up into this massive library. As you ascend the stairs, you see that there are these fundamental truths written on each step. And these are known as the fundamental steps. You eventually lead to the top and walk through the libraries into one of the back rooms, where you can see they have a room that has several teleportation circles sort of worked into the stone, though they aren't written with chalk. They are almost like a dial, and they have mechanisms. Hano stands there with you all and nods and says, "Thank you for this. You doing us a great service."
Was there anyone I recognized on the way? Because I would have just handed them my teacup and saucer without.
Definitely.
Oh, you mean you didn't hand that to one of the gods before we left?
No, not at all. Not at all. Just like a random person in one of the domains, not even made eye contact with them, just handed the saucer.
Just hold it out and they grab it like, what? I
guess I got it. All right.
Okay.
It might be a common occurrence.
Dredd, can we get the volume down a touch? It went a bit
so
loud for me.
you are able to control the volume. That's one of the really cool things about Foundry. On the right-hand side, the music note, you click global controls, not the single song. You need to do global.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Guys, as the apparatus of this teleportation room starts to whir into motion, you start to see magic start to kick in from each single dial. You start to see Hano giving almost like this script or like programming to the dial itself, trying to dial in the best estimation of where this place is currently. This red comet has landed and crashed into the oceans. And with that, we are going to take a break. I am going to say a massive thank you to everyone at home. So far, we're up to 6.
All right. So, first of all, yes, Dredd does have a kind of bridge between Aussie and American. And you know what? I think you, me, and Dredd kind of do. I know it sounds weird. Well, you New Zealand and American. I think it's because we've played so many games with Americans that we've kind of polluted our dialects. So we've got like these few weird things, like just here and there. Also, yes, Faye, that is very exciting. Dredd runs a mean game, so well freaking done getting on that table. Now, just real quick, let's skip through the break over here. Am I imagining the thing from Stargate for this mechanism? Well, yeah, I mean, it was kind of supposed to be Stargate inspired, as it were. Did I forget something? Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. And
guys definitely have the ability to do it.
We're just going to be critting on every attack.
Yep. And also, if you don't know, my pink deadlies are on, so they are my killer dice. My meats behind that people have been eating because they can't.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, right, this. Noise warning.
Quick catch up to everyone at home. Essentially, what's happened so far is.
Yeah, noise warning, because I end up playing with the audience a little bit and then ended up like getting into a pink deadly fight.
Leaving this feral meats behind that people have been eating because they can't help it and they turn feral themselves. And that's my world. So some of the pinnacle people in my world have asked these heroes here to go see what it is because they're currently dealing with.
I have 86,000 points on Dredd's channel.
Extra planar, not really invaders. They're friends in my.
I could have kept this up the entire stream. I didn't.
Invaders.
They've
good. Come into this world to sort of drawn to whatever event has happened. So please check out the VOD later on to see what the story is because it's an epic story and it's only part 1 of our marathon. So, all right, let's get this game kicked off.
It was.
I think the music's a tad loud for people.
No.
It's just the pink deadlies.
Yeah, it was my little battle.
Pink deadlies on and off is way too loud, apparently.
Yeah, we can't hear that in
how to mute it.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, we can't hear the pink deadlies in our chat, so I didn't know how loud it was. Because I challenged the chat because they kept turning it on. I said, I've got 81,000 points. You can try me. They're 250 Switch, so.
don't bait the chat.
Yeah.
It ends well for no one. Or maybe chat.
Suddenly you feel the inertia of teleportation rip through you as you walk into the room of the spinning dials of Arcane. You are ripped towards a place most foul, but beneath you, soft underfoot, is flesh. You are surrounded in an ocean of blood, and there you see 3 fire giants currently consuming the flesh of this creature. Greedily, they take.
Okay, so here were a couple of, well, I mean, I wouldn't say mistakes. These are just a couple of different things. So firstly, we jumped from the teleportation pad to the middle of the fight. That is fine. You know, you can definitely have those moments where you jump from place to place. Here is a couple of things that I would have added. Don't forget, sensation is very key and very important to where you end up. If you are surrounded by meat, there would be this metallic tinge in the air, like this smell. As you place your feet down on the ground, there would be the liquid kind of slipping or the undulation of flesh beneath the feet as they step down onto this like kind of meaty, blood-soaked beach. And as for the eating of the flesh, you know, again, like even making the sounds of the tearing of the sinews as the jaws kind of hit in. You don't necessarily need to go into gore, but just those you know, touch, hearing, smells, taste, all these little elements, I think really sell those kind of scenes as well. So don't forget, if you really want to kind of build up on stuff, don't be afraid to. I think here we're very strapped on time. We were at the halfway mark. There was still a lot of stuff to do. So teleporting straight into the next battle and going off was the right move here. But if you're running this game, 100%, don't forget to, you know, like throw in those sensations as well. Rotten meat has a very foul smell. And if you want to try and describe it, you know, the smell of rot or smell of decay, you don't need to go into too much details like rotting eggs and blah, 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 blah. But even just decay as a word, or rot or fungus, the sliding sensations or the slippery sensations, touch, you know, words. Highly recommend, if you get a chance to, get those like kind of word a day calendars. You pick up a lot of really cool adjectives through stuff like that. Okay.
Hair at it, pushing it into their mouths as fast as they can, and they all turn to face you with absolute malice and
I immediately cast protection from energy on fire and give myself resistance to fire damage.
They're
Jama. Please don't hit me. I am so squishy.
And then I obviously grab my whip out and I say the bonus word to activate the shield.
Hells yeah.
Around them.
They turn to face you, meat dripping from their maws. They grab their weapons next to them, giant great axes, bigger than buildings. As they stand to their full height, their speech is broken. They start to charge towards you, unchained. Roll for initiative in 2 seconds. Hold up. I'm going to
I look at Mary May. Mary May went from like stopped me grabbing my hand before, so I'm just like these ones. I'm just kind of looking for a non-verbal communication of like these ones are okay to.
Mary May already has 2 daggers out.
Sweet. I see that. I unfurl my whip and I'm ready to go.
I think Dottie's gonna like use a polishing cloth to just like wipe the blood mist off of her glasses and just be like.
Great acknowledgement of the world around her. Dottie, without a doubt, is in the world, is in that space. Beautifully said, beautifully executed. Although I didn't realize she was wearing glasses. I don't know if maybe I missed that. But yeah, beautifully executed right there.
Grab her fancy artifice gun and be like, it's a case of the Mondays. Am I right?
This is altogether just too much blood.
Now, I don't have a blood background, so I'm using a void background here. So we are going to use this now. You guys should be able to manipulate your tokens, but if you're unable to, just hold down the left click button and it'll let me know where you want to move.
Giants.
Cool.
Yeah. Now, we are using D&D Beyond for all dice rolls as well, so I will be monitoring it there as well. I'm going to roll your initiatives, but it's only temporary one until you tell me what exactly you got. Okay, so we're going to go down the line. Warrior, what did you roll for your initiative?
I have not rolled initiative yet.
All right, while initiative is being rolled, guys, a key thing here is to remember a lot of online gameplay, visuals are very important. That's why we have the Hero Forge minis, that's why we have the VTT, but it's not needed to have fun. Just remember that, you know, people that you see online, they are performers. We are role players who, we are performers who specialize in role play. Your games don't necessarily need to have the bells and whistles like this. You really don't. They're fun, especially if you play online, having a VTT and stuff like that. But you know, there's definitely something to be said about theater of the mind. Because keeping in mind, right up until this point, we actually haven't had a map, and it's not like you weren't enjoying, you know, being a part of that game. You know, so yeah, just remember that.
Is that no, Mary May?
Also 20.
20.
Nice.
Okay, so how I do shared initiative, you guys
Rock,
just
paper,
choose.
scissors?
No, you guys just choose which one is best for you. So if you guys like, I think you should go first.
Yeah.
I think you should go first, Mary May.
But you can change it up mid-combat.
Yeah.
I did
As
tell
in
you,
each round, we can decide.
Yeah.
Cool.
Now I did tell you guys before the game how to treat combat dialogue. 25 words per turn. Use your reaction if you want to get 35 words. If you prompt someone, you can use the remaining words of those two counts that are on the table. Okay, I'm going to sort of just like.
All right, hang on. I'm going to talk about that real quick. Now, this is Dredd's rules on communicating in combat. So, not entirely untrue from the game or two I did with you, Dag. Yeah, I do definitely love physical dice. Pretty cool though. I like theater of mind as well. Yep, physical dice 100%. Yeah, no, I mean, look, I like physical dice. I will roll digital dice mostly because if I have audience interaction, I like giving that sense to my audience. Because if I roll physical dice and I roll them off to the side, then you don't feel a part of it. You know, that's why I do it for my games on my Twitch channel. But yeah. Anyway, real quick. Let's talk about Dredd's home rule on chatting in combat. 35 words, spends a reaction to talk regardless of how many words you use, and you can use the rest of those words at any point in time during the rest of the turn. I want to know what your opinion is on that. What do you guys feel about that as a rule, as a mainstay? For me, I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's either I'm okay with it or I don't like it. It's not I love it. It's not something that I will adapt to any of my games. And here's why. For me, I think communication is one of the most important elements of a game. And yeah, specifically for combat, sorry. This rule is specifically for combat. I think communication is super important. I think it is a major element of not just the combat system, but like even just creating that cinematic combat. If I can't react to someone doing stuff, like let's say Duncan like knocked the teeth out of one of the giants, and I turned around and said, "Nice one." That's my reaction gone. Do you know what I mean? And I don't know. I don't like that. I like those moments. I like being able to have that freedom to be able to interact and still be able to role play during combat, right? Like that's just me. That's kind of one of the things. Though I do see where it's coming from in the sense that there are definitely situations where you sit there and go, okay, guys, listen, there are 3 fire giants here. Okay, they're all we're all immune to fire, so we don't need to worry about that. I'm gonna get in close, and then while I'm in close, Selak, you're gonna do. Yeah, it can definitely be a bother, and it can definitely be immersion breaking if it becomes a constant talking thing. I definitely get that, that can be definitely a bit of a damper. I think my general rule of thumb is that if you are talking in combat, it presumes that everyone can hear you unless you take a action to conceal your communication, or if you've got something appropriate, like if you've got a spell or an ability. like to take up a reaction is I mean, I don't know, maybe it's because I came from Pathfinder and reactions are actually quite there's actually a lot you can do with your reaction, whereas in D&D, I mean, it's much of a muchness. But 35 words for a reaction, just kind of seemed a little hard. I understand the desire to come up with a rule because it's constantly being asked for whether or not people can talk. Yeah, absolutely. There is definitely a need for it because it's not a clear thing. Specifically, the way a combat round works is everyone's turn happens simultaneously within the span of 6 seconds. That's what it's supposed to be. What tends to happen is that obviously with every person taking roughly 2 to 3 minutes, the common belief is that every individual action takes 6 seconds. Therefore, how long do you really have to speak? And then if you and another person are talking, that's technically only 6 seconds or 12 seconds at most between you, and not much can happen there. I think that's one of those elements that I like to shelve when it comes to the difference between a reality simulator and an actual game. You know what I mean? Like, in a game, my barbarian has 120 hit points. I can fall from like a 40-foot drop and land with no armor and not have a single broken bone. Now, that's just a mechanic of the game and not the fact that there's a reality simulator. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I put this. I put this in cool, you've taken the fall damage. That's where you're at. This is how much you can speak. We're going to stop you guys there because that's where we're just going to leave that. I think it's just a kind of a vibe thing, and I think it's going to be that's what it is going to be for me. But I appreciate the fact that Dredd put some thought into that and wanted to look at that. Not a fan of it. Restricting attempts to speak for the sake of realism seems wrong. Yeah, that's more or less what I'm saying, Rova. As to how I feel. Yeah, Cats, same thing. It's like gamifying something that shouldn't be gamified. Yeah. I don't think Dredd would ever make you use your reaction to say nice one. No, I don't think so either. And I think that comes down to what might be considered to be consistency, like what's the limit of it? And it raises a lot of questions for something that I don't think it needs rules. Like that's the thing. It adds rules to something that I don't necessarily think needs it. Oh snap, this seems to be resistant to my arrow for some reason. Yeah, that's true. But that's the thing is, why can't you share that information? Why are you being quote unquote... Why do you have to pay a cost to share that information as you're uncovering stuff? If I shoot an arrow at something and they're resistant, isn't it equally important to say that, yes, you noticed that, but not just you notice it, but somebody else who saw you shot them would notice it? I mean, all it does is just say that we can't have that roleplay moment of us acknowledging that. Which, is the thing. What? You came from Pathfinder? Ha, Maddie. Yeah. This has started a great conversation. I love this. Maybe Dre got tired of everyone talking back. You know what? Not untrue. Not untrue. There are definitely scenarios where limiting how people can talk in combat keeps combat moving at a reasonable pace as well. So that could also be another element. I wouldn't implement it personally, but I do implement something similar but looser, case by case. Yeah, case by case. I agree. I definitely agree with that, Rob. It's definitely case by case, and I guess every GM knows where that limit is. We all have that. If they're just talking for the sake of talking or threatening to persuade, that'll take your action. Yes. If your dialogue is intended to get a physical reaction, 100% is an action. Yeah. It probably only matters for someone breaking the facsimile by 5 pages. Yeah. Actually, what's really funny? I play in Rob's game. I played a character who was a talking sword who had the ability to monologue, and I actually tried to monologue for a minute, right, to cast the spell, which took a minute. It was really funny. The players couldn't wait 1 minute, or they couldn't stand listening to my character for 1 minute for me to cast the spell, which goes to show exactly how long you actually do have when it comes to what you could do with dialogue. If you can't listen to someone for a minute, what does that say? Yeah, there you go. So that was very cool. Yeah, cool. Excellent discussion, people. We will. I'm gonna mark this down actually. So 2 hours 23 roughly. So 2 hours 23. Dreaded GM's house rules on conversation. It's a very good one. I think and here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with trying stuff out, especially with friends, especially with people you trust, because how else are you gonna know what's gonna work? what might be the case that works with one particular group may not be a rule that works with others. And likewise, this is something that could easily just have been there so that Dredd could keep the pace so that we don't spend too much time waffling between turns in combat, because combat does take a while. So there you go. You should also give them disadvantage if they won't shut the fuck up while they're mid-swing. Yeah, no, that's very true. Absolutely very true. I actually kind of like that a little bit more. Like, if you spend all of your time chatting, then you can gain disadvantage from being distracted. That's kind of a cool one. Yeah. It's true. Real fights do have people slowing down to catch their breath. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let's continue, shall we?
I think that you guys would be like just like interspersedly like that. That's fine. Okay, cool. All right, first up in initiative. Let me put the combat music on as well. All right.
That sounded pretty combative.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Very combative. It felt very Star Trek-y.
Okay, cool. Duncan, you are up first with the 23, followed by Mary May and Dottie. There should be a combat carousel if you guys can see it too. I won't need to tell you the docs because you'll see who's next.
As soon as I see sort of the non-verbal permission by Mary May that these ones are okay for me to attack, I start to rush forwards with my whip unfurled, hoping to God that this plane of existence has something equivalent to the ethereal plane like mine. I try to step into it and I succeed. I step into the ethereal and back out 10 feet further towards them.
Great series of actions here. I want to play it again just because I want to appreciate how into Duncan's mind Rob takes you just during that one step, because he has this whole conundrum and resolves it in one very, very smooth move. Very lovely, very lovely. I like this.
Well,
so here we go.
All right.
That sounded pretty combative.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Okay.
It's my scene builder music. Okay, cool. Duncan, you are up first with the 23, followed by Mary May and Dottie. There should be a combat carousel if you guys can see it too. I won't need to tell you the docs because you'll see who's next.
As soon as I see sort of the non-verbal permission by Mary May that these ones are okay for me to
acknowledge,
I start to rush forwards with my whip unfurled.
Action.
Hoping to God that this
mentality, inner monologue,
equivalent to the ethereal plane like mine. I try to step into it and I succeed. I step into the ethereal and back out 10 feet further towards them, teleporting 10 feet closer, which I can do because I'm a hurry.
And just like that, acknowledged another one of the characters, acknowledged the situation he was in, took his action, had an interior monologue to go into the mind and bring the audience in to the headspace of Duncan, then moved his way through. Because, Robert wasn't genuinely concerned that his ability wouldn't work. He just wanted to communicate that it was a concern Duncan had as someone who has traveled to realms who have not had those ethereal worlds. So in a way, he's also building up his lore and his backstory. So and that's just with him just jumping forward. That's all he did. But how much depth is there into that action? That for me, yeah, I love that little bit there, and I love it when actions get that way. Bear in mind, you can't do every single action like that, but when they happen, they're beautiful. They're really, really nice. Okay.
Horizon Walker. So before each of my attacks, I can teleport 10 feet, and if I attack two different creatures with my two attacks, I get to attack a third one as well. So I'm going to go one on each of them. I'm going to make a whip attack, and because I have a homebrewed feat from my world, and Duncan is from my world, I decided to give myself one of my homebrewed feats called a Whipmaster. And one of the things of that is if I hit, I can forego.
I decided to give myself one of my homebrew feats. You bastard. That's cute. I like that. I mean, look, I can't complain. I used one of my homebrew races to make the Lich, so I mean, potato. Duncan is Indiana Jones. That's what I thought. He's not, apparently. Yep. Suck it.
The damage to instead force them to fall prone. So that's what I'm going to try and do on all three of them. Is
there a size limit on that one?
No, there isn't, because I'm whipping at their feet, or I'm using their.
Is there a size limit? No, not anymore. Prove me wrong, Rob.
the momentum and body size against them, but I still have to hit. So first one is I teleport to 14.
14.
So I teleport towards, try and whip him in the leg. I imagine a 14 might not do it.
A 14 unfortunately doesn't do it. It hits heavy metal. These fire giants are clad in giant plate armor, which is quite impressive.
I realized that I didn't give it quite enough length, I didn't account for his calves being quite as big as they were, so it didn't wrap all the way around. So I turn around, step into the ethereal plane, teleport 10 feet closer to the other one, and whip out for his ankle. Nat 20.
Oh,
Nat 20
nice.
plus 10. So that's going to hit, but I'm going to forego the damage to just knock him prone.
All right, cool. Now, can you ping on the map which one you wanna knock prone?
Sure. I imagined since I was here, I went to the top one first, and then I went down to the middle one, and then I'm going to teleport to the bottom one. So the middle one's prone.
So can you just let me know? Do I need to move you on the map as well? Are you like here?
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, I forgot I can move myself. So I whipped over to here, and then I whipped over to here, like right beneath him, and then I'm going to jump over to this one.
Okay, cool. So this one is the one you hit?
No, I missed the one at the top.
Oh, yep.
I've knocked the one in the middle prone.
Okay, cool.
That's my third hit. 17.
17 is unfortunately a miss as well, as that whip comes out.
I'm going to use my inspiration to try and knock this guy.
Rock and roll.
Nat 1. Can I also use one of my Nat 20 tokens or not?
I'm going to say yes.
All right, I'm going to use my inspiration and a Nat 20 tokens to knock this fucker prone. So I pull him prone. I pull him over to this one. I zoom around him, whip around one of the ankles just as he's kind of rushing forwards, and I trip him as well.
Rock and roll. As that happens, you hear the sound of a heavy squelch. Suddenly, pools of blood kick off and spray with their weight hitting what you're standing on. Okay, so just for the people that are new here, we do something here called combat descriptions are treated very specially. There are linkers. So how it works is like you will describe something from the previous scene as you take your turn, and then also when we do combat descriptions as well, if you miss, you describe how it misses you.
Okay, so combat descriptors. I need to write this down. So that was at 2 hours and 20, let's say 26:45 roughly. Okay, so combat descriptors. Combat descriptors are really, really important, and I'm really glad that he brought this up because what he describes are linkers. Linkers are how you introduce your character to a scene in any given time. Rob has already done it successfully. I do it all the time. I think that's why the three of us know what we're talking about. I don't know if AJ, Ellen, or Adam have done it in the past, but he's making it clear to his players what he expects. The way a linker works is we acknowledge what has just happened. If it's nothing, we acknowledge where we are and what we're doing. We then take that cinematic description of what we do, and then we end creating an opening for the others to do stuff. So even if we miss, we create that linker. So for example, as he said when he missed that first guy, how he hadn't let loose enough length of the whip as he whipped it out, that's an element of that descriptor to describe the miss. Now, Dredd could have taken that on his hands and said, oh yeah, it hits his armor and just does nothing. But that's kind of boring. Giving that option to the player to describe how they miss or how they recoil means that it's not the GM undermining the player by telling them how they fail. It's the player still using that cinematic nature to be able to describe how they recover from that miss. Even if they roll a natural one, maybe then if the GM wants to, allow the GM to obviously do that cinematic, like this is what's happened. But otherwise, it then sets up the next thing. So, tripping the giants, you then would have the next person go, as the giants fall to their knees, I move in close and try to climb up onto their hip or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, it carries that momentum forward. It's very hard to do because it requires everyone to kind of be on the same wavelength for it. I know me, Rob, and Dredd have done it like tons of times, and you can actually go watch some of our old shows and you can see how we do. But yeah, combat descriptors, cinematic combat is a wonderful thing to have in your games. Describe these steps again. Okay, cool. Step 1, acknowledgement. Take a moment to acknowledge what has just happened at the end of the last turn. If it is your very, very first turn, you are the establishing shot. Next is describe your actions. Describe what you're intending to do. Don't lead in with stuff like I cut off his head. Don't use definitives, right? So in this case, Rob had his whip out and his intention. So he says, I charge forward. Nothing can stop him from charging forward, so that's fine. I then make an attack against these creatures. He is attempting something. As he lashes, he gets the nat 20. He then says, I'm going to forego the damage and I'm going to tear it from underneath him, pulling it down. So once you've succeeded or failed, outcome. Describe your outcome based on that. In the event that your GM wants to take over and describe the outcome in further detail, they get to do so. But then the next person needs to link into what you have. They need to link into what you've just done and then carry on that next scene. Yeah? Cool. Yeah. Describe your intentions, declare your actions, then describe the outcome. So once the outcome is ascertained, describe the outcome. And that's the last thing. Yeah. So that is the step-by-step for good cinematic combat. And you know what? Just because I'm going to write them out again, because I feel like I'm going to forget later on. It is acknowledge, intention, action, then outcome. Now, if you want to, other players are welcome to react as well. So you can also have reactions if you wish to during that period of time. But that's here nor there. Hey, thank you so much for continuing your sub, Faye. So wonderful, so kind, and so generous. So yay. Okay, no BRB again. Yay. Okay. Yeah, pretty much. Ace, you've got it. Bang on. That's exactly it. So yeah, and don't be afraid to tell your players what you want, right? Because if they don't know what you want, they'll never try it, you know. But don't always expect your players to do so. While it does make for a very good game, it is not the only way to have fun. And remember, as the GM, it's not just about your players entertaining yourself. It is about your players feeling comfortable, feeling welcomed, and feeling able to express themselves how they feel comfortable as well. If they feel comfortable doing this, even better, you know. But yeah, remember that, or just yeah. Don't force people to do this
as well. So you get that sense of like,
awesome.
Oh, I just dodged that. So yeah.
Then I will, as a bonus action, use the sort of imbue myself with some of that ethereal plane magic to become invisible. I use Nature's Veil. I become invisible until the start of my next turn.
All right, cool. I'm just checking the chaos. No chaos, which is great.
Cool, that's my turn.
Okay, that's your turn. We are moving on to Dottie and Mary May. You guys get to choose who's going first out of you guys.
I think you should take this one, Mary May.
I think Mary May is probably already launched into her moves following Duncan.
Dottie's applying some lip gloss.
Seeing Duncan launch at the center creature, Mary May is going to follow and immediately jump up and try and stab 2 daggers into its eyes.
Stab 2 daggers into its eyes? Hells yeah.
Yeah. Now it's prone, so is that advantage?
You get advantage, yeah, you do.
So sneak attack?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. First one's a 19.
That's definitely a hit.
35 damage.
Woo! All right. And now...
and the second one...
It's this one here that you're attacking, correct?
The center.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, as you can see here, AJ is going through the motions, as it were, which is I make an attack, I deal this much damage, yada, yada, yada. You'll find this often with people when they have a lot of dice. That's usually the easier way to do it. In the case of certain characters who have a bunch of different dice, I'll often allow, at least at my real tables, I'll allow you to pre-roll. So as long as you don't touch the dice once it hits your dice tray or whatever, you can pre-roll. Like I know, for example, Pathfinder has like archers who have, let me see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, potentially 8 different arrow shots that they can make in a round at particular levels. So I'll often say, yeah, cool, roll all your dice. I'll investigate them and I'll check them out. And then when I get to your turn, I'll say these ones hit, and then I'll have them describe what happens as they do this thing. and then they roll all the damage, which they can tell me later while I move on to the next person. I'll still react to the damage and to them being hit, but the actual mechanic dice, that doesn't need to happen. That doesn't need to worry about. Just whenever they're ready, I can just do that. I don't need to wait for them to roll the dice and then just spout out a number at me. It's a good way to keep the pacing going as well. But remember, again, all about the player's comfort. So in this case, it's more comfortable to have the two daggers, sneak attack, all these dice coming at it. It's much easier to just concentrate and focus on that and have your turn done. Yeah, it's a lot of arrows. Oh my god, yeah, no. Pathfinder has a lot of attacks. I mean, like, by level, like, a barbarian by level 20 has, like, 4 natural attacks without any feats or anything to give them anything extra.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yep. And then I think I did that incorrectly. Hold on. The second dagger is a 13.
A 13 to hit?
Yes.
Unfortunately, that's a miss.
No problem.
Hells yeah. Okay, as that dagger comes down, the second one, you hit it in the eye, and you actually hear it scream out in pain. Eye juice pops out of the wound as well, and you see its arm come up and knock the next blow away. You can see this tiny little cut on its eye as well, as it hollers in pain.
I want to use the blade in its eye to like swing up onto its head.
Hells yeah. Yeah, you definitely do.
I kind of land both daggers in hand. I don't know if there's hair up here or whatever, but I plant both feet and pray to God with my dexterity and strength that I can stay stable on the top of its head.
Hells yeah. Okay, cool. You managed to find purchase in their luscious red fire giant locks. Okay. Moving on to the next person in combat, we have Dottie.
Ooh, sorry, I just got a whole big boost to the Foundry music.
Right. I'm sorry.
No, that's all good. It really lit a fire under my butt.
Hey.
So as she like kind of applied her lip gloss and like polished her glasses, suddenly her eyes take on a pure blackness as she kind of sizes up the fire giants for a sec. She kind of cracks her neck and just like sends out a spell. I want to I had the spell here.
I want to intention
scrolled up for some reason. Yeah, I want to cast Ice Storm over the one that's not been attacked. What's it? This guy? Is this guy not currently had any attack?
So none of them have had any attacks.
Oh, right, but like no one's moved on him. Mary and Duncan are on the other two,
yeah, exactly,
so I figure we kind of split our attacks. She sees the other two go forward, and she's gonna target this one with Ice Storm. Why did I scroll up again? Yeah.
So sorry. I was just doing a tech issue. Can you help me? Exactly what's happened? You're casting Ice Storm?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah,
all right. Okay. Cool. All right. Cool. All right. So Ice Storm kicks off. Please describe what your Ice Storm looks like.
So it kind of you see from her eyes kind of like 2 jet black tears kind of come like fall out the sides. That kind of spreads out, and you see all of these water droplets kind of swirl through the air and form a huge block just like on top of this giant guy. It's almost like a cartoon hammer that just is suspended in the air, and then she just brings it down.
Let's go. Okay.
Let's go.
All right. So that explodes into the scene.
You wanna go?
You start to see the blood mist and start to freeze, and it's now hailing icicles of blood down towards these fire giants. They need to make saves. There was no chaos. I just checked as well.
Right.
Okay, let me just see if I can get the 20 feet as well, which is this much, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I hate feet. There's a measurement.
Because we're all Australian and New Zealanders, and we have to deal with it, apparently.
Now they need to make saves.
Yeah.
Okay, so is it Constitution saves?
Dex, I believe.
Dex. Yeah. They're gonna. Okay, so two at disadvantage.
So while he's running numbers, see, that is a great example of where leaving the GM to allow those reactions to like what is the result of your thing is very important, because they have a good idea of the world around you. So instead of just being ice, having the icicle of blood is just an important element that I think is really cool.
One pass and 2 fail?
One pass and 2 fails, yeah.
Great, cool. All right, so I'll roll damage twice then.
Get it.
Or do I just roll damage kind of like as a net?
It's net, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Sweet! Yay! I don't play magic characters
No, that's
often,
fine.
so it's fun.
You casted it at 4th level, which means you need to roll 2d8 and 4d6. And all 3 of them will take damage. The ones that succeeded will be taking half damage.
Fun.
All right. So, now this terrain is also difficult terrain, which means it's going to make them harder. It's going to make them harder to move as well.
Great. Okay, so 2d8 and then what was it? 4d6? Did
4d6,
you say?
Yeah. Now, it is going to unfortunately hit your companions as well, so I'll need dex saves from them as well.
I'm down with that. It's fine. Nice.
Sorry.
Oh, good.
I feel like in that first fight,
as this ice storm is pelting these fire giants, it's again just icicles of blood that are like barraging into everyone in the center of the cylinder.
Such great descriptions here.
24 succeeds.
Yeah.
Also, I think the only damage I took in this fight was the ice storm.
I rolled a 15. Does that?
Is it meets it beats it?
Meet beat.
Yeah. Then you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, okay, cool. So you are going to take half damage for the people that succeeded. So what was the 2d8 and 4d6 results? Do we have that?
So 4d6 is 18, and
18?
then I believe it was just 6 from the 2d8s. A pitiful 6.
Pitiful 6. Okay.
Take 12 damage. Easy peasy.
I do mind 6.
First blood.
Yeah, that worked. And it was 9 for the 9 for the
emotional damage.
9.
A 6.
Yeah, 6, sorry, yeah.
6. What were the 2d8? Sorry?
Oh, sorry. So for the 6 it was 18, and
18.
then 6
I love
was
it. Okay, cool.
the
Okay, no, you're right.
2d8s was a 6.
Okay,
Do I know how numbers work? Not really.
It's me that. Okay, cool, awesome. I'm
just to confirm how much damage was that?
You're going to take 9 and 3 for the 2 of you that succeeded.
Yes. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right.
Those of us that failed.
Pardon?
For those of us that failed.
24 total.
Those have failed. 24 total. Yeah. All right, Warrior, you are up. You have 2 natural 20 tokens on the table. Oh, I'm very excited to see what you do.
Warrior knows.
Okay, so this bit here is something that I do on occasion in a show. Initiative is for me something that requires, I guess, like the thing is, if you win initiative, it should be your advantage, right? If you are going before people. So what I like to do is I like to point out, like, you can shift an initiative. In this case, Warrior went before me, which is fine if Warrior wanted to go and do stuff and things like that. But what I had is I'd actually messaged Dredd between turns and stuff like that and said, hey, I've got this idea. Will you allow this to work? I intend to buff up Warrior for the fight to come. Dredd said yes, so I was, again, waiting until eventually we get to this turn. And now that I knew that there was a mechanic for interrupting and stuff like that to say, hey, over here, that's what I could then request, is I could then turn to Warrior and go, hey, Warrior, just give us a second. Give him a big boost, and then he can take his turn. Otherwise, he's going to go there, have his attack this round, and then in the next round, he's going to get the benefit, which by that stage, the fight might be over and the battle might be done, which means not only do I waste my abilities, but Adam wouldn't necessarily get the opportunity to use those big powers. So you can't delay your turn in initiative order in 5e? Really? I didn't know that. I think that's Bok. What do you think? Okay, I'm going to ask this then. I'm going to ask this because Robert, I think, like between us, obviously, Robert definitely knows more about D&D. How do you I mean, what is your take on delaying? Do you think delaying is something that hinders or might impede the game, or do you feel as though you can take the readied action? Okay, so here's the difference between a readied action and a delayed action, at least Pathfinder style. A readied action is an action that you take that sets up a contingency. In the event that X happens, Y then occurs. If X doesn't happen, then the action is wasted until you get to the next turn, then you can do something else. Delaying your turn is to simply move yourself in initiative order so that you then go after someone else. Even if you ready an action to go after someone, your readied action, as it were, would still have to be predetermined, which I think that it not only greatly limits it, but it then kind of makes your initiative work against you if you have gone in an order that doesn't favor you. Especially if you're playing support characters and the like. Like, imagine if your healer goes first in a round. If your healer just happens to win initiative and a giant just clobbers the living daylight out of your rogue and your barbarian and stuff like that, you get to the end of the round and then the healer has a turn. It's like, well, I wish I could have done something up until that point, you know? Yeah, I think it'd be fine in theory, but with anyone lowering their initiative. Yeah, I think lowering, yes. Absolutely. I think raising it is a little bit different. But yeah, I think lowering your, like, I definitely don't, like, in my mind, delaying is always lowering, but yeah, that's kind of how I'm at. It would be cool though, not saying that that's what I do, but it would be cool is if you could boost your initiative when someone cast haste on you. That would be kind of cool. Like, you know, I'd be down for that. I'd be like, can I boost my initiative by like 1 step? Like, whoever's like, you know, like, or however much I you know, raise your dex by, you know, maybe you could like boost up your initiative. I don't know. I think that'd be kind of cool. Not allowing it does force more versatile strategy. It does. Okay, yes, it does allow for more versatile strategy because you have to problem solve, but in turn, I think delaying allows for more teamwork strategy, potentially. Because then you are intermittently changing and you're actually hold, and then you can go. You know what I mean? Like, you're actually using a lot more team-orientated tactics. So I think they both have good merits in both regards. Does a character who delays stay at the lower initiative in future rounds? Yes. So delaying is a permanent move where readying an action doesn't actually shift your initiative. So yeah, that's, at least, again, Pathfinder rules, that's how initiative works when it comes to delaying and stuff like that. Which frustrates people when they ready an action versus when they delay. Because if someone says, oh, I'm just going to delay until after the giant, and then the giant clobbers someone, and they say, oh, can I interrupt them? And it's like, no, you're delaying, you're not readying. If you were readying, 100% you could, but you're not. So there. I think it'd be fair, Ace, if you delay, you stay there. Yeah. Oh, and the other thing with Pathfinder, I'm not sure if this is the case with D&D, but your initiative will change to just before the turn of wherever you've taken your action. So if you've had a giant that's going to clobber someone and you've got readied an action to fireball them in the face, your initiative from wherever it was now goes just before the giant. That's kind of where it slides in. I don't know if that's a D&D thing as well, but I know how Pathfinder works. Thank you so much, Katsian, for the subscription with Prime. You are welcome here among the Horde. Please enjoy your new badge and, of course, your shiny emotes. But then you find the ideal order for your party, and from there, why ever roll initiative again? You choose where it goes. Because the initiative order doesn't necessarily have to always be that way, and it may change based on the enemy that you have, where the enemy fits into initiative. And even if you are delaying, ultimately, you're then giving the enemy an advantage by allowing them to react while you're getting into position. So it kind of creates this round where the enemy takes an advantage if the players want to set up their optimized combat for the rest of the round. Plus, again, they all have to work together to do it. You know, and yeah, it might come down to just session to session, seeing how it goes. Yeah, I actually, you know what's really funny is I'm Singaporean, so I'm actually a big fan of Nigel Ng, who plays Uncle Roger, who recently did a massive collab with the guy who does the Beijing corn stuff as well. So yeah, there you go. But yeah, actually, Rob, let us know if you delay if you ready an action, does your initiative shift then? I'd be very curious to know if you do. But yeah. All right, let's keep going.
He may
A
not
bloody
know who
champion
he
fighter could, with warrior's strength, could just like straight up one shot a fire giant
yeah.
with 2 nat 20s.
I would like to think so.
Sorry, just real quick. Am I after warrior in the initiative order?
You are 16, correct?
Yeah.
Warrior is 18, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yep.
All right. I would like to use my reaction to tell warrior. One moment before you do the muscle thing.
Warrior's half getting his sword out.
Open your mouth.
This request that is very odd, asking his mouth to be open, but he does so
There
anyway.
is.
I love seeing this
Actually, no, his mouth just goes agape at the request.
It's like what?
Now, what I'm going to go ahead, say. I'm gonna allow this to act in tandem because I know what you want to do here. What we'll do is I'm gonna just let you just sort of take the turn here on your turn if this is what you're planning for your next turn.
Basically
okay,
that'll
cool.
be it.
Yep, rock and roll.
So you watch as Selak opens his pretty much just ragged and tattered robes. He's never done laundry. And as he does, you see these tiny vials that are just kind of in his person. He's like, no, love potion, this, no. Yeah, here we go. And I'm going to pop 2 corks open from his jacket. And I'm going to use control water to take the liquid in both of these vials and whip them out, creating this spiral of the like yellow and blue liquid. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to control it and swing it directly into the mouth of Warrior. As this happens, I have cast. I've used Potion of Growth and Potion of Advantage, both on Warrior, meaning he has now got advantage on all of his checks or all the rolls, and with growth,
I will admit here,
size becomes.
I will admit here, I did have a cursory glance of what those potions did when I made the character, but I'd completely forgotten it by this point. Rob was very kind, and I will say this, very kind enough to back me up on that. Because he corrected my my faux pas, as it were, and passed it on to Adam, and we ended up using it to great effect. So having a player do that is always really, really important, and I don't view that as rules lawyering. I view it as someone who is looking out for you. So yeah, that was really cool.
But basically, he just doubles in size, 8 times the weight. His weapon now does an additional 1d4 damage, and he's now got a 10-foot reach, meaning he's about the same size as these fire giants.
Oh my gosh.
Far off.
I'm so excited.
Jeez.
I would say pretty bloody close.
Pretty bloody close, yeah.
Hells yeah.
All right. Yep, there you go.
Thank you very much, Sonic. And Warrior, not knowing necessarily who he is or what he's about, but he knows one thing, and that's fight.
Yay.
He steps forward to a fire giant at the bottom here. Can I do it myself?
Yep.
No, I can't.
Yeah, definitely can.
Oh, it did work.
Yeah, it did work.
And I'm going to use the first of my nat 20s in my first hit. He's got his great sword out, and he's on the ground, and just above his head, the first one just comes straight on
my
down.
gosh. Okay, cool. So yeah, the fire giant turns to face you as you do this, bringing that first blow down. You get a natural 20 because you're a natural 20 token. And what this does is you can now make an additional attack on your turn for a bonus action, like we spoke about. And your dice are brutals, so you can actually deal your damage automatically, so it's an instant 39. I think we figured out, and then you get to roll on top, so it'll be 2d6 plus another 2d6 plus the enlarged dice, which is a d4 as well.
Holy hell.
So it's actually 33 instant damage.
Okay, so can we just say 33 instant damage and move on?
33 instant damage. No, you can do
33 plus rolling
whatever you
damage
roll,
as well.
Yeah. No, I'll still do my flat roll, but okay, go. Here we go.
Actually.
And,
I love the look on Adam's face. Adam was so chuffed here when he made those attacks and stuff like that. And see, another good thing to remember is that the scene doesn't always have to be about you. You can get so much joy from helping one of your allies reach their full potential, even at the cost of your own turn or your own action economy. In this case, I asked about merging the 2 potions with my control water spell and feeding it to him. It was a one-shot, and I think that's one of the reasons why it was allowed. But it meant that this scene was set up so good, and Adam had a great time, which is way more important to me than just casting a single spell, you know.
I'm literally just trying to find that right now.
What is it you're trying to do? And I'll explain.
It's if
Look at Rob being helpful. Look at him.
A crit, I can attack again as a bonus action.
Yeah, Great Weapon Master.
Great Weapon Master attack. Yeah. On your turn, if you score a critical hit, you can make 1 melee attack as a bonus action.
Yeah. You also need to roll another
damage is fun
as well.
Damage is fun. I think it takes a very special type of player to not worry about damage.
Your weapon dice as well. So you've rolled your flame tongue. Oh no, wait. Yeah, no, your fire damage then.
Yeah, I don't have the fire damage going. I assume
right.
being fire giants that I should.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. That's fair. So you can use that fire
nice.
Okay, cool. So just another attack, and with that attack also.
That's actually really cool, Rob. I love the help action characters as well. It's such an underrated skill, I feel.
As a bonus action, I do another. Oh god, bring the thing open. Another 14 and 3 damage.
Nice. Okay, cool.
And then so that was the first absolute stab down straight into the fire giant. He brings up another one, stabs straight down, then launches himself onto the fire giant's head and goes for the neck this time with another attack.
Hells yeah.
22. I'm sure 22 is gonna hit. Well, I hope 22 is gonna hit.
22 definitely hits.
Okay.
Yeah, and don't forget you have advantage as well, so you can roll on top of that.
I should roll. Well, I'll just go one more time and we'll see what happens.
See if you get a natural 20.
It was not a natural 20, but I got 26. So
26.
Well, the first is 12 damage, and the D4 getting me an extra 4. Very nice. So 16 damage on that bad boy.
Okay. It's still standing.
Going for well, then let's get number 3.
You
just
got one
absolutely
more. Let's go.
Wailing into the neck. Roll of 25.
Definitely
I can
hits.
do it with advantage. Damn it. 17, 27.
Yep.
Let's get another bad boy.
Let's
and then
go.
9 from the D6.
Yep.
All right.
And another 4 off the D4.
I love
you.
it.
I'll just sit down.
Warrior can feel the power running through his veins from the potions, and he turns to Selek and doesn't even need a word spoken. He just nods at him.
Amazing.
As you look down,
nod,
yeah, sorry.
I was gonna say I nod, and then I read the back of the label that says highly addictive, and I look around. And I just.
So I feel it running through my veins as a little.
all you see is a gargling mess of your sort of like wreaked wrath upon its form. You got multiple like lacerations across the fire giant's face. It looks up at you, and you can see that like its bone is exposed on its cheek. It goes. Still standing, however, but definitely.
I forgot that it was still standing at the end of that.
Okay. Let's move on.
Yeah, the help action is definitely underrated.
This one's a lot of damage.
Yeah, but it's really good if you can work with a good team for it.
It was so much.
Okay. 100 points or something.
This one's going to use half its movement to stand up, and because it's difficult terrain as well, I'm pretty sure it doesn't make it harder to stand up as well.
No, I don't believe so.
I don't believe so. It's just half automatically, right? It just needs when it moves. Okay, cool. It's on a stand up. As it does, it realizes that that you're perched on its head. So what I'll need is just a quick dex save to maintain your footing as it begins to stand up and it grabs its great axe.
It's very
another 15.
Another 15. Okay, you managed to keep your footing. It picks up its great sword and then its great axe, and it goes with the flat of it. It's going to swat itself. Trying to hit you down as well, so it's gonna make an attack roll against you.
Literally straight out of a Looney Tune cartoon, like just a wham.
I am ready for some Looney Tunes logic.
Oh, you got it. She said that.
Last second reaction dive off.
Okay, it's going to be a 11. Oh no, sorry, a 22. That's a big difference.
22 to hit.
Sorry.
Well, dang.
That's very different than 11.
Yeah, 22. So as it comes,
I forgot it has a ×2 modifier.
No. I put the modifier. So it's going to start sailing towards you, and it's going to hit itself with the brunt of the great axe. As it does, I need another dex save from you.
Okay.
Good luck.
Mary spent a lot of time clinging onto giant
Another
things.
15. How did I roll three
Oh my
15s in a row?
Okay, you managed to maintain yourself upon there.
I'm also going to use Uncanny Dodge to half damage.
Yeah.
That's smart.
That's smart. You're going to take 28 bludgeoning damage as it does there. You maintain your purchase on top of the
That's
head.
half?
Oh, no, sorry. And then you can half that. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Lord.
Forgetting to add 11 to hit and forgetting to half the damage. I mean, this Dredd's
It's
just
not making any
this
sense.
guy.
Did it hurt itself?
Yeah, I'm gonna say yes.
Itself.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty feral thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also going to use the rest of my, because you can use the rest of your reaction if you've got like words left for your thing, right?
All right. Now I'm gonna admit this was a bad player move. And I'll tell you why. The well actually player can be helpful, but can be detrimental. And in this case, and this was pure pride. Pure pride. Can I have words? I have words. Can I have the words, please? Yes. And also, yes, Vahid is a lovely human being. I got to be on an interview with him for Dice Legends, and yeah, no, he's great. Lots of fun. But here's the thing. In this case, I took my pride over my playership, and I intentionally warned the group about the ferals, because I'm fairly confident that Dredd had forgotten what I'd mentioned about them. So in my world, the ferals actually had the ability to absorb the powers of whatever they ate. And I didn't mean that like metaphysically. I meant that like literally. So if they ate a paladin, they would get smite, and they would get lay on hands, and they would get all those abilities. If they ate a monk, they would learn martial arts. They would get physically fit. They could use key points and stuff like that. They would steal class abilities. They would steal, they'd basically just mutate to the point where they would just be absorbing all these powers and abilities. So when Dredd was just clobbering them and just using them as fire giants, there was an inner part of me that was like, I wonder if I should just mention this so that we can see, like using some feral stuff. Oh yeah, no, you didn't think that's horrible. Freaking Rob's Tarrasque has got some freaking chops. My stuff, I actually, no, I'm not gonna lie, I stole that actually. So that power actually comes from Green Ronin, I believe. Green Ronin was the first time I encountered that type of power on a creature, and I loved it for the second I saw it. I'm like, oh my god, so what you're saying is a Bulette could eat a gargoyle and then gain the ability to just look like a rock, and it would have a plus 20 to its disguise to look like a rock before it turns around and just snaps you up. I thought that was amazing. The one from the book in the Green Ronin one was actually a curse. So if you got bitten, it would steal that power, and you would lose the power, and you would live your life until you had the curse removed. It would then have your power. So it was a whole cool thing. I want to say that's a consumed creature, maybe. I don't know. Can't remember. I'll see if I can find it at some point or another, and I'll let everyone know. But yeah, it's very cool. It was very cool. All right, let's keep going. Anyway, sorry, I was saying, so this is why I revealed this. Don't do this if you're a good player, right? If your GM has forgotten or isn't using a particular tactic, give them the benefit of the doubt. Don't remind them that, oh, by the way, did you know that fire giants actually have a body temperature of this high, which means that anyone who should be standing on them should actually be on fire? Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. I can be that guy because I'm a jerk. Rob can be that guy. Dredd can be that guy, but he's not. Just to be, just to have faith in your GM. Let them do their thing. This was just because the ferals are very important to me, and I kind of, like I said, my pride kind of took over here.
Yeah.
I'll say, also side note, don't let it eat you, because feral creatures have the ability to absorb your powers and abilities if they do.
All right, as you say that, for some reason, the giants hear you say that, and they start to look at you with hungry eyes, considering their newborn ability. Okay, cool. All right, so it's going to make another attack against you. Actually, no, it's feral. So as you call that out, it's going to try and grapple you if it can, using no, actually it's multi-attack. Okay, cool, that's fine. Yeah, it's gonna make another attack into you. Sorry, AJ. Okay, disadvantage though.
That's a good one. I like that.
16.
Misses.
Okay, cool. Describe the miss.
I think I'm going to jump over the blade and start like the only way I can describe this is Legolas down the freaking elephant. I'm gonna like use one of my daggers to start like drawing down its ear towards its neck.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to try and do damage as you go down.
I mean, if I'm allowed to.
Yeah, definitely. So roll an attack roll.
I'm gonna use a nat 20.
Yes, there we go. It's going to deal damage to itself as well.
Perfect.
Okay. So it's done another 25 damage to itself.
So how does your damage work for
So
nat 20s?
Nat 20s are just instant damage, like cap. So you're like, cool, I've done instant damage, and you just roll on top. So your sneak attack and your damage.
Okay, so that's 11.
Okay, now Salak, you are on deck to go next. However, you used your turn to feed the potion, so we're going to.
I was gonna say, could I then just have my bonus action to summon my magic spellbook, which I just need?
100%. Yep.
So that's 58 points of damage as I.
Oh, 58.
Down 58.
58 damage. Is that what you do?
Well, if it's max dagger and
All right.
max
So
sneak,
guess what?
yeah.
Finish him.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna, in that case, as I'm Legolasing down the side of his face, I'm gonna backflip off and slice across his neck
Yeah, you are.
to finish. And just like continue to ride down the rest of the body as it bleeds out.
Yeah.
What a good way to get to the ground.
Yeah, hell yeah. You land on the ground and you find yourself amongst a field of icicle blood. You're now in difficult terrain as you do so. We are going to move into Salak Fane's turn, and let's get a linker.
Yeah. So Salak Frayne, as he sort of puts the bottles back in his pouch, he says, "I probably should have kept quiet." Okay. I again summon the spell book, and so this is actually Salak Frayne's manifested mind. My spell book is a magic item, which fundamentally serves as me. I can cast spells from it as a source of power. It's got a bunch of spell books, and in the event that I die, I can rip some pages out and not die instead. So I'm going to turn to the page with Warrior on it, and you just watch as Salak starts scribbling on some of the words, but that's all he does.
Hells yeah. All right. That means we're moving on to the next turn. That brings us to the fire giant's turn. Okay, so the fire giant is going to stand up from prone. As it does so, its face is just destroyed from Warrior. You can see its jaw, a flap of skin flops down, exposing the jaw completely. It picks up the great axe with a heavy lift and looks down towards you with utter fury. It brings the great axe up and is going to swing down towards you, hoping to hit you. All right.
Who's he going for?
You, Warrior.
I was standing on top of him, so
okay.
I would
Is he gonna hit?
There's gonna need to be a dex. Like I wanna.
You wanna stay on top?
You're massive.
You wanna ride the giant as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Am I the same size as him?
So you are large, correct? You go from
you were
to
taking
large.
up to.
All right, 2 seconds. I'm gonna grab a Pop-Tart. Okay, I has Pop-Tart.
Large, he's huge, so he's a size category. He's a size category larger than you, but
so I'm definitely okay with that. Give me an acrobatics check as you are hoisted up into the air. You're probably holding on to some sort of like tuft of hair.
Acrobatics or athletics?
Either.
I'll go athletics.
Yeah,
Oh, it wasn't too good either. 17.
17? No, you managed to stay on the nape of the neck and the shoulder, and as you do, you pull on the hair tuft, and a part of it just slops off, exposing some skull there as well. So you're now up on top of it. It looks down. One of its eyeballs is just like blown up like a beach ball, and it's looking for you, and it can't see you. Out of frustration, it turns towards so Duncan, and is going to bring its attack towards Duncan.
I'm invisible.
Oh, okay, cool. I know what I can do here. Okay, then it's going to have. It's got 30 feet of movement. It's going to move towards. It'll move towards Mary May.
The second that it takes a step within my range, it is triggering my opportunity attack, which comes from Whipmaster.
Oh yeah, okay, that definitely
I'm going to
happens.
take an opportunity attack.
All right. I want to take a moment here. Now, this isn't player advice. This isn't GM advice. This isn't any of that. I just want to take a moment to have everyone just enjoy the sheer unbridled delight that that Rob has right now. Okay, just look at his face. Just watch his face.
You pull on the hair tuft, and a part of it just slops off, exposing some skull there as well. So you're now up on top of it. It looks down. One of its eyeballs is just like blown up like a beach ball, and it's looking for you, and it can't see you. Out of frustration, it turns towards so Duncan, and is going to bring its attack towards Duncan.
I'm invisible.
Oh, okay, cool. I know what I can do here. Okay, then it's going to have. It's got 30 feet of movement. It's going to move towards. It'll move towards Mary May.
The second that it takes a step within my range, it is triggering my opportunity attack, which comes from Whipmaster.
Oh yeah, okay, that definitely happens.
I'm going to take an opportunity attack,
so
and if I hit him, I can knock him prone again.
Yeah, so it only has 15 feet of movement left, so it can move to here.
So as soon as it takes a single step, I strike out for him with a 22 to hit.
A 22 to hit definitely hits.
And I'm going to forgo the damage to knock him prone again.
Okay, cool.
Look at how proud he is.
So he falls prone again, hitting the ground with a heavy squelch. Blood icicles kick off in all directions, and out of frustration, he yells. Now, does that attack make you uninvisible?
No, it's not the invisibility spell. It's a nature
yeah,
ranger thing.
Yeah.
So I'm just
cool.
invisible until I start my next turn.
So then, what I need is a dex save from you, warrior.
Yep, I was just getting ready to do that.
Oh, and don't forget, you have one advantage on a dex saving throw if you want to take it.
From the potion.
From the potion of advantage.
Okay, let's go advantage. Let's do it. Double ones.
Okay, now you do have a special ability called Indomitable. If you wish, you can use Indomitable to re-roll a saving throw.
Why not? Where is Indomitable?
If he re-rolls it, is it still at advantage?
Yeah, there we go.
Let's say yes for the one shot. Let's go.
Okay, yeah, why not? And let's re-roll dexterity advantage. That was horrible. Christ.
Oh my gosh.
A 2 and a 10.
A 2 and a 10.
13.
13. Okay, you're gonna take some damage.
I need to go down apparently.
Yeah, the dice gods have willed it. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go 8, 14.
Oof. I'm hearing a lot of dice.
You're going to take 26 damage, and you are now restrained as it crumples back upon you and is now bearing the full weight upon you as well.
I love that almost all the damage that's been dealt to us is like friendly fire so far. I got hit with icicles of blood.
Yeah, I love it.
They haven't hit with a giant.
They haven't managed to do anything against you at all. Not seeing you, however, it's not going to make an attack because it can't see you. So we're going to move on to this one up here. Okay, cool. It's currently not prone. What it's going to do is going to reach down into the flesh, and as it does, it starts to pull and tug at something.
I
It
don't
pulls
care for
out
that.
a calcium deposit. It's very heavy and it seems to sort of just drip with gore. It looks towards. It's going to look towards Zalak Fane, who's been talking.
Zalak
a lot,
Fane
and is going to launch a rock at Selak
rock of flesh
Fane.
and
Yeah,
bone and growth. Love it.
it starts flying towards Selak. Okay, here we go.
Well,
Good luck,
that's
Selak.
disgusting.
Yeah. All right.
Don't care for that.
I don't have any natural 20 tokens, do I?
I don't believe so.
Dag used one on me last night, so.
That's actually pretty funny. So, Dredd is a very, very big fan of what was it called? It was like Silvery Bob, which is a spell that forces a reroll as a reaction of another person. So if you see someone in action, they hit someone, you can make them reroll, even if it's a crit and stuff like that. So we were playing the previous night. I don't even remember what we were playing. We were playing something. And and it was on my channel, so I said, "Cool, I'm gonna burn a natural 20 token, and basically just hit him, and it's a nat 20." And Dredd very proudly chest out, "Silvery Bobs, I'm gonna get you to re-roll." And I'm like, "Well, shame I didn't roll. It's a nat 20. All I get is a nat 20." So I crit him. So this is the remnants of that going like, "Oh, I don't have any nat 20s, do I?" And I'm like, I don't even have Silvery Bobs, Dredd. Not all wizards. Hashtag not all wizards. But it was just very funny because in addition to that, Dredd doesn't know about the nonsense my character is all about, which Rob found out in part 2, which we'll talk about when we review that. But but it was very, very funny that he carried that over. I love it. Nat 20 tokens are hilarious. Yeah, we actually did think about like the Nat 20 things, but because someone paid $20 for it, that's the one reason why I don't allow rerolls on Nat 20s, because Nat 20s are people paid for that, so it's like, you know, you want them to be worth something. Nothing sucks more than watching your Nat 20 just turn to nothing. But yeah, there you go. You and that fucking book. I love the book.
Now, let's not use our stream for revenge.
No, I know.
Unless that's what the people want.
And that's what you want.
Donate
Give me a
$100.
Give me a natural 20 token so I can throw a rocket Dag.
I mean, hey, yeah, I guess that's the free market, right?
Apparently you have 2.
I have 2. I'm using it.
Yeah. Why are you helping AJ?
Hell yeah. All right,
Funny.
Dag, you are instantly gonna
bit
take 47 damage. Instantly, bludgeoning damage, and it's gonna deal an additional.
You-
And because
you're
this
not
was the
vulnerable
first
to
time I-
bludgeoning being a skeleton, are you?
I'm a
I was-
lich, not a skeleton. Okay, calm down.
Yeah, I was
Completely
actually
different
resistant.
thing.
I just didn't read it.
Plus an additional.
19 bludgeoning damage as it crashes into you with full force.
I have 2 hit points left.
Does Foundry at
I'm a
all have
wizard.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Does Foundry have some sort of xylophone sound effect? It's like
I do. We do have the Sirenscape going, so
yeah.
let me turn
As
this up.
Shout out to
Bone scattering.
Sirenscape
so
for
as this huge
everything you
freaking
need.
boulder, just like, because Salak's just focused entirely on his riding, he's like carrying this fight, and then it's like, would someone please stand out of my light? Ah, shit.
All right, cool. Thank you so much for my natural 20 token. That was amazing. All right, we're moving on to the next person, Duncan.
All right. Am I still in an ice storm? I'm just seeing if it's still
Yeah,
in
you're.
effect.
Yeah, let me.
Difficult terrain until the end
Difficult
of the next turn.
terrain,
Yeah, so it's still difficult terrain, but
Yeah,
I'm not
not
still
damage.
getting
Yeah, no.
pelted. Okay. Well, at the start of my turn, my invisibility drops. This guy is prone next to me that I just
Yes.
whipped at, right?
Yeah.
What's the situation with Warrior? Is he trapped beneath him?
Currently trapped beneath the giant. Correct. Yes.
All right. I'm going to climb up onto the back of the giant then and start going quam, quam, and whipping at the back of his head and try and do a bit of damage.
Hells yeah.
You know what? I'm a Horizon Walker. I'm not going to climb. Climbing's for suckers. I'm going to teleport to the back of his head because I can.
I'm going to just
So
check
why
for
not?
chaos as well. It's fine. It's fine. Magical abilities are only...
I mean, it's just the fabric of time and space.
Hey, nat 20.
Oh,
I was thinking about using my token. Didn't
no
need to.
way.
All right. So with my Whipmaster, whips do a D6 rather than a D4.
When
so
a
that's
giant
6
comes
plus
along,
my,
you
let's have a
must
look,
whip
what is
it.
It's a +7. Yeah, it's +7 because it's a +2 whip. So that is a total of 13 plus 4, so 17 points of whip damage. Strikes across him.
Hells yeah. Was that 17, did you say?
17 points of slashing
Oh,
damage.
love
yeah.
it.
Nice.
Is that a finisher?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So in that case, I strike up, I teleport right between his shoulder blades. I whip it around. It strikes around his neck. Another part of the Whipmaster feat is that I can basically Indiana Jones. I can like whip it around a tree branch, or I can always like secure something that's enough to hold my weight. So I whip it around his neck. It secures my weight, and then I just fall backwards onto his back and just garrote into the hill giant's, into the fire giant's throat.
Yeah.
What a great finisher, by the way. That was
descending. Like I end up like falling backwards to like a 45-degree angle.
Oh,
and then it gets lower.
Oh my god! Yes, that's
As
amazing.
the thing gets tighter and tighter and just cuts into his neck.
Yes, I love it.
Cool. That was my first attack.
All right.
I loose the whip. Stand back up. I look across to the other guy and take a leap off of his shoulder, and in midair, teleport 10 feet down towards him. I'm gonna whip the other guy.
This one up here?
So I was on this guy, and then I leapt forwards, and as I was landing, teleport down 10 feet to there. That's not going to hit though with a 14. I don't have any inspirations. I could use a nat 20.
You could use a nat 20. You've got one left.
See, one of the cool things here, right? Rob did an amazing cinematic thing, but if you actually look at all the players are all excited, and as Katsian said, that's when you know you got a good table. That's when you know you got a good team, because, you know, like, we have our successes, and we get excited for our successes. We do. But when you can get excited for your teammates' successes, for when they do cool stuff, that's when you know you've got real good friends and real good people you're playing with. Like, I mean, for example, I'm super excited for Adam in the next in this round of combat, equally as much. And I think that's an important thing to look at when you are playing and GMing is, are you excited? Are you excited for your fellow teammates to get into this story and do stuff? Do you get invested when we go into their stories and stuff like that? Do you feel when they feel? Do you cry when they cry? You know, it's awesome. It's epic, and that whole scene there with the breaking of the neck and the spine from Rob, like basically just like riding this dude down to the ground. It's just awesome. But then to just jump off and then teleport up and start going for the next giant, it's just, everything here is just so cinematic, and we've got a great table for it too. So
no, I'm not going to bother.
Okay, cool.
That's it. I'll just miss him. I'll whip around his legs. Same guy that I missed before. I think he's wearing something around his legs that's making his thighs a little, his calves a little thicker than the other guy.
Yeah, it's
wearing
very
some
heavy forged plate armor that you would think, so you would see it on tanks and stuff like that in our world, but for them, it's very hardy.
I should have. Oh, I forgot.
Leg warmers, not sorry, armor, not leg warmers.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably, yeah, what it is.
They're fire giants. They don't need leg warmers.
All right.
No one needs
I
them.
will. Do I want to do it again? How often do I get it back per long rest? I don't want to be wasting them all. I will step away from him. Where's the? I see the giant. They've just thrown a big thing at the skeleton, who's basically a pile of bone dust at this point. So I will step back, not leaving his melee range, hopefully, but just like trying to get around and be like, and then I'll whip crack, trying to get this guy's attention onto me rather than the skeleton.
Okay, give me an intimidation check.
Oh, nice. Not bad. 15 plus my intimidation is +1, 16.
16. Okay, cool. All right, 16. You managed to get the target. It's targeting you right now.
Over here, big guy. And with my newly animated shield just kind of floating in front of me, I'm like a lion tamer.
Hells yeah, rock and roll. All right, moving on. Mary May and Dottie, it's your turns.
Well, I have a question.
Sure.
Would hold person work on a giant?
You need hold monster. Yeah, you need to be humanoid.
Yeah, no worries. Well, I think maybe Dottie will kind of look and be like, I got this. I want to move closer to Selak, since he's kind of like just crumpled down, and I think she wants to like, see if she can help him up, like, or just basically shield any damage.
So this point here was perfect for me because I already knew I was going to negate the damage, and this was the first time I did it, so I cleared it just to make sure that it was okay. Like, hey, is it okay if I negate this? Because it's a free action anytime I take damage to negate it. But I wanted to have that whole like, oh no, Selak moment. And so Duncan coming and trying to distract him away from him, and Dottie sort of stepping up and trying to help protect him was just like a perfect setup to Selak's power being used in this round. That was where I got my joy from this combat. Really, was this round here. So much cool stuff happened, and it was because we all kind of came together really strongly as a team. I'd be protected.
Since he's just
hells yeah. So you're sort of like getting in the way of it. Yeah.
He's Selak is bones now.
Oh God, he's dead. Wait.
Wait, hang on. And I'm just gonna go for something simple. Just gonna use a little cantrip. I'm gonna use Ray of Frost.
Ray of Frost? Let's go.
Hopefully that'll hit.
Yeah.
Yay, no chaos.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No. That's not gonna hit. I think maybe as she's like running to Selak, she tries and just like shoots one out. But it's not. She's looking to get over to him. Yeah.
Where are you? You're. Where are you? Where are you on the battlefield? I don't see your token.
Me.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Right. Oh, is that you there? Right.
Yeah. I can't move it, can I?
We've got our first potion as well, which is super cool. So I'm gonna just put that little thing over here for you, my dear friend Dag. There you go. You're currently on 2 hit points. You might need that. You might need that health potion. Okay, guys.
I was so worried for a second because obviously I'm a lich. I was so worried that Dredd was gonna be like, just because of that natural 20 I did before. I thought he was gonna turn around and be like, you drink the potion. It's positive energy. You take radiant damage and you die. Yeah. Rob probably would have. That's why I didn't take any damage.
I don't know. I took some ice damage before. I took 12 points.
Yeah. What about Rob, guys? What about Rob?
I'm down to only 146 hit points.
Amazing.
Oh no!
I got fallen on, and I've only got 188 hit points left.
Now, was that your turn, Dottie?
Look, I've got it as a bonus action. I might as well use it once. I might spend some sorcery points to summon a Hound of Ill Omen.
I may as well use it once, she
says.
So
she gets to kind of Selak, and it's like, oh, you've had a rough one. I'm gonna take care of you. And then she'll do like a 2-finger whistle, which I can't do, but my mum can do.
Right.
And say, here, boy, as the swirling, any shadows kind of like form this shadowy dire hound to attack the giant.
Hells yeah. It sucks in the sort of like nearby surroundings, so it's made of like ice and blood as it does. And I've just put it on the screen here. Now it appears directly on the creature.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, turn. Does he get an attack or?
It says to target one creature you can see.
Oh. Okay, cool.
So I guess that means it gets an attack in, or does that mean like next round it would get an attack?
Creaking Dag.
You know what? Let's move on to Mary May's turn. You do have a creature in that's now next to it. Now Mary May as well.
Rob being an excellent ringer player. Very good to have a ringer in your table.
The first round worked the same way. Mary May is going to leap up into the air using her ring of jumping.
Hells yeah.
And like clamber up the giant and
Let's go.
Instead of going for the eyes this time, I think she's going to go directly for its throat.
Ooh, nice.
And take both daggers and slice like inward.
Okay, make an attack roll.
You love to hear it.
So good.
16.
16. That won't be a hit, unfortunately. It was just like it's a very weird surface to be fighting on, like another creature's humanoid form as well.
Yeah, that's all right.
So just like in that scene there, Dredd, I think everyone really trusts Dredd with the descriptions. Whether it's a hit or a miss, Dredd is always sure not to try and humiliate the characters. Like, even if you miss, he's describing how it's uneven and the task is difficult. Not, you just kind of whiff and hit the air, or you tumble and you sort of stagger over yourself. You know, there's never there's never a talk down when it comes to the cinematic. It's always kind of an even Steven thing. Like, you don't mess up. The only time you mess up is when you describe it as a player, which I appreciate in Dredd style. I definitely do it so that people mess up, because sometimes they try something that's like super risky, and if they fail that super risky thing, I'm like, you feel really dumb right now, because what you did knowingly was do something that you knew you were probably going to fail at. And when you fail at it, it's like, well, the obvious thing happened. You know, so that's you're shit at this. Congrats. Yeah, exactly. You want to make sure that stuff like that's fun. But yeah, I will admit I'm guilty of that. I definitely have those moments where I'm just like, so let me get this straight. You want to launch fireball at the red dragon. Okay, launch your fireball. It launches into the air. It swallows it. It spits it out back at you. You know. And it's not that I'll do that, but you know what I mean? Like, it's just, yeah, stuff like that. You know, I can be a little bit of a jerk. I acknowledge that. It is one of my weaknesses. Yeah.
And then my second dagger.
Yeah.
Less, so that's fine.
Okay, cool. So it again jostles, and as it does, I need a dex save from you to maintain your purchase at the end of its turn. Why isn't it your turn?
28.
28? Hells yeah. Okay, cool. You managed to stay your perch. Easy. Okay. How do we land on the hound?
It uses its own initiative and uses the direwolf stats.
Oh, so it gets rolled into initiative, does it?
Yeah, you roll it into initiative and blah blah. I usually go to make things easier on summons.
I usually put it at the end of the creature's turn.
Yeah,
that's what we'll do. Okay, cool. So let's say that it gets its turn now. So does it have a stat block on your sheet at all?
It uses direwolf stats.
Oh, direwolf stats. Okay, cool. Boy.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Did you want to roll it?
I think that's a +5 for melee.
Yeah.
You roll it.
Okay.
It's autonomous.
Let's go.
It's autonomous.
His name is not Fluffy. What's like a real mom named the dog?
Dexter.
Dexter. Yeah, I like
amazing.
that.
Dexter. Okay, cool. So it's gonna making a bite attack against it. It's gonna use it.
Can I also say I love how further and further into Fran Drescher Dottie ends up getting the more she gets into this.
And then we are gonna roll the damage on top of that, which is going to be
2d6 plus 3.
Yeah. It's going to be 8, and then a strength save for the giant. Is going to definitely make that with.
I was going to say, if it can't make a DC 13 strength save.
Amazing. Okay, cool. That is.
If that weak ass wolf knocks that thing prone when I've been trying my
Oh, poor Rob.
Lessons from the wolf.
I mean, this guy didn't take his calcium tablets.
Warrior, it's your turn. You're currently prone.
Do I need to use my movement to get out from under him?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, so I use all of my might and movement to push the fire giant. A dead fire giant, so he's not given anything. He's not given any help.
Would you say that you're deadlifting?
I hate to do this again, but I'm going to use my reaction, and the skull of a Salak goes, warrior, just wait one moment. Take a deep breath in.
Okay.
Take a deep breath in.
You watch as Selek's head, which is on one side of the boulder, and on the other side of the boulder, like the Selek's hand sort of crawls over to the book,
And as he does, he pulls out a quill and starts to write. And I cast haste on.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, I cast haste on
Very,
on
very
warrior,
nice.
which will give you an extra action, +2 AC, and yeah, basically you can use that extra action as a dash action as well.
Hells yeah, that's amazing.
You can get into the fray today, or in this round.
I love it. Okay, cool. So what would that bring the movement to then? Well, because you can move another 30 feet. You can definitely make it. I'm gonna say, yeah, easy, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so I push him off and just immediately scour the battlefield, and he sees that there's only one giant backup, and he moves straight into, can I do it myself? I can. Straight into melee range with him, and just gets back to attack, and the only thing...
That's funny. Because I'm going over here, yeah, look at me, and he's looking at me, and I'm like, yeah, that's right, look at me, and then I realize he's actually looking at this much bigger
much larger than him.
I'm like, oh yeah, actually look at him, that's a good idea.
Walks behind you at first in a big shadow.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're intimidated now, aren't you? Yeah.
And then a couple of steps in front of you.
All right, the great sword comes to bear. Roll your attack rolls.
And sorry, getting back to it, and first attack roll is 11. Oh my god. I should have done it with advantage. Though. 26.
26 definitely hits.
That'll hit, and then the damage is 5. What is that? 10 and 4, and then just come straight back in with number 2.
Hells yeah. Now, I'm tacking on 10 extra damage with each of your attacks because I'm assuming you're using your Great Weapon Master, which gives you an extra 10 damage on top. So that's actually 24.
Well, I just did a crit because I rolled a 19 with a 10 on top, so 29.
Yep.
So I'll let you do the maths on what that full damage is.
So roll 2d6 and
All right. So while math is being calculated, and yes, I am a very modest person. I balance ego and modesty. It's very weird. But yes, for me, that moment where Adam was, like, he's our special guest. He was a tank. He only really gets to do stuff in combat, and this is where we're at. Him getting pinned down underneath the fire giant and not being able to get in there. I was like, like, he's not gonna make it this round, and likely this creature's gonna go down in the next. So with one of them being killed by Rob, I was kind of like keen on having like the other one like taken out by Adam. So casting haste was something I was planning on maybe doing, hence why I was like drawing in the book before. But that moment there where Adam really got to step up and shine, be a giant, be this huge massive force. It was super cool. It was super rewarding. And yeah, he got 2 nat 20s.
Okay, cool. Those gods are like, can we move on from this fight, please? Just give him all of the 20.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, he's just absolutely smashing it down here.
On top of that.
And even though I didn't, like all I said was I cast haste, but I'm loving every second of this. Like in genuine feels. I'm like, this is happening not just because of me, but it's happening because of what we're doing. We as a team. And those are super cool.
He was like, I want to be tank, and I want to hit things. I was like, okay, let's go.
There we go. So I got, that was pretty bad. 5 + 5, so 10.
Another 10 damage. Okay, cool. You hear the sound of screeching metal as you cut further into this fire giant's armor, revealing splayed flesh and bone beneath the trajectory of your blade. It buckles under the pressure. It's still standing. It looks defiant at you, perhaps for the last time.
And then I, knowing exactly what's going on, brings the sword up above his head and just goes straight for the heart.
All right. Do you want to use your natural 20 token here?
Do I still have one?
You still have one, yeah. You can roll to see and then use it.
I've got advantage, so let's just...
I was going to say, you've got advantage, and before you did that previous attack, he was already on 69 HP.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we're fine. So rolling with advantage this time. We get a 26.
Was that 18, 19, or 20?
It was a 16.
Okay, cool.
And then we go for the 2d6 and another d4, which is 11 damage.
11 damage. Okay, you can see the knee buckles at this point, but still standing up. The great axe rests on the ground as it does, and it's breathing heavily. And it sort of chuckles at you, the fact that it's still standing.
I love this. The ego.
Even though you've like
damn.
Yeah.
Oh,
when
shit.
villains laugh when they're about to die.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Okay, cool.
Watch your mouth.
No, I won't action surge to finish it off.
No, you could.
I step back. And,
Cool.
And not at
So,
Selleck
like
again.
in that moment, you hear the sound of Kaladar's voice during one of the training sessions that you've had with him, and he's like,
Remember, it's not about pride or winning. It's about surviving.
and that's when you hold on.
Knowing
Did you do 4 attacks on this round?
Yeah.
Knowing my 3 attacks and then the
haste.
And the no, I haven't done the haste attack.
Oh no, you used it to dash.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, and
No, because the haste also doubles your movement, so you didn't need to dash.
Oh right, okay, yeah, take the attack. Okay.
Rob coming in clutch.
But sometimes it feels good to pride.
So
Kill it with fire! Forget what I said about survival. Murder this fool!
knows he's done a good job. Steps back, looks at Selleck, and goes, "Oh wait, Selleck's just a skull on the ground. I need to do this myself."
Yeah. See, this
I
is.
know that you've got one as well, Dag.
16, 26.
Ellie. No, but here is the great bit. This is why Rob, Dredd, and me, this is why we are so good together. We are literally like a trifecta of like the best players you want at a table, right? You've got the one guy who is just so presently minded. You've got the one guy who's like always able to like kind of throw in that support when need be. You've got that other guy who is just nothing but good vibrations and stuff like that. Yeah, I love the 180 when Dredd changes the warrior moment. Ah, that was so good. But you know, the three of us together when we're there, right? It's man, like that moment there is for me like the epitome of like the magic of why me, Rob, and Dredd make an incredible stream team. Like if I could capture that moment, and that would be my description of it. Yeah. The 180 is a perfect movie moment. Yeah, absolutely. You can even imagine it too. Like, you know, the white misty background, this giant dragon turtle, like, sage master, like, saying this, and then it's like, yes, you know, you must know when to hold them and when to fold them. And then other times you need to fucking smack a bitch, you know. And that's just basically what's happened. Oh, man. Absolutely incredible. All right.
And 2d6 and the 4.
And I love the fact that the giant was laughing as well.
15 damage.
Okay, cool. It's gonna go weakling, and as it doesn't, it's gonna say weakling, but you interrupt it, and then
finish him.
All right, you can describe how you want to finish this giant.
So for that second to last attack, I thought it was gonna be into his chest, thinking I'm getting his heart, but it doesn't take him. So heave and straight
you get pulled with the momentum of your blade now that it's resting in the chest of this giant's heart, and then it's sort of like sitting there like the sort of Excalibur in this prominent space as combat is finished. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah.
All right. So combat finishes. So this is the first combat of the what is effectively a 3.5 hour game, roughly. You know, taking away, of course, our 15-minute break and taking away the introductions that we had. Right. So right now, with that in mind, we are now at 3 hours and 15 minutes in, with only 45 minutes left to go. Now, if we were breaking it down into the 3-act structure, we are now overtime at this point. So, with only the better part of, like, let's say 40 minutes, technically, that would have been there, we are maybe 20 minutes into what Act 3 should be here. The next section here, I think, is where Dredd didn't quite catch up to that time elapse. As far as what I would have done differently, I would have maybe cut down some of the hit points on the giants at around about maybe 15 minutes ago, give or take. I maybe would have had the first attack from Warrior maybe potentially fell the creature. Anyway, my point is, slowing combat itself can take a long time, just even going through people's turns. Every turn, every player in your group takes roughly 2 to 3 minutes on a turn. By the time you get through 5 people, that's 15 minutes in. 2 people down, that's half an hour, which is almost a full third of what should be your game in a 3.5 hour game. So, but the fact that we got through 2 rounds means that we were looking at roughly that. Yeah, Mary's 16 hitting is another great example. Or I would have given advantage on that, or I would have lowered the AC, maybe have the armor break. There are lots of reasons a GM could make a 16 hit on that kind of creature, especially a creature that big. But yeah, exact same sort of scenario here. I think yeah, that period there, I think this is where he lost a little bit of time. And when we got to the end, which you'll see in half an hour, when he gets to the end, that little ending is rushed a little bit, because Rob, Dredd, and I, we kind of discussed how we're going to split from one group to the other. So after we resolved Dredd's game, we were then to go into Rob's game after passing through a portal, hence the portal thing that was supposed to occur. You'll see what happens when we talk about it in a minute. But if you find yourself short on your ending, there's a certain point, and it doesn't apply to this game, but it should apply to your games. There's a certain point where you need to decide whether or not you're going to continue for the night, or whether you should double down and focus on building a second session. It is usually around this point that I'll turn around and be like, hey, I've got like maybe an hour and a half left of maybe an hour or so of content, but we've only got like 30 minutes to play. Do I want to rush that 30 minutes, or do I want to invite people back for another game? Obviously, in a show, you can't do that. But if you're running a table, don't be afraid to do that. Ask the players. Put that out there. Just be like, hey, guys, we were supposed to end today, but I can add a little bit extra to it. And if you want to guys have a second session, we can schedule something later on. And a lot of people generally take that up. Don't feel like you're forced to try and squeeze everything into a time zone, unless you are a professional performer, in which case, yes, please squeeze into your schedule. So yeah, just as a little aside there. But yeah.
Ooh, we did it.
All right.
As commented, Selek's hand starts flicking through the pages of his book.
Yeah, also if you want to stay
his
late.
body
Yeah.
just lying in ruin underneath this rock. He flicks to a page with a picture of himself on it, with all the like broken ribs, skull fracture, powderized hip bone, torn apart coccyx, all the things. And what I do is he takes the page, rips it out, scrunches it up, and it turns to ash. And as it does, I completely negate the damage from my previous attack, or from the previous damage to me.
Oh.
And then you see Selek just appear with the book in his hand again, and he sort of like cracks his neck. The only damage I've now taken is from the ice spell.
Oh, I love it.
as he goes, excellent, good. Just because I'm immortal doesn't mean it doesn't hurt like the Dickens.
How you holding up?
Well, yeah, I'm all right. Just these old bones aren't used to things.
All right.
If he'll let her, she might try and click one back into place.
I'm just imagining, he's so old, as it clicks back into place, it just falls off, and he's like,
"Ooh, yeah, look, you might need a Cairo for that."
Again, no eyebrows.
Now, as you guys stand there
Just
triumphant,
some fire giant ash.
yeah.
This time.
Throws them in.
It's like a monobrow.
Now, as you guys stand there triumphantly, you can see that there is this fairly prominent cave of dripping flesh, blood sort of pouring down from its various area. You can see that something has cut in to whatever this creature is. Now that you look around, you can see these the many eyes of this creature like hang lazily. This creature is still alive, and it's still breathing with a much labored pace. Very clearly, it does seem that the way would be that cave, or at least that would be the most prominent path to whatever you're here for. However, what would you like to do?
Okay, let's take a brief moment to talk railroads. So we're at 3, 18, 20. Okay, railroads. Now, a lot of people talk about railroads in RPGs. What a railroad refers to is the path of your plot which takes you in the direction you need to go. At some point or another, there is an element of free reign that your players have in order to how they respond to things. And then there is also the accepted and understood convention of where you're going with the plot. In this particular case, there's a cave. It's right in front of you. It looks as though someone's cut into the cave. Likely that's the direction you need to go. What do you want to do? The what do you want to do is not a do we want to go into the cave. It can be very misunderstood, especially if you are a player and you want to, and look, I'm gonna say please don't do this if you're a player. Don't mess with your GM just because you can see the railroad tracks, right? If you can see the railroad tracks, try to embrace them a little bit. It can be very disappointing to just follow the railroad from the start to the end, but try to embrace them a little bit because the more time that you spend just kind of spinning your wheels or trying to find other ways off the track, the longer it's going to take from everyone. Like for example, we don't go into the cave, we go swimming in the beach, or we go to one of the eyes and we use detect magic and try to understand and speak to the eyeballs, or something like that. Like there are lots of things that could happen, but it is not a far cry to say go into the cave. Railroads can be great. However, a masterful GM creates railroads where you can never perceive the ends of the railroads. Like if you can never see either side of it, you've done a great job. Rob, I think, does a very, very good job at this. He definitely does have railroads that I've seen in the past, but the catch is I've never felt like I've had to stay on them, and there's been enough wiggle room and movement to be able to do stuff. Like I'm playing in a game with Rob on the weekends, and we were playing in a big kind of murder mystery. There was this creature that was murdering people, yada yada yada. But at the same time as that was happening, there were some refugees in need of help because of prejudice from a nearby town. In addition, there was this lingering background stuff that was happening with some of the characters that was going on. In addition, as people went missing and these things were getting found, we then had to investigate an old tower that may have once belonged to an old dude, and at no point in another were we told you have to go do stuff, but it was very clear where we needed to go. This is the site of the murders, this is the tower for the wizard, this is the citadel where all the drow are currently situated, but at no point did it ever feel like we had to go anywhere. Just that these are the places to go, and that even if we didn't want to go that way, there'd be stuff left in the world. The more fleshed out your world is, the better that usually helps, I like to call these cardboard adventures. Like, if you don't flesh out your world and you only have a railroad, as soon as you step off the railroad, it's like anything you touch is made of cardboard. I've played in games where we got told about a castle, about this very eccentric old man who lived up in this old gated community type thing. We went up to the gates and the guard just says, nope, you cannot come through here. And we're like, we want to. It's like, but you cannot. And I'm like, well, you can't really stop us. We're level 14. And he's like, well, you cannot. I will not allow you to. And, like that kind of, for me, is a clear, like, this is cardboard land. Anything beyond this gate is cardboard world. So, those, I mean, they're there and I appreciate them. But when you build and flesh out your world a lot, it's just a vast, seemingly endless scape, and you cannot see the edges of your railroad, and you are just happy to go on the path that you're on. So those are amazing. Those are a lot of fun. Dredd is building something here. Unfortunately, we don't have time to build more of the world. We know that we're on an island. We know it's covered in blood. We know this is the only cave we've really seen, only landmark really that we've seen. And let's see how the players interact with it when we arrive.
Oh, surely we can't leave this thing lying around.
Seems like we're definitely close.
Well, that's what we came for, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I would just have our wits about us.
Yeah.
And if you have any plastic covers for your shoes, I would recommend putting them on now.
This was a nice little warm up, I think. But if the people we were speaking with before, you said they were avatars of gods, yeah. So if they were to be believed, then this Senzo is a godlike power. I'm not sure gonna have to be on our. Is there any way you can not be so brittle? Have you got anything you can do that makes you less susceptible to, just being smashed apart?
I don't need to say anything. I just, you know what it is. It's just really funny that was what it's like. I appreciate it. It's like, do you have any way to not get killed?
You mean by giant boulders? I mean, that'll break anyone. Are you kidding me?
I mean, I could teleport out of the way.
It wouldn't break me.
He wouldn't have fine, sure. He'd probably dodge it.
Maybe catch it and throw it back.
Let's just say no, but I'm very, very difficult to kill.
Okay, good.
I mean, he's got his fancy book that can bring him back to standing again. I wouldn't be so worried.
Yeah,
Duncan is right, though. Stuff. This is just a warm-up. It's going to be a lot more danger ahead.
Should we try and get in there a little more quiet, sort of scout out, so we don't trigger something we're not ready for?
Highly recommended.
Oh, that's right, I forgot about this.
Then perhaps I can be of some assistance here.
I can also
Where did
help.
I put that?
Yeah, but shut up, Rob. Okay, I didn't get to do anything in battle except for buff people, so I am gonna go scout. No, that's fine. I actually completely forgot that I summoned this ghost. I honestly did it because I knew that if we were to scout, I was okay. So here's what I did. In my mind, I was like, we should scout. They wanted to scout, and the trouble with scouting in D&D was to what's the word? Is you usually have like a rogue or someone who could stealth move up away from the group. Trouble is if they get into trouble, they're away from the group and they get ambushed and they get killed. So for me, I was like, okay, likely either Duncan or Mary is going to be the ones to step forward. If they do, and if they get caught, then Warrior, myself, and Dottie aren't going to be able to help. So I tried to come up with an idea that was going to keep us all together so that we all engage or stealth in together, but we still achieve the scouting. Having the undead ghost that I'm about to summon do that, I was kind of thinking that Dredd would have the ghost go in and then die. Or, well, die, you know what I mean? And that would just be like a foreshadowing kind of thing. But he actually got really in there, so yeah. That was my intention was never to teleport it and do a whole bunch of stuff that I did, but yeah.
Ah, right, good. I pull out a page of my book and I once again begin to recite the incantation. I'm casting the spell Summon Undead, and I'm going to rip the soul out of this giant and turn it into a scout for us.
Ooh.
Okay, I mean that's one way to do it. I think
I just want to go in and attack things, but if you want to do this, then
we will definitely need to attack things, big guy. But we're gonna need to just make sure that we're not biting off more than we can chew.
Well, then Warrior just sits on the dead body of the fire giant that is next to and patiently waits.
I turn to any one of the natives here and I say, "You guys got a shadow fell here? Shadow plane, a plane of shadow, plane of darkness, any of that sort of thing?"
Would we know that, Dredd?
Yeah, give me Arcana checks, guys.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it with a disadvantage.
Yeah.
It's 18.
Because I definitely wouldn't know.
It's the one thing that you do know.
I rolled an 18 and a 20.
An 18?
With this.
Damn.
Hells yeah.
So it turns out I do know.
You do know.
Very intricately, the person with amnesia remembered.
Your amnesia, you do summon some sort of information on the plane of shadow. It does exist. If it didn't exist, there wouldn't be shadows or darkness in this world. So it is very close to a mirror of this place. What was the other results as well?
I got an 18.
18?
16.
16. Okay, the two of you know that information as well.
What Rob says, self-imposed disadvantages, beautiful. Having flaws, I think, makes your character unique. And we mentioned that before with Selak and his curse to have to obey everyone.
You do know that in recent days, this place was known to bring strife into this world in a place known as Core, and Phaetun itself as well. Creatures were being brought to this place and turned into creatures known as Nightwalkers. These monolithic giant creatures that bring this aura of annihilation, destroying things.
Side note, I hate Nightwalkers. They are my mortal enemies in any game. I've had so my very first character death was actually at the hands of a Nightwalker, and to boot, I even had a character, my grand swordsman who collected swords, right? Like that was his goal. He collected these ancient and powerful swords, fight a Nightwalker only to have all of my swords shattered before the final boss. And the thing is we were fighting the final boss, and my swordsman literally had no swords. I was just like, my character gives up. I literally, like, no one's got any spare swords. You spent the entire round just full attacking me till I was disarmed completely. Now where I'm in the final boss fight, and unless I learn how to slap someone, no. Yeah, you never forget your first kill. You never forget your first death. My death was from metagaming, which is why I don't metagame. One of my players read the novels for the Old Forgotten Realms books, and we were in a cave where we found some sleeping Nightwalkers, and my character, who was a shadow elf, whose powers were activated entirely in the darkness, went towards these creatures to assassinate them, and one of the other players cast daylight on me, lost all my powers, all my abilities, all my AC, all my weapon stuff, and got wiped. Literally, this thing just went, cool, haste, killed me instantly. Didn't even have a chance to react. I will never forget that, because for me it was like, why did you just cast sunlight on the shadow elf you know needs darkness to survive? And he's like, oh, I read the books and I thought this would work. And I'm like, it didn't do anything to him. Didn't do anything to the Nightwalkers. Was so angry. You've never died, Rob? No, that can't be right. Really? You've never had a character death? I mean, not that I'm going to rectify that, but I mean, I might, but I think not because I'm trying to, but just sheer volume of me GMing you, I feel like I will. But have you really never died? Have you really never had a character death? Okay, I'm going to count, like, if you died and then got resurrected, that's still a character death. You've never died in a long-running campaign, Rob. Your character had died in a one-shot with GM Workshop. Oh, that's true. There you go. Creative Garden calling you out. Gotta remember, you got the fans, Rob. Unless you don't count your one-shots. I mean, okay, so here's an interesting insight. Here's an interesting insight. It is very hard to count one-shots, especially when you're like me, Rob, and Dredd and stuff like that. It's very hard to count one-shots as characters for that purpose of measuring our experience and our stable. Characters like these guys, right? These make sense because it's a long-running character. There's a lot of investment and a lot of stuff on it. But then you've got stuff like random roulette that I do with Phoenix and stuff like that. Those ones, I don't know. If those characters die, I don't count those just because I think, I just think it doesn't count. You know, like it's not a character I really made with that level of investment. So when they died, there wasn't really that sense of loss and death. You know. I don't know if that was the case with the GM Workshop game, but yeah, that's kind of how I view it. You know, I think I've only had. Actually, come to think of it, I think I've only had two characters, maybe three characters at most die. I'm definitely in single digits. Despite how often I play. But yeah, there you go. I don't know why we're talking about character death. It's very foreshadowing. Okay, here we go.
It's very strange that connection is there.
It is very strange. Thank you, Dredd.
Yeah. Well, we've got it, but I wouldn't. Yeah, well, like I relay that. I wouldn't mess around with it too much if I were you.
Damn. Okay.
I think
I'm in touch with back on my home. I'm in touch with like I can summon sort of shadows from the Shadow Fell that we call it, and I can make us all a little stealthier, a little quieter for a bit. As
you're saying that, the direwolf kind of, the Hound of Owen sits next to Dottie.
Something like this. I see you're in touch with it, so you can mess around with it without issue. Like when you're casting spells that draw on power from there.
I mean, I can, but yeah. I mean, I have permission of a sort.
which is the big risk? If I mess around with spells that draw on the power from the shadows, or we get seen.
Look, you're working for us, so I would say you get a pass. But
am I good? And I walk over to the Hound.
Bites you on your keister, then
yeah, I walk over to the Hound and I offer him the back of my hand, and I'm like, "Am I good to try?"
It leans its head into your hand, allowing you to sort of like pat it.
Yeah, give him scritches.
The shadows sort of coalesce around your fingers and up your hand as well.
I'll take the shield back onto my arm because it only animates for a minute at a time. So I take it back onto my arm and I sort of kneel down.
I was so surprised that Rob didn't go full Captain America with this shield, like, you know, throwing it and having it bounce off stuff and then just being like pulling it back in.
Place the point of the bottom of the shield onto the ground, and I just focus, and then that sunlight grows lighter. The sort of rising sun on my shield, and then these shadows kind of spread out from the thing. And I'm going to try, but with the chaos, obviously it might go wrong. But I'm going to try and cast Pass Without a Trace, a 2nd level spell.
I love it.
Wow.
Okay, cool. All right, so as that shadow clings and cloaks you, you can see your footsteps also being removed as well. So wherever you were standing, the icicles sort of fill back in, and the dark, dripping cave beckons you. As you all make your way in there, can I get a stealth check with Pass Without Trace?
The ghost of the fire giant's going in first.
Yes. He's
yes, correct.
No, that's true. That's true.
So
summoned undead to send a scout for us.
Stands up.
I'm going to use a natural 20 on perception and a natural 20 on stealth.
All right.
I'm going to do my 20s.
Right.
That's going to see everything. Thank you.
Yes, I would see everything
I love
and not
that.
be found. Thank you.
With both of those, so your both natural 20s are gone?
Yeah. So,
Hells
yeah. So I want to know what's in there.
All right, and this is on the thing?
Yeah.
And it's going ahead without you guys. You guys are getting ready to move in behind it.
Pass Without a Trace
Oh, yeah.
is plus 10, right?
Yeah.
Plus 10, yeah.
Then 44.
Oh, okay.
Jesus fuck. How did you
Okay.
Oh my god.
As you see this specter of the fire giant pass in.
Did I
the
just
dark,
whistle
dripping
with
cave,
my
you
own
follow its
character
heavy
just then?
footsteps as
I
it
did.
goes through the
Past
cavern
Michael
of
and
flesh.
future Michael are just
It eventually
the same.
comes to the lungs, and then comes to what looks like a heart. The heart glows with this almost like ethereal like light, but it's held within the chest. It stands there, and there you see
I love
a
this map that
huge,
Dredd has.
Goliath. Massive. I mean, it's the size of the giants that you fought as well.
It's one of my
The size
favorite
there
maps
is
that he
huge.
uses for
There you
some
can
of his
see
games.
that it is holding a blade. It's quite beautiful, the blade itself. This is what you see.
I will also say that I do actually have the ability, and it's an actual class feature that I see through its eyes.
Yeah, so
well,
that's what you're seeing.
So outside the cavern,
So just super quick, I just want to give a shout out. Bagel was an absolute bloody champion, getting the artwork here done for us as quickly as they did. I think it was Bagel, wasn't it? I feel like it was Bagel. Might have been. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, no. I mean, it was one of those things like. The idea behind these different characters, we wanted to make the custom and unique artwork for each of the characters so that we knew exactly what we were looking at and what we were kind of doing for these very unique villains for our games. So this first one is Senzo and the very, very first incarnation of Senzo as this Goliath mixed with this Imperial dragon, not dragon, giant, whatever the Forgotten Realms one is, and I think the tattoos look awesome, the red swirls, and man, it's just a really iconic kind of villainous look, and I love that it's got like this kind of like cadence of like walking towards the camera. So good, definitely love it. Yeah, it is Bagels. Okay, good.
communicate what's up ahead.
Hells yeah. Now, I want to thank the person that did this art, Rob. Who exactly?
Bagel.
Bagel.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you so
Freaking
much.
awesome.
I
Two
love
shout-outs, there
this
you go.
art piece so much. This character is a massive character in my world, and I have never seen the character brought to. So thank you so much for this.
I love that.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Cool.
Yeah. So this is what you see, Selak.
Okay.
You can see that it's now presiding over the heart. It's holding up a hand, and it seems to be like summoning whatever energy is from this heart towards its palm. Now
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to do this for you guys as well. This is what you see as well.
Yeah, I'll basically say, all right, so I think bad things are happening. It's arrived at what looks to be a giant ethereal monster heart, and it seems to be drawing energy from it into itself. Although I think wielding the sword is some sort of Goliath on steroids. I mean, Warrior's big, but this guy is also quite.
Okay, we need to move quickly.
Yes, it
Can't
sounds
let it
like
You can
he's
see that the heart is becoming more and more labored with the more and more time that passes, and Senso seems to be growing with power. Now, for people that aren't sure, Senso is both the person and the sword. The Kuatoa worshipped the sword, which gave him humanoid form and godhood. So right now, he seems to be drinking the power of whatever this entity is and growing in strength. His tattoos become more elaborate. This sword becomes longer and sharper as well. And then he sees the giant and he's like,
Interesting. A challenger. Come.
Question.
How did he see me with a natural 20 on my stealth?
oh, sorry.
Not a guarantee. That's
Come
still
on.
just a check.
That's
20
true,
plus
yeah.
what? What's the stealth
Yeah.
modifier?
Oh.
He didn't see you, he saw the specter.
The Spectre has a net 20 on its stealth,
Yeah, the
is what he's
Spectre has a
saying.
net-
So
Oh, sure.
what's the Spectre's stealth
Let
modifier?
me.
Okay, actually, I'll
let
tell you
me-
what the stat
Yeah,
specter's
roll. Let's,
And why are
yeah,
you
what's
so
the
much
modifier?
quieter than everybody else?
Am I quieter than everyone else?
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know why.
So
Hold on, let me.
It's
try
because I'm a
this.
soft
I'll
soul,
roll-
mate.
I'll roll an insight check because you can't.
Okay.
I am a
crit on
gentle,
but I
bloody
will do
man.
that.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Let me find out what his actual stealth is. So its actual stealth would be 23, unless it's got something extra. Skills? No, it doesn't have any inherent skills. So it'd be 23. It would
23.
Be
Okay, cool. I'm going to roll it in chat just to make sure that you can see that I'm going to make that perception.
I wonder
check.
if this godlike being can
Has good
beat
perception.
23 on perception.
Oh,
Yeah.
if only its perception wasn't 22.
Where is it?
On. And this will learn me for using nat 20 tokens on Dredd.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh!
22. Okay.
Was it
All
22
right.
total?
It's a 22.
22.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yo!
Okay, so he says that and then he goes,
I must have been imagining it.
Must have been the wind.
Moving quickly.
the
we are
chamber
moving.
starts to shudder. You see the flesh start to peel and go into necrosis as well as it starts to pull apart now as whatever Senso is doing, it is making this place become undone. You guys have the jump, so you will have a surprise round when you're ready to initiate combat. However, you can make any preparations like spells on low light beforehand, but as soon as you make an attack, that's when we go into initiative.
So I would like to cast
Okay, so let's pause here. So we are now roughly half an hour before the end. And remember what we talked about before about people's turns and stuff like that. So with 2 minutes per person and per turn, you're going to be looking at roughly, and I say this is only from the player's perspective, roughly half an hour at least to get through 2 rounds of combat. In this particular instance, one of the reasons why we went over is because we didn't make the 2 rounds of combat. But what you do here, if you want to go into a cinematic scene, is you don't need to actually go into initiative in order to engage in combat. Having a pure roleplay combat or a cinematic combat is also viable. The way that one does this is you create a combat that is based off skill challenges. You go to attack, but physical damage doesn't do anything. It will exchange hit points, of course, but not in a meaningful way. So this person might be reaching forward and grabbing the energy of the heart. So a warrior comes up and tries to hit them across the chest and hit them with a sword. You describe the action. The skill check is your attack action. You do the attack, you make the AC. Forget the damage. The attack hits, blood sprays on the ground. As it does so, while he looks wounded, you watch as the energies seem to stitch the wounds closed. Duncan comes up and lashes the hand and then pulls it open for May to slice off. Again, cool, make your attack actions. Doing that and playing in a more cinematic way is how I get through rounds of combat quicker. Because not only does it allow you to do multiple people in a single, kind of phase, as it were, it allows you to go through stuff really, really quickly. And again, against epic creatures, it's a little less about the hit point battery and a lot more about what the strategy is and how you're doing it. I don't use it very often. I will admit that. I do not use that very often, but with half an hour remaining, this being the big boss battle and stuff like that, I would maybe have considered doing something like that. That being said, I think Dredd made an amazing map, and I think he made an amazing encounter, and it would have been a terrible shame to not enjoy it as well, because I know I really enjoyed it. And again, most of these thoughts are hindsight. Bear that in mind. During a game, you think completely differently. End of the game, you know, several weeks later, you're like, oh yeah, maybe this, maybe that. So don't take anything I say as a slight. Dredd did a phenomenal job with this last encounter. So yeah. All right.
Shield. You know.
Right now.
Shield is a reaction.
So,
when you get hit,
Yeah.
that's when you use it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is the energy is being drawn out of the heart?
Yeah.
Toward
Well, actually,
him
you know,
Into the sword.
let me check this.
into
for a
the
sec.
sword.
You know what? I am going to.
It seems to be into the sword and into our dear friend.
His arm.
I'm
Yeah.
going to say, everyone, quick, grab my hand. I can't see you because I'm currently seeing through the giant, but grab my hand.
Okay.
Cool.
Not everything you've asked me to do so far has been good for me, so okay.
All right, I'm
Yes.
gonna teleport everyone to surround the giant.
Okay, cool.
I guess
Mary
we
May's
told the
not
finger.
there.
You're casting
giant-
teleportation.
I'm casting teleportation.
Okay, cool. So that's
And I'm casting it while I'm literally looking at the location
now
that I want to teleport to.
what level? What level is 7th, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, cool. So the DC is currently 14 for chaos. Oh wow, 17. So no chaos.
Oh,
That makes me sad.
Who are you, me?
Yeah, I really want my chaos.
Get all
Okay,
of
cool.
them.
So let's get that percentile dice to see how you roll.
Okay, let's.
Let's say you know the location.
He's looking at it.
You're looking at it. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Still boggles my mind you could
there's just
fail while
percentage.
looking at the
Go
location.
power percentage.
Go powers.
60%.
60%. What does that say on the chart?
On the chart, it says I'm on target.
You're on target. Okay, cool. So you guys are going to teleport there. How long does that potion last as well for the growth?
It lasts for a couple minutes, I think.
Either a minute or 10, probably.
Yeah. I'll look
Double
on,
check,
I'll look.
and then I'll fix it. Okay, cool.
It's true, the location could see me.
Around Sensor. He is erupted by it, and as he looks around to you all, goes,
What is this? Who are you?
Just straight up.
How dare you stop me?
I think so.
As I see him, I run my hand down the length of my blade, and it catches fire.
Fingers off.
And I
Stupid. Ah, damn it.
Okay,
Ralph.
cool. So we are. Is there any interactions here at all? Like who?
Silak, how are you in terms of armor?
Yeah, look, don't worry about my armor. Just, I'm gonna stand over there. Because what I'll do is I'll teleport everyone
Yep.
who's in melee. So I'll
Yep.
teleport Mary, Duncan, and Warrior in adjacent squares to the giant.
Yep.
And I'll teleport Dottie and myself about, let's say, roughly 30 foot away.
To the
You have
giant
no,
or to the
you have no
Goliath?
idea where Mary is. She got a 44 stealth track.
Yeah.
Well, I have to hold my
She's
hand.
not even
Can
in
you-
the game anymore.
Can you
She
ping?
also did not hold
Mary
your-
May.
then
Mary
we're
May was
gone.
not holding her.
Can you
Oh, well, then
ping?
we're, yeah.
Can you ping
Going
where
with
you
that?
want you and you and Dottie to be?
How did you get
Okay, hold on.
44?
Let me-
Did you
let me
have
do
a
that.
plus?
Okay, so
did
I
you get a
will-
nat 20?
Let me check.
We'll be over here.
Right.
That is
Okay.
right.
So Dottie's going there.
Yeah.
That's essentially my way of. Do you need mage armor?
And
But you can.
I've still got mage armor on.
So like you're going here as well, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
also, Warrior has the growth potion for 3 hours.
Holy shit. Okay, great.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Red,
Good
Red,
night.
Red,
I
they've lost
feel
your
like
camera.
Oh, they've lost my camera. Give me a sec.
no worries.
Oh, you know what? My camera's overheated. So.
That's a hot
no.
camera.
Interesting.
From the fire giants.
Yeah.
Yeah,
from the fire giant.
Probably.
Interesting question, Creative Garden. The Goliath character was a major villain in Dredd's campaign setting. What happens during this event is that character then gains power from a villain from my world and then teleports from Dredd's world into Rob's world, which is where I think he is now, or at least where the Goliath is now. The Goliath is with Rob, the sword is with Dredd, and the spirit of the evil entity that was in the sword is with me. So we've all kind of got a major villain in our campaign settings now, thanks to the events that happened here.
No, apparently it's really hot today.
With the 44, I think Mary like slunk in at the same time that the Spectre left to go suss it out, and Mary is currently behind Senso.
All right.
Ooh.
Nice.
I love that too.
Oh my god. I
Also,
love that
your
for
question,
you.
Rob, as to how I got that. I've got plus 16 to stealth, and I rolled.
It wasn't even as high as you could have got. You could get up to a
I could
46.
get higher. Yeah.
Jesus.
Jesus. All right.
With pass without a trace, yes.
Yeah, 46.
Oh my god. No
Jeez.
wonder you never stay
need it.
for work functions.
Yeah. We need a bard. We need a bard that can give you a D12 inspiration as well, and then add that on. Get you
Amazing.
up to a 58.
Okay, cool. So you're going behind Sensor?
Yes, so I've spent this time getting behind him, preferably on the arm side that looks like it's drawing in power.
Okay, that would be this side.
Yeah.
Stars and wishes. I wish
Okay, cool. As
Dredd
he
had
looks
used
at
a
the
heart
invaders
sound
into
effect
his
for
domain,
Sirenscape on this.
He seems
Gross.
frustrated that you are here and
Guidance.
ruining what he is trying to do. Are we rolling initiative?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm
Sure
getting
not
as
gonna
soon as
reason with
we
him.
land in, because Selak didn't give us any warning as what he was going to do. He was just like, hold my hand, and then
Yeah.
next thing we know, we're all just teleported in. So
Yeah.
Join me in
could
prayer.
have just given him a surprise round on all of us. Thanks for that, Selak.
All right.
Well, as soon as I realize where I am and what he's done and what's happened, wham! I'm just striking out. So
Yeah, so what's basically happened is no one's got a surprise round.
Yeah.
Everyone is equally a surprise, except for Salak, who should have a surprise round, just saying.
Yeah. I'm going to be asking everyone's initiative just quickly. Mary May.
23.
Love it.
I got an 8.
You got an 8?
Yeah.
I got a 7.
Surprise, I guess.
Boy.
I got 21.
8.
If I'm being honest, I don't actually remember much of this fight because I feel like I was talking to Dredd about like, hey Dredd, check on the time, mate. Guys in chat, he's waiting to join us.
Okay,
Oh, not Guy, Felix.
Okay, 15 for Select. All right. Rock and roll. Okay, cool.
Just a time check as well. It's just about 20 to 3.
Yep, we're gonna rush through this as quick as we can, and I'm just gonna do a little bit of combat here, not too much. So what we'll do is we'll fling into combat and just see. It's clearly the sword is what's drawing its power. You need to interrupt him as soon as possible. So deal as much damage as you can. Drag him down to the ground. He seems to be growing in strength, so you need to stop him from doing this by pretty much 2 rounds. So be on the fire, because like.
Yeah.
I can do damage. I can do
I
damage.
want you guys. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's fling into combat.
Adam flexing.
All right.
Yeah, you can actually see me like
Is this
doing all that stuff.
Did we
You guys
are
will
we
get a
going
surprise
first?
round. Yeah.
I feel bad.
Does that
but
mean I'm up
part of
first?
You will be up first. Correct.
Yeah, boy. That's
All right. Cool. Let's fling into initiative.
Let's
Go for it.
So Mary May didn't teleport in with the others, is currently behind Senso on the arm side that seems to be drawing in power.
Hells yeah.
I'm going to use my last nat 20 max damage to cut off his arm.
All right.
Where he's holding the sword.
Nat 20 with
Yeah,
sneak attack
give me- yeah,
and assassin.
Bam!
Get it. So instant max damage,
Yep, so that's 58 again.
and then you're gonna roll on top of that, right?
What do I roll on top of that?
All of your sneak attack dice and all the regular attack dice.
Yeah.
Oh, so that was the max for that, and then I do it again.
Yeah,
Is
like
what
you
you're
roll on
saying?
top of it. Yeah.
With a crit, you automatically take the max, and then you also roll again.
Exactly.
Oh, I didn't do that last time.
Also,
Okay, I roll again.
also, you didn't need your nat 20 token because as part of being an assassin rogue, it says any hit you score against the creature that is surprised is a critical hit. It's an automatic crit.
Well, let's make it double crit. Let's make it double crit.
Double crit.
Let's make it double
Yeah,
crit.
that's right. I forgot about the double crit. Oh my god.
All
right, hold on. Let's pause that. All right. Let's talk double crits. Okay, so crit tokens are a custom thing for streams. So this is obviously there's no rule that you'd manage to get double crits, right? Unless you rolled a critical hit after rolling an attack with an assassin who gets the crit. So that's the only situation that you'd get it. Would you double crit? Okay, so again, going back to Pathfinder because that's where I live. Pathfinder actually does have stacking crits, which what would happen was instead of becoming a ×2 then ×2, the ×2 becomes a ×3. I think if I were double critting in any way, like let's say, like in this case here, you got Ellen with 2 nat 20 tokens. I would say she would be able to burn 2 nat 20 tokens to make a critical hit, but then the critical hit is a ×3 instead of a ×2. That's how I think I would do double crits as I think, perhaps. That's my 2 cents on it. I feel.
Add another 58 damage to that. As that blow reels in, you sever the hand and it hits the ground with a heavy thud. The god energy the energy that's being transferred into it starts to still radiate there, and it turns into what looks like a clutched hand. The flesh of Sensor starts to mutate. The 2 bones here start to extend, and then they start to splinter into what looks like this long claw. He's mutating just like the giants as well, at a more rapid pace.
So 2 lots of 58 plus 27.
Another 27?
Yeah.
Hells yeah. Okay, cool.
Do I cut his wrist off?
143? Yeah.
And that's just my
you definitely
first
do
hit.
That. Oh yeah.
And that's just my first.
Hells yeah.
You don't even know what's coming.
At this point, Duncan's like, I don't think she's an enchantress.
Alright.
What could her deal be?
Yeah, I wonder what she's good at.
Now you get another attack, correct?
Yes. Yup. Okay. Do I still have advantage? Do I have anyone?
I'm gonna say you do because you're unseen.
Yep.
And surprised
okay.
as well.
And he's just lost his hand,
Just lost his hand.
I don't know. I'd look at my hand before I look behind me.
21.
21 is unfortunately a miss. So what happens is that dagger comes out, and he's like, he dodges out of the side and finds nothing but air.
Okay.
Man, 21 is a miss.
I'm gonna disengage.
Okay, as a bonus action.
As a bonus action.
Hells
So
yeah.
I think we all kind of clenched up when it's like 21's a
now
miss.
with cunning action, is that the same thing or is that another one?
Cunning action means as a bonus action you can dodge, hide, or disengage.
Disengage, yeah. So I'm gonna disengage.
Correct? Am I wrong there?
Sorry, yeah.
Is it disengage?
Cunning action,
Cunning action is disengage, right?
dodge, disengage, and hide.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, cool. All right.
I'm gonna disengage and move further back away from.
Hells yeah.
And also like the distance of the sword, if I can. So
cool.
if he's out,
Yeah.
I'm nowhere near it.
So you move outside of the combat range as well. So you're now 15 feet away. I would say it is difficult terrain because you're slipping and sliding over these veins that seem to be pumping and coursing with whatever this thing calls blood. Okay, we are going to move on to the next person. It is up to you, warrior.
Warrior notices that he's starting to morph and mutate, and I need to stop him from doing whatever the hell's going on. So I go to stop his new appendage from growing. I use my net 20.
Let's go.
None of that. That is gross.
First slice goes in for, I think it's 43 is the max damage now that the sword is a flaming sword as well.
Let's go.
And then I do an extra And then, oh my god, and then 2d6 and a 1d4. Oh, really? I roll 3 ones on that.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, so
Whoa.
remember you have your fighting style great weapon fighter, so
yeah.
you can actually re-roll those 1s and 2s for weapon damage. So
Yeah, also, to be honest, Rob, I do the exact same thing with AC, though I try not to, mostly because I usually have my characters attack and then find a measured response. Like, if I swing a few times and I miss, I then figure out what their AC is by my character's actions, not necessarily by just hearing the GM say, oh yeah, you need 21, misses or whatever. It's hard. I think my eyes glazed over in real life. Help. Well, if you're in the US, it's probably super late. Feel free to go to sleep. It's okay.
I need to roll all the d4s, sorry.
yeah, you do.
So it's 18 plus 7.
Another 7, so 25.
Well, there's only 15 minutes left in this, so just FYI.
3 damage.
Okay, that wicked blow cleaves off the hand again, and as it does, you see the bones turn into what looks like pinworms. They grow really long and they start to wriggle all over the place. The hand continues to continue to mutate and grow, but you are pulling more and more power from whatever it's managed to channel from this creature. Okay. Yep.
It looks like then I just need to keep going for different appendages. So this time I go for his head. Yep. I use my bonus action, considering I got a crit, to just go again at him.
Nice.
I get a 19. I think that's not enough.
19.
19 to hit.
19 to hit. That definitely hits. No. Sorry. Was it a crit? Was it a natural 19?
So that look on AJ's face.
Oh, okay, cool. No, unfortunately, that's not a hit. So what happens is the blade comes
that's the
out,
moment
and
when
that's
you're like, but I hit a
brings
21. Why didn't I hit?
relic which you've been charged
Every
to gather
player has
and
that
blast
same
it.
unique look.
You start to see the lustrous rubies catch the light, and as it reflects the light from the heart, it starts to drink in even more. His muscles begin to bulge even more, and the toes start to burn with fury.
Well, I realize the time is of the essence, so I've got 2 more attacks. So I go back straight into them.
Now you do notice something. You do notice something.
I get a nat 20 on
Oh my gosh!
What?
Okay, so what happens is as you roll that natural 20, your eye is drifted to one of the rubies. You see yourself in there amongst many other gathered souls that are inside there. For some reason, you are a part of the blade. Okay. All
okay,
right.
well, I'm going for his head this time with a nat 20, so we get 43 damage straight away.
43 straight away. Okay.
And then no, it's doing its own thing, so I need to go 1, 2d6, 4d6, and a d4, and I do an extra. Oh, I can't see all the damage on that. It's not opened up enough for me. It says 15.
Yeah, that's about right. 46 and D4 is an average of 16. So.
Oh, there's 2 2s on there. Could I re-roll those?
Yeah.
Okay, so that takes it down to an 11, and then those were from the D6. So 11. Oh, why didn't that roll? 11 plus another 8, 19.
19 plus the 43 from before.
Yep.
Finish him.
Yeah.
Oh, I had another attack left as well.
I know. Okay, cool.
So as my first attack dinged off his sword, I swung it right back round, aiming for his neck.
Hell yeah.
His head.
The head topples from the shoulders and hits the ground with a heavy thud. Spewing from the neck is this sickly yellow light that bathes the heart chamber. Suddenly you start to see drifting from the swords the many souls that Senso has taken into its charge. Coming before you, warrior, you see yourself. All that you've been.
I think I figured out why I didn't remember this fight, because I didn't do anything. That was why I teleported us in, and he died before I actually got a turn. But then I had, then we had the end scene, which was actually really cool. Really quickly on this note of like calculating AC, I see HP calculation as a metagaming thing. Yes, AC is drawing info on how they look and how they seem left and fight. Yes, 100%. I don't disagree. I think for me as a GM, I've kind of gotten to the point where I like my players, like, you know, like I like hopelessness is something that I like to build up for my role play. You know what I mean? Like, I think seeing someone heavily armored and then, you know, calculating the AC and going, this is how defensive you are, isn't metagamey. But when I play a character who's like even if he's not a great swordsman, but he goes up there and he's like, ping, and it's like, okay, damn, I rolled really poorly and I missed. Get hit. Ah, that really hurt. And then I go, ping, and then I roll really lowly and I miss. I'm like, damn. And then I go, ping, and then I roll really high and I still miss. The armor's like too high. That for me is that sense of hopelessness that I like building. It's not that I'd say calculating AC is metagamey. I just really enjoy that kind of exchange. Not instead of calculating AC, I do that as well. Like, I will definitely calculate AC as well. But I will then actively choose to have my character discover that, these odds are just against him. Or, you know, have him give up at some point or another. You know, that's kind of it. Because alternatively, it could have really high AC, and I could land a natural 20 and just, like, land this just stupendous battle, despite the odds. That I think I enjoy. It's literally the whole thing about rolling the dice. I hate HP definitely. I hate HP metagame. That is definitely a bad one where people go, this is how many hit points something has. And I'm like, no, it says this D something. And I'm also the GM, so shut up. And, you know, like, yes, it can definitely be a lot higher. As DM, I tend to roll hit die because some of the party members look up hit points. Oh, yeah, no, that sucks. Honestly, here's my truth. My truth is, a lot of the time, my hit points are a rough average. My hit points will always be like a swinging fence. Once you hit 0, or once you get close to hitting 0, I then weigh up like where I am in the scene, what the drama is, who should get the kill shot, why they should get the kill shot, how much damage they should really be doing. You know, like, there's lots of little things. Like, sure, it's not a guarantee, and I'm not like overly controlling with it. But I make sure that if it's a noteworthy death or something important, that it happens in the right kind of way. Yeah. And I definitely won't just keep people alive or keep things alive just to kind of screw with people. That's also pretty bad. But, like, let's say I've got one player who hasn't really had a chance to shine because everyone else's damage is really, really high. I might describe the creature getting weaker and give that kill shot to the person who's doing the least damage. Not because of anything else, but because maybe everyone else has had, like, kind of a hero moment and this person hasn't, so I will set it up that way. But, I'll never tell them directly, and I won't do it all the time, but it is definitely something I keep in mind, just because morale is such an important part of my gameplay. And sadly, hit points are tied to morale for some reason. So there you go. All right, let's keep going. Wow.
Been chasing your memories. And it starts to fade as it has been claimed by the sword. Standing off a distance, you see Monsoon as well, who was also claimed by the sword. As the chamber shakes and shudders, you start to see the flesh of Senso try to pull itself together. It uses the last of its will to bring the blade down and cut open a portal. And as it does, it rips open, and then it starts to sort of like come together like a gibbering mouther and start to move towards the portal. You might try to stop it, like casting spells or shooting it or whatever, but it just seems to drink in the power of this place, dragging it with it and pushing through the portal somewhere off in the multiverse. The sword lays dormant. However, it was split. One half of the blade was left behind for you, warrior.
I as the portal, as the remains of Senso sort of mutate and sort of look like they're melting with like candle wax, and parts are growing elongated even after its decapitated head, and the head is lying on the ground, slightly growing horns. As the portal is going, I realize it's too late to stop it, but as a Horizon Walker, I'm going to use my ability to detect portal, and I'm going to just close my eyes and focus on the energies that I'm getting from the plane and try and locate where it's a portal to and where it's going to be, so that I can give chase.
All right.
Such
as
a
that
creative
happens.
way of like
You
viewing
have
that
a
and
few
continuing
moments
the
of
story.
roleplay before we pass on, because we are out of time, unfortunately. But this isn't the end. So sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, in which case, really quickly, do I notice that Warrior sort of seems like something's happened to him, like the magics and essence has gone into it?
Warrior, what is your expression after you see yourself? Everything that you had been chasing, your memories dissipate. You realize that you had been slain by this blade and your soul taken. However, it was shattered, and you physically survived with parts of your soul. However, not complete.
I don't get any of those memories back, though, do I?
No, not yet.
There's a look of longing and confusion, a mix of longing and confusion on my face as I think almost touched something that would make me remember, but it slipped away.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna petition the GM for something.
Yeah.
I would love to be able to use a magic jar ability on Warrior and place my psyche into his. The reason why I want to do this is I want to then use the Summon Undead to rip the soul as it's in that maelstrom of souls and sort of pull it towards me while I'm in his body. And then magic jar with it.
All right.
It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
I was gonna say that's some lit shit if I've ever heard it. I'm gonna put my soul into his soul and grab that soul into another thing and then use
Filthy
that soul
lit
to
shit.
Let's
move
make
with
it.
the soul into that body.
Let's make it a percentile.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just a babushka doll of souls.
I'm a soul within a soul.
We're going to give it
soul.
we're going to give it a 45% chance of happening.
Ooh, okay.
So do I need to get
45 or less.
55 or higher?
Yeah.
Okay, I got a 61.
All right. Please describe what this manifests like as you do this.
So seeing these souls twisting around, Selak, being an undead, has the ability to see these different variations in the souls and sees the connection between Warrior and one of them. He opens up his book and remembering where he'd written down all the details about Warrior, he places his hand on it, and you watch as the skeleton just again falls to crumbling pieces. The flames in his eyes just turn out as it looks like he is just dead now. This spectral essence of Selak goes into Warrior, and as it does, Warrior's body arcs forward, and you see the flames rage in his eyes as he reaches out, and you watch as the souls start to wrap around Warrior's soul. He tries to wrench and pull it, and you see the souls trying to pull him back into the maelstrom. But as he rips and pulls that soul in, eventually it strikes with his body, and Selak sort of falls backwards out of the body as the soul sort of comes back in.
Standing behind Selak, you can also see someone has taken a piggyback on that. A monsoon looks towards Mary, gives a wink, and then disappears into the ether. Warrior, you start to get flashes of great power that you once held, though long forgotten. You still have a quest to complete. However, you believe that your fate is entwined with the shattered blade of Sensor that lay at your feet. You pick it up, and hopefully you pick it up. Do you pick it up?
I pick it
You
up.
pick it up. Okay. All right. I didn't want to assume control. As you pick it up,
Nah, suck
Fuck it.
Throws it in the portal.
Screw your epilogue. I'm gonna go.
you are now known in my consistent world amongst many other tables that share this table with you in different stories as Warrior, the Broken Blade. You will hopefully come up in one of our future stories, I hope, and we'll continue this on. You do have fragments of your mind. It is broken, much like this blade itself. However, your story is not over. Guys, thank you so much for everyone that came out today. We had so much fun. We managed to gain $890.85 for suicide prevention and awareness. Thank you so much. We are going to find out if there are any more natural 20 tokens.
Hell yeah. All right, so that brings us to the end of part one. Also, Overcord. I love this as a player. Sometimes explaining what you're trying to achieve makes it so much cooler to work with your GM. Absolutely. As a GM, nothing is better than when my players work with me to get something cool. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like yesterday, I had a scene where basically my group are in Curse of Strahd. Spoiler alert. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put my hand up. This means spoiler, and when I put it down, no more spoiler. All right. So, in Curse of Strahd, Strahd is obsessed with his long dead wife. There is a portrait of her in his study. One of the players threw the portrait into a fire, and the rest of the players had to deal with Strahd and his anger and his hatred. Now, one of the players came up with the idea that if I cast these spells on the hatred, maybe I can exercise this anger he's feeling by taking him to his happy place. And I was like, I'd love for that to work, but his happy place, you literally just burnt his wife's image in. And it's like anything that you do to try and ease his mind reminds him of why he's angry at you. So, you know, that's one of the big things. So no more spoilers, but yeah, that was one of the big things. But working together with the player at least allowed me to explore it a little bit, even though I couldn't give them exactly what they wanted. But yeah, I mean, sometimes rules are meant to be followed. Sometimes rules are meant to be kind of jimmied and fooled around with. And I'm definitely open very heavily to people playing around with the rules and really exploring what they want to do with their characters. Yeah, like I said, all of my fellow storytellers from this particular game are people who I would happily explore a great story with. And yeah, all in all, this was part one was phenomenal. It was so much fun. The players had so much to give in so many different ways. Feedback, I guess, you know, kind of like looking at myself. I think everything went super well. The only thing I think may have gone a little bit better is I think Mary needed a couple more times to shine here and there. But that's about it. Yeah, Rule of Cool is great. Yeah, Rule of Cool is absolutely fantastic. But no, I think Duncan had a really, really strong start, and he's been kind of the really, really cool support level head that's really kind of kept everyone together. Dottie has added in so much humor, which has been absolutely fantastic. Selak and Warrior created a nice bond and a friendship together, and Dredd's descriptions were just so on point. Yeah, like I said, each of these games that we ran over that weekend were phenomenal. These were the best 3 games I've played, and yeah, it started off in such a strong way. You know, getting to do it with Adam and helping his character out. But yeah, so this brings us to the end of part 1. We will be back next week for part 2. Yeah, so just, you know, if you haven't done so already, follow the channel. Throw us a follow, throw us a sub if you really feel like it, because, you know, we love you guys and we want to keep doing content and stuff. But yeah, we will go through part 2, which is Rob's game next week. And then the following week we'll do my session, and then we'll break it down. After we're done, all of my notes will be available on Patreon, where I will break down all of the topics we discussed during our watch through. So yeah, sweet. Well, thank you very much. I'm slowly losing my voice. This is because I am still recovering. But thank you guys for joining us. Let's see who is out and about to raid. Darling Creepshow is playing Cyberpunk. The Hero Zone is doing some mini painting. Is anyone playing D&D or anyone playing some hot games? Where them hot games yet, yo? Yet. All right, well, let's go explore. Let's go find some new folks. Thank you, Faye, and thank you, Katian. Overcord, everyone who joined us for this stream. It's been wild. It has been wild. Let's see. Who is doing stuff today? Oh yeah. There really isn't that many people. Doing stuff. Yeah, I think, you know what? As much as I will regret it, I think we are just going to say goodnight. I think that's it. I think tonight we'll just say goodnight. So, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being wonderful. I hope that whatever the day brings you, wherever, or night or morning, you stay safe, you stay wonderful, and I look forward to seeing you guys next time, wherever it happens to be. Tomorrow we will have, we will have the Ruby Phoenix in the morning, which is my Oriental-inspired Pathfinder adventure, followed by Sirens and Silver with the pirate crew, including Rob and Dredd again. We will then obviously have our show with Phoenix Iwaki for Troll Lord Games. And then this Saturday, we are back with Strange Aeons, kicking things into our weekend. So thank you very much. Stay cool, stay awesome. Until we meet again, as always, from me to you, game hard or die trying. Good night, guys. Bye.